Oh no, we can't because I'm still muted. I'm still muted. I'm still muted. All right. You saw nothing. Jedi mind trick. All right. Let's try this again. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon or evening or morning or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, the 30th of October, 2024. This is NCC-TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a vat somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body of some kind, like a ghost in a half shell. In this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good time. Whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you're at. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Yeah. I am muted. I was muted. I wasn't muted. Jedi mind trick. Jedi mind trick. You can't remember that. It's erased from your look. I used the thing from the movie with the aliens where Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones have to go around and what are they doing? Something to do with aliens, chat. Something to do with aliens. Oh yeah, MIB. It's called MIB, right? It's MIB. It's the song. It's the one with the I used the DNC reset button. No, I got a new button from H3H3. I got their button at a discount. It turns out it wasn't really broken. Ethan had just forgotten to plug it in, right? It was one of those things, right? When a boomer's like, it's not working, it's not working, I can't get it to work, and it's like, yeah, well, did you try plugging it in? Oh, okay. Plug it in. Plug it in. One of the first checks on the YouTube checklist should be do a sound check with chat. No voice is a very bold artistic choice. I mean, I've done it before. Some of you remember, right? When I had my voice stolen from me by a sea witch, by an evil, evil lady that takes you to Applebee's for margaritas at lunch. That kind of woman. Hmm. Oh my god, that's an interesting taste. There's a little bit of coffee left in my cup as I'm drinking tea. And I've also got lime because I like my tea with lime. Went the Greta Garbo route? Is that really what I'm doing here? Is that what I'm doing here? We got so much content. It's like coming out of my eyes, it's coming out of my ears, it's coming out of my wherever. Every orifice. Oh my god, seriously. I'm gonna take this lime out. This lime is just, it's one thing to drink tea mixed with coffee. That's okay. That's continental. It's cultured. It shows that I'm urbane and cosmopolitan in my ways. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got Ana Kasparian going ham on her co-host, Cenk Uygur. If you missed it, right, we're going to catch you up with that, with what's going on with Ana Kasparian and TYT, and why she may not be long for this YouTube channel, that YouTube channel, whatever YouTube channel, right? Twisted tea, indeed. Yeah. Well, it's actually so what it is it? I feel like it's the lime peel is conflicting with the coffee, right? They're both bitter, but they're a different kind of bitter. I'm just taking the lime out. That's it, chat. I can't stand Dan. No, so we're gonna do a little bit more of the Asmongold content. He's come back, and he's like worse than ever, or better than ever, right? From different perspectives, it seems different. Right. Oh my god. And as always, like Huey Lewis. Wait, how is she like Huey Lewis? Does she want a new drug? Wait, is that like, wait, what is Huey Lewis is like, I want a new drug. I want a new something. I literally don't know the rest of the words to the song, but it goes like this. Something is something, something. Something is something, something. Something, something, something. I'm something, something, something. Something, something else. Yeah? Do we have it, chat? Do I have it down? Is that ready to record? Let's hit record on the ADAT there. Producer check. Still. What is up with this tea? I need a new grift. That's what she's saying. Yeah, we got Ana. We're gonna also do a little bit of. We're gonna take a look, I think, into the whole. It feels weird without music, doesn't it? We're gonna take a look into the whole thing that's going on today with the garbage in, garbage out, chat. There's garbage people. There's garbage presidents. And there's garbage media, and it's all flowing together. Speaking of which, I guess Ben Shapiro did a video on this, right? They think, so here's the deal, right? Huh? Oh, there it is, yeah.
What if I were to tell you that Joe Biden, he's sitting current president? What if I were to tell you? 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 What if I were to tell you?
How does he get away with that? Like, he says the same thing every time. He's like so imitatable. Oh yeah, also we're gonna go over the polls. That's what I keep on forgetting. Oh my god, chat. We're gonna go over the polls.
I'm afraid the cancer has spread throughout your entire body. Your heart and lungs are barely performing their functions. Based on this, I believe you have no more than 2 weeks left to live. I'm sorry, but it's well past my bedtime. Goodbye.
Facts don't care about your feelings. So you have 2 weeks left to live, allegedly. Sure, let's say you have 1 week left to live. That's 1 week of labor costs at your hospital for every employee that takes care of you. That's thousands of dollars that could have been spent on bombing Iran.
My master, venture pill.
If healthcare is a human right, why didn't 18th century slave owners put it in the Constitution?
Simply epic, sir.
Let's say I'm a cannibal, okay? Let's say I want to eat your flesh, okay? If health
That's what I was looking for. The thought experiment. Let's do a thought experiment.
healthcare is a human right, which includes abortion, then logically, cannibalism is also a human right, correct? Let's say I've already consumed your whole family, Mr. Erickson. Hypothetically speaking, what can you do about it?
Hypothetically speaking.
Him with logic, my master.
Is he gonna T-pose?
Destroy him, then destroy him.
I will eat your ass!
It wouldn't be a proper episode. It wouldn't be a proper episode if we didn't start with gore. But there we go. There we go. Ben Shapiro for you. So yeah, we're gonna cover the garbage thing. We are going to do some polls. We're gonna check up with the latest polls, and you might be a little bit surprised at what the results of those polls are. And then we're gonna get into the Ana Kasparian stuff. Oh yeah, and the Asmongold stuff as well. The cheerful persona music in the background while this happens. I mean, yeah, I should have turned it off. I don't know. Let's get this started. Oh yeah, what we gotta get it started with is a poll. Okay, so like, look, last night I had chat chooses violence as an option, and it seemed like a lot of people were here for that option, right? People know exactly what that means. Chat chooses violence. We get some suntent. All right. Today I'm a little bit divided as far as what we should do, right? Because we've got more suntent, actually, unfortunately, but we also have some Ethan Klein tent. And my read on you as an audience is that you're a little bit tired of Ethan Klein. You've had to deal with a little too much Ethan Klein, and at this point, it's not really any surprise when he talks about Hassan on the H3H3 podcast. Stream not loading for me? Oh my god, Dostoevsky is back. Wait, I think they should hit reload, right? Is that the correct answer? More invested in the sun tent than the Ethan tent? Yeah, so I think I'll keep sun tent for a second night. It's not because I'm lazy, even though I am lazy. It's because I think that that's probably more interesting to people than more of the Ethan Klein. We can get to the Ethan Klein when we get to the Ethan Klein. But for night, we gotta talk about Ana. Now, I gave you a little preview, right? With the, I think I showed you the tweet from the Vanguard. Ana Kasparian is going to be appearing on election night, not on TYT, as you might expect. That's kind of wild. Wait a minute. I didn't even go for this, right? I didn't even go over this. Wait, now I gotta find the Vanguard's tweet. Here we go. So in case you missed it last night, here we go. So you know I'm not lying. Look at this. Here, let me make this bigger for you, so it's easier to see. Look at this. Look at this. Election night with a free press, hosted by Michael Moynihan and Batya Ungar Sargon, featuring Barry Weiss, name in red. Right? The first name here. The first name. The most important name is that of Barry Weiss. I just don't know, chat. Am I underestimating the draw of Barry Weiss? I know that she was obviously like a New York Times columnist and that she has got a fairly successful Substack. But are Substack people even real? Also, Dostoevsky, did you reload? I think Firefox does that. Firefox does that, Dostoevsky. Especially if you use third-party extensions, if you know what I'm saying. But we're not going to say that now. We're going to keep quiet and act like we don't know about any of that, right? And I'm glad that your account is working again. Yeah, sometimes people get they get silenced on YouTube for real. And I never know if it's like something that happened from YouTube's end or what. But I'm glad we could get you sorted out there, Double Dostoevsky. I was worried about you. Part of why elections drive me so insane is that they're always all been rigged by the right-wing duopoly and the corporate-controlled media spewing nonstop propaganda, but instead the left is forced to defend the system. Oh, yeah, no, that's not just, I mean, I guess elections, yeah. I mean, that's like a general politics thing, though. That is part of Bannon's diagonalism. God damn, I almost want to start with Bannon. We got some Bannon tent for you too, chat. Should I go ahead and do that right now? I don't know. I usually wait until for the good stuff, right? Steve Bannon has been released. They released the Bannon. And, if you don't know what I'm talking about, diagonalism, you got to read Naomi Klein's latest book, Doppelganger, where she talks about Steve Bannon and his techniques, his strategy, that has been something the Democratic Party has not always countered. But yeah, like, what is up with this election? We got an electoral system where it's already skewed way to the right, where the left-wing party is actually pretty freaking conservative. And then on top of that, we're going to throw in all these dirty tricks from Republicans, but then get gaslit that, oh no, it's the Democrats that are stealing the election. They're stealing the election because some social media millionaire didn't let Hunter's dick pics get spread. So that's election interference. Or there are immigrants, and therefore somehow, question mark, they're going to be able to vote in the election, right? Just like all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit thrown at you at every crossroads to make it seem like the left is the establishment. That is a wild trick that Bannon has pulled there. That is a wild trick. Oh my god, Redmond, Barry. Wow, that's an interesting conversation there on Twitch. I don't know what to say. If the system is rigged, why does the presidency switch so often? I think you misread the other chatter, though. Yeah, that's probably just miscommunication there. You got people with different levels of understanding and different levels, honestly, Redmond Berry, of like liberal brain poisoning. But what do I know? I'm just a cat girl. The Democrats aren't left. Remember Henry Wallace? Oh my God. They're so far from the left. We have two right-wing parties, and one is substantially more right-wing than the other one. One is substantially more horrible than the other one. Steve Bannon got his ass kicked by Jared Kushner? Wait, what? He's nothing to be feared. Oh, you think he's gone now? You think he's gone? No, the Bannon has been released. Red Scare. Oh my god, I'm getting distracted here. I'm getting distracted by chat. I'm no comment check. I'm supposed to like not read the comments. That's like my whole superpower. Don't read the chat. Never read the chat. It's never good. Election night with the free press again. Hosted by Michael Moynihan, who I swear to God I've heard of this dude. Where is he from? What is Michael Moynihan? I gotta look it up. Michael Moynihan. I've heard of this guy. He's some kind of shitbag. Michael Moynihan. What does he do? Who is he? Who is this guy? The Fifth Column with Matt Welch and okay, so some of the other so the Fifth Column is apparently what the fuck? When I think of the Fifth Column, I think of Bo in the Fifth Column, or I guess now Bell in the Fifth Column. I don't think about whatever the hell this is with Michael Moynihan, libertarian. Wait, who is this guy? Why do I recognize his name so readily? American journalist, former national correspondent of Vice, co-host of the Fifth Column podcast. He previously the cultural news editor, of the Daily Beast, managing editor. See, like, here's the deal. Okay, if your brain is stuck in like the capitalist realist prison, where it is like left equals Democrat and right equals Republican, and these are the only two things that can be, and these are representative of the whole spectrum of politics, I can't really help you, right? I can't really help you. If you can't hear right without thinking Republican, you can't hear left without thinking Democrat, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, you're a Muppet. You've been transformed into a Muppet. And I'm not going to put my hand up your ass just to get you to say the right thing instead of the wrong thing. That is another site where that sort of thing happens, and I don't have an account on that site, on any of those sites, right? Any of those sites where something like that would be appropriate. What do you take me for? This is not hot tubs. This is politics. Okay. Okay. I'm glad we're clear on that. I'm glad we're clear on that. Anyway, Moynihan was also a pheasant. He was a pheasant. He was a resident fellow of the free market think tank Timbro in Sweden, where he lived and wrote articles about politics in the country. This guy sounds scary. Contributing to Swedish language publications, including Expressen. I'm going to mispronounce all these. Aftonbladet, Sveriges Television, Neo Würzburg Tidningen. Oh my god, Swedish words. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? According to Media Bistro, Moynihan is perhaps the best known for breaking the story of Johan Lehrer's fabrications. Who is Johan Lehrer? American author and blogger. Larry started neuroscience at Columbia, was a Rhodes Scholar. Thereafter, he built a media career. This guy got exposed by him? I don't care. I don't care. Michael Moynihan, I don't care. I thought I cared. I thought I cared, but I don't. Okay, that's the host. He's Swedish. No, he's not. He's American, but he's been living in Sweden, so he's kind of Swedish, right? He's the Swedish chef. He's like the guy that's like, Orgi, Borgi, Borgi. That's him, okay? So that's who's hosting it. Batya Unga Sargon. I don't know who that is. Other people from the Fifth Column. Why do I not know about this? This is bugging me, chat. I thought I knew about all the right-wing grifters. What is the Fifth Column? The Fifth Column podcast. Apparently Wikipedia does not know what this is. Yeah, Wikipedia doesn't know what the fifth column is. So it must not matter. The fifth column. The filth column. The fifth column. Podcast. Substack. Spotify. Just somebody tell me about this shit. Oh my god, chat. This is just garbage. It's fucking garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. Trigonometry, yes, is super crunchy. We do know about trigonometry, don't we? I mean, just look at the name. That tells you everything you need to know about trigonometry. Fifth Red Scare you might not know about, though. Red Scare started off when, I believe, Dasha Nekrasova was seen walking in a sailor's outfit, arguing with somebody about Bernie Sanders. Oh my god. Sailor socialism. Alright, so this is how it started.
Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about him?
That's Dasha.
That he's a socialist.
Why is socialism good?
Are you like,
She's from InfoWars, right?
I don't really want to do this. What is this for?
We're asking people why they like Bernie Sanders.
For InfoWars?
Yes, we are InfoWars.
I think he has a lot of integrity. I like his value system. I like what he stands for.
Exactly what values?
Eating the rich.
Eating the rich. Well, are you aware that Bernie Sanders lives in $3 million homes?
No.
He lives in $3 million homes? Wait, is that what she's saying? $1 million homes? Or $3 million homes? Which is it?
I was not aware of that.
Yeah. And are you aware? I'm going to ask you something. So
What has she got? She's got iced coffee, I think.
fear about eating the rich. Why do you think so many of the 1% support socialism?
Is that true?
It's very true.
Yes, all of the rich people support socialism, especially Elon Musk. Yes.
Well, for example,
Big socialist, Elon.
well, you know Venezuela, right?
Heard of it.
A majority of the country is currently eating rats. While
They're eating the rats! They're eating, before they ate the dogs and the cats, they were eating the rats!
their politicians
That's how socialism starts! You can't let people eat the rats!
are drinking champagne on a daily basis.
They're drinking the champagne! While other people are eating the rats! How can we have that? InfoWars. So I'm showing you so far, I mean, I don't know if I would call it based. I mean, looking back on it, actually, this is not a, InfoWars is cringe as fuck. The questions that they're asking are cringe, but it is a little bit of it does have some gotcha energy to it. How did this pop off for Dasha? That's my question. And how did she get to date Adam Friedland?
But that's not the 1%.
The 1% of Venezuela.
I'm talking about America.
Well, I'm saying since if
So the 1%, they're drinking their champagne and they're socialists, and the regular people in the streets, they're libertarians and they're eating the rats. And that's why socialism is wrong. Yeah, this makes so much sense. God damn. See, like, I don't know. I feel like they're both embarrassing. But look, at least Dasha's like on the right side of things, right? This is 2016, 2015, six years ago. Wait, what? Maybe it's got to be more than actual. Like, the video is 6 years old. I think the clip is older than that, right? And this is right around the time that Bernie was running in the primary against Hillary Clinton.
Bernie Sanders were president, right? And he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country.
Yeah.
Do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela.
David Cliff super chatted $9.99. The InfoWars lady is now a lesbian socialist with an of.
Whoa! Whoa, so both... Oh my god! Davy Cliff, thank you for a well-timed super chat. I'm glad you used the TTS to interrupt me there. Oh, wait. What are we doing? We've got to have... Here, pop out chat. No, but seriously. Right, so this is Sailor Socialism, aka Dasha Necravosa. Am I pronouncing it anywhere close to right? I don't know, chat. But anyway, Dasha, from... Wait, is Dasha on something? I feel like Dasha's on Succession, right? But yeah, no, Davi, look at that. Okay. Socialist lesbian. Right, so why that has stun-locked me so hard is that Dasha, it might surprise you to know, is a tradcath. Reactionary weirdo, right? Somebody that even, like, you know how Ana Kasparian is just like, I'm not pro-Trump, I'm not right-wing, I'm just a heterodox thinker, right? Like, Dasha's been down that road. This is what happened with the Red Scare podcast. It started out as a podcast that was adjacent to, I don't know, like Cumtown on one side and maybe Chapo Trap House on the other side. And throughout the years, the Red Scare girls became more and more right-wing. So that is Dasha Nekrosova and Ana Kasparian. I can't pronounce anything. But that's Red Scare, right? So, like, I don't know. People have described them as being, like, almost third positionist, right? That it's like they started off as socialist and then just kind of triangulated their way into Dugan? Basically Dugan. Am I wrong? I feel like, are they like Nick Land people? I'm sorry, chat. This is sending me. This is actually sending me. Red Scare Podcast. Dugan. Okay, they have not had Dugan on. Oh, here we go.
What is happening? Why are all these fucking famous celebrities like watching the weird? I mean, Seeking Derangements is great. I have no that they're awesome for the record. They're tradcaths, so they have more socially acceptable way to be transphobic in their 20s, like many other easily tricked adult converts. Yeah, as I've stated many times over, okay, if you're gonna be a revert or a convert, you're supposed to fucking go to Islam, okay? No other avenue there. I'm sorry. If you're really interested in like a hard-ass mission, then Judaism, okay? Because those motherfuckers don't want you. They will put you through...
Yeah, so it's a difficulty to convert to Judaism. It's like, you gotta know the... Chat, you gotta know the... It's like a code like on a video game, you know what I mean? You gotta press like left, down, BB, AA, right, up, or something like that, right? And select. That's the only way you can convert to Judaism, right? You literally won't be, there's no option on the screen for convert to, like, right? You go to like convert, you select the religion, Judaism, you go to it, and there's no button to like hit, you know, convert to Judaism. You got to know the code, the cheat code. It's the cheat code. You got to know the cheat code in order to convert to Judaism. They make it hard. They make it really hard.
Through trials to actually be a part of the religion, okay? And even then it might not work. Islam is more welcoming, but it's also more like real. Out of the Abrahamic ones, especially, like, it's Judaism or Islam, not the one that is mostly known for pedophilia, okay? You can't just like go your whole life being a libtard and then be like, I'm a Catholic now. Like, shut up. No, bullshit. Bullshit, dude. You went with the pedophile religion in your old ass age. What's wrong with you?
Okay, Hassan's got to be careful. They're coming for Hassan, all right? And they're still coming for Hassan. I've been looking into this. I'm not going to talk about it today because like I said, my assessment is that you're sick of hearing about Ethan and his bullshit, all right? So I'm holding off on that to talk about Ana Kasparian instead. I'm trying to concentrate on Ana Kasparian, but instead I got to explain who the fuck Red Scare is because I know some of you out there don't know. And I wish I could say that you don't need to know, but this shit has a strange way of coming back around again and becoming relevant. So we might as well know your Nazgul. Your life may depend upon it. That's what we're playing, chat. We're playing Know Your Nazgul.
What's wrong with you? I have never seen a Catholic convert that is normal. I've never.
Oh my God! See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
I've never seen that.
You got to be careful saying, like, you know, if you're gonna say tradcath, yada yada yada, that's maybe one thing. But if you're gonna say, if you're gonna characterize like a religion like that, I don't know. They're coming for him, chat. They're really fucking coming for him, and I'm talking about not just like DGG and the rest of those jokers, but fucking U.S. Congress people.
Anybody that puts Catholic convert in their bio, they're getting a fucking column. They're getting a column, and they're writing a column for one of those like conservative magazines that's been around since like 1968, okay, and is just exclusively floated by some like dead billionaire. I don't know who the fuck's funding them, okay? I don't know what's going on. They're just so abnormal. Grew up Catholic and everyone who married in the family is a certified freak. You're spot on with this. Yeah, Rod Dreher is a great example that comes to mind. Anyway.
Is that how you pronounce his name? I always said Dreyer
Rod
for some
Dreher
reason.
took it even further, moved to Budapest and became Orthodox. Respect.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Okay. I respect that. Like, being raised Catholic is already dog shit, okay? Just ask anyone who's been raised Catholic. It fucking sucks. Most Catholic people I know are spending the rest of their lives trying to run away from the religion. So when I see motherfuckers who are like, I'm hugging and kissing Catholicism at my adult age, it like blows my fucking mind.
This may be confusing for some of the chat, but there was a trend amongst conservatives, especially conservatives that start out as liberals, to convert to Catholicism, right? This movement is largely called Tradcath for traditional Catholicism, and they're a strange, they mix in a strange way with the rest of the Catholic Church, right? Most Catholics aren't like foaming at the mouth right-wingers. This is almost like they come to Catholicism with evangelical energy, if that makes sense, right? And their interest in Catholicism is as the one true church, right? As the old time religion, as the throwback, as the OG, right? They want Catholicism to be more conservative than actual like modern like Catholic culture really is, right? These aren't people that fucking, you know, these aren't people that went to Catholic high school and you know, hung out in the basement at the CYA, right? These are people that in their 20s or 30s, they are like, my religion does not say that, like, is not conservative enough. Let me see that. And it's weird, right? Because as far as like Catholic people, I would say that Catholicism is not the most conservative, but it's got that like reputation. And really what they're looking for is like more of like a Matt Walsh type, Mel Gibson type thing, like one of the Splinter branches. Oh my God, chat. Do you remember when Kaya was just a baby? I mean, sorry. Remember when Kaya was just a baby? See up there? That's baby Kaya. Look at that. It's a puppy. Kaya was a puppy. But I'm all over the place, chat. I want you to understand Red Scare. I want you to understand who Ana Kasparian is doing election night coverage with. These are people that started off, being Bernie supporters, or at least Dasha did, and have ended up as far right as you can possibly imagine.
It's just very odd thing to do. Anyway, how do we get here? We were talking about Red Scare, Matty Healy saga update. Turns out there are Matty Healy's a Red Scare fan, and this Stan account is reading them to filth, and I'm here for it. Obviously, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. They hate me. Their fan base fucking shits on me all the goddamn time. They're all the sassiest Brooklyn people who like are I guess so pathetically sad about like the trust funds that they have from their parents that they like try to run away from their liberal arts college background every fucking day by LARPing in an identical capacity to the fucking weirdos on Twitter who are like, homosexuals can't do this. And then they show like big burly guys working at the oil rig. Red Scare is exactly that, but with like, you know, a background in like kind of being leftist originally. Okay? Basically. So, the Red Scare podcast is notorious for platforming fascists and repackaging fascistic beliefs to sound appealing to the left. They've had Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, Ann Coulter, Michael Treacy, Curtis Yarvin. Wasn't Michael Treacy like dating the other one? Not this one, the other one for a while. I don't even fucking remember, but there was something like that going on. Tulsi Gabbard and Glenn Greenwald on the podcast. The podcast is backed by Peter Thiel, a Republican mega donor. The de facto goal of the podcast is to connect the two ends of the political horseshoe by spreading the idea that identity politics and feminism are dividing the working class. Why do they hate you? It's literally no different than every other fucking Twitter guy who like wants to do what Felix has been doing as a career, that thinks like the best way to get as much prominence on in those circuits is by saying Hassan is corny. That's it. Like it's literally all the fucking Chapo reply guys, like Felix reply guys specifically, who don't realize that I'm good friends with Felix, who, you know way too much about this shit, brother. Of course I know way too much about this. This is like, I mean, this is it. These are, a lot of these people are people I know personally. I don't know if you know this.
So this is the whole thing. I gotta release the secret, right? Dan Saltman and Destiny, all those assholes, they want you to think that Twitch is this like small little, you know, community of, it's like a clique basically, right? But there are cliques, right? And this is a real clique that Hassan is trying not to talk about, but talking about anyway. It's the fact that like podcasters from you know, from like Brooklyn tend to know each other, right? And some of the people who've gotten big have done so not exclusively because of who they know, but you know, being friends with successful podcasters definitely doesn't hurt, right? So that's what we're talking about. He actually knows some of these people from Chapo. It's got to be from Chapo. Like I said, Red Scare adjacent to Chapo and adjacent to Cumtown when they started off. Chapo is, you know, still socialist, right? The Cumtown is like a comedy podcast with well, every single joke is like, what if Adam West's Batman but gay? Yeah, what if Batman and Robin were gay? Yeah, let's voice their, you know, relationship pillow talk if they were lovers, right? That it's that kind of shit, right? And then Chapo is Chapo.
Please. It's not even just my job. It's like people that I know personally, peers.
And near peers. Don't forget the near peers, like me.
No, and excuse me, Felix. God damn it, Biederman. So
there we go. There's your poll.
The Glenn Greenwald one was where they were.
It took me long enough.
Correctly, yeah. Glenn is so funny. Watching Glenn Greenwald interact with like the Red Scare podcast is so funny because like it's so obvious that he, as a 50-year-old man, is so desperate to be like a cool person. You know what I mean? He's one of the girls. He's a cool guy. He's sad.
Thomas Jerome Newton with a super chat. I can read it. Here we go. Hassan Jon Snow. Sede vacante Latin only. Wait, that's like a type of mass, right? Yeah. So that's like, you know, what you're gonna get from these kind of trad casts, right? They want the Latin mass. They want the real deal. They want the OG of everything. But yeah, the fact that the InfoWars lady, right, in the Sailor Socialism video turned left and Dasha turned right, if I didn't make it clear, that is what's sending me. That's what's got me on this stun lock, because I'm fascinated with the just like this video, this viral fucking video from I think 2016 or something like that. Am I wrong, chat? Was this 2018? Could this have been Bernie's second run? I feel like Red Scare's been going for a really long time, yeah, and they've just gotten more and more right wing. Right, so yeah, like of the podcasts in Brooklyn, Chapo, Cumtown, and Red Scare, they were like adjacent at some point. Red Scare moved to the right. Wait, I say they were adjacent. They knew each other, right? Cumtown doesn't really have politics. I mean, they'll like talk about politics, but it's not a politics show at all. It's strictly, you know, pop culture, but gay sex. Like, that's the entire joke of everything.
I realize eating rats.
But I just want people to have health care, honey. I don't want, like...
Well...
Same thing Hugo Chavez.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, I just want to have health care.
You people have, like, worms in your brain, honestly.
Yo, okay, so this is what she popped off with.
I mean, you're the one who can't answer the question.
What question?
The question is why you support socialism. You can have healthcare without socialism.
I want people to have free healthcare.
Why free?
Pays for it.
Why would the government pay for it?
Because I think
why would the government pay for it?
Everyone has a right to have healthcare.
Oh my god. Wild. So yeah, that you saw that clip, right? And it wasn't actually like, I mean, Dasha was doing something else, didn't really have her head in the game, realized at some point she was talking to InfoWars. I mean, you would think that would make you want to just like, okay, either I'm going to get the fuck out or I'm going to say something real, right? That's going to, you know. And she ends up saying something real, but it's only because InfoWars lady like serves it up to her on a silver platter, and then she just like answers the questions, and the answers to the questions end up owning InfoWars lady in the debate. So this must have convinced InfoWars lady to look into socialism. She got all in that shit. She became an ML, and she became a lesbian too. Yeah, that's how it works. The Karl Marx to lesbian pipeline, well known phenomenon. And then we had the reverse pipeline over here with Dasha, where she goes to she and her podcast go to the far right. But that right there, that clip was enough for her to pop off with enough, you know, fame to reasonably start a podcast of her own. That's where Red Scare comes from.
It's a sad way to watch a Pulitzer Prize winner journalist who you had a profound amount of respect for succumb to
woke mind virus.
The saddest whims. Anyway. Yeah, Disco Elysium updates is great. My friend's a Chapo fan. I asked him what he thinks about it. He said he doesn't like you. When I asked him why he couldn't say anything, yeah, you should ask him if he knows that I'm friends with the Chapo boys. But hey, who knows? So yeah, they're not even funded by Peter Thiel. They went to some parties thrown by people who were getting Thiel astroturf money to make a fake un-PC art scene.
Oh my god, can somebody tell me, is it called Dime Square? One in chat if you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like this is brain rot here. I am exhibiting brain rot, chat. Dime Square? Is that what it's called? Are we talking about fucking Dime Square? scene. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's Dasha.
What are you talking about?
Well, you want this job, are you guys?
Yeah, no, not really. I was just,
But aren't you and Dasha aren't separating or anything?
No, we're all good. She's right here.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah,
hey. Crazy you're here. Yeah.
Wait, did I get that? Did I mislabel like Ana as Dasha?
There's problems? You guys are having problems with
What?
What
are you talking about?
Well, you want this job, are you guys?
Yeah, no, not really. I was just,
But aren't you and Dasha aren't separating or anything?
No, we're all good. She's right here.
Oh.
Okay, that's Ana. Wait, okay, so is Sailor Socialism Ana? Or did Dasha? No, that is Dasha, right? That's the same. Oh my god, that's the same person, right? That's Dasha, right? Am I wrong? Yeah, it's Dasha. Okay, she just dyed her hair. That's what I guess I didn't know she was blonde at some point.
Hey. Crazy you're here. Yeah.
We heard you needed some help, so
Thanks. I really
we
appreciate
thought,
it.
I don't know how hard could it be.
It's really hard.
I mean, if we can do it. I have a family now, so.
Oh,
it
you
might
need
make
a second
sense
job.
to
Yeah.
get yet another income.
So Nick's dead?
I don't know. He had a relapse on drugs and alcohol. But, everything else pretty good. How's your thing going?
Good.
You guys? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, really good.
You guys are racist or something? What's going on there?
Yeah, we're right wing now.
Right wing.
First
Yeah.
we were
But they're not lying. They actually are. They actually are.
in socialists.
What was it? Oh my god, 2 years ago? At what point?
Now we're
That's cool. Where's saying what's going on there?
yeah, we're right wing now.
Right wing.
First
Yeah.
we were in socialists, and now we're
We were in socialist before. We were in Sailor Socialist, and now we're
center left, actually.
That's cool, I guess.
we
Okay.
just we're pretty busy actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't interested either,
Yeah.
actually.
We've had a lot of growth too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So we got a lot going on.
Yeah. Well, so do I. Okay. So,
But good luck.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Okay.
it. Yeah. Bye.
Okay, we'll see you in hell.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Thank you.
Can you tell me, was the Adam dating Dasha thing, was that a meme? Is that real? Save me from this vocal fry. Well, luckily you're not a Red Scare listener, like apparently Ana Kasparian is now.
In New York City. Yeah. No, they're like not even fucking. It's like somehow lamer than being funded by Peter Thiel.
Yes,
Try to get the
yes.
Thiel bag and fail. But yeah, there was for a brief era.
And chat, I know what you're all wanting. You want me to just play a clip from Red Scare and let me see what their actual politics are. The problem is I can't do that because they are at all times operating on some level of irony. So what they actually believe, they never fully say. Right? They're like J-Regged or something. You know what I mean? They're very right wing, but they don't come out and say, like, unless it's like that, where it's like this deadpan, we're right wing now. And I'm like, you actually are, though. And they're like acting like it's a joke. Like, what is this dime square, magic that they're this Jedi fucking mind trick that they're doing, right?
Standing an idea that
it's like meta post uber irony.
Some people were pushing for it that are just stupid. That like the Brooklyn art scene was actually going to be like reactionary.
So yeah, chat, you're getting to learn about the Brooklyn art scene this afternoon. Aren't you happy?
And
aren't you happy? We're going to learn about Dime Square.
It did not happen.
I mean, this shit was like relevant, I don't know, 4 years ago or something.
Okay.
And in general, Red Scare was relevant 4 years ago. Unless somebody decides to give their relevance the little bit of relevance they have left to Red Scare. But chat, what is the chances of that oh wait, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. They're revitalizing, right? But look at this, all right? We got Red Scare. We got trigonometry. We got the fifth column. We got Barry Weiss, Michael Moynihan, and Batya Ungar Sargon. And way down here, after Michael Schellenberger, that was one of the Twitter Files guys. Ricky Schlott, I got no idea. Coleman Hughes, I've heard this name. Richie Torres. There he is, chat. There he is. There's the guy that's recently delivered a letter from his congressional, a congressional letter has been sent to Dan Clancy to ask him to please rid him of this pesky Hassan, right? Please get rid of Hassan for me, Dan Clancy, right? Kat Rosenfield, Sorab Amari, Nancy Romulan, Brianna Wu, and we've already been over who she is. Peter Savodnik, John McWhorter, Frank Luntz. Yeah, we've been over him. Shane Smith and Ana Kasparian. Wow. I'm sorry, Ana Kasparian. She gets, wait, what is this? This should be like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th billing. Not first billing, not second billing, not third billing, 19th billing. She's number 19. So yeah, that's why I was like a little bit questioning about this. But that's what Anna's doing election night. And the real question is, chat, and the real question is, like, the second shoe to drop about this Anna thing is, what is TYT doing election night? Would you not say that for a channel like TYT, that election night is one of the most important nights for them? Would you not say? Will anybody dispute that? Right? And to have a main show co-host, like, doing their thing elsewhere, like, that's totally weird. You won't be able to watch the TYT election night meltdown video. Look, you will. You'll get to watch something. I mean, I'm sure that Cenk Uygur and his other co-hosts are going to do something. No, but it would only be a meltdown, Zartek. You might be able to watch the Ana Kasparian meltdown. And maybe it'll be the Dasha and Anna meltdown as well. The Richie Torres meltdown. Now, so there's, like, Richie Torres. Okay, just to be real clear, right? Richie Torres is a Democrat. Ana Kasparian says that she supports the Democratic ticket with, a lot of reservations, right? Brianna Wu is, yeah, for all we know, yeah, still, she's not Team Trump. So I don't know. I'm gonna assume that it's some kind of mix. Andrew Yang, probably Team Trump. Marianne Williamson, I guess not Team Trump. Trump. Abigail Schreier, last billing. Can you imagine though if you were the Ann Moore, right? That would be terrible. Like, all these names mentioned, and then you are not even, like, you're stuck in an and more. She might just be a guest for one segment. I guess it's possible they're gonna shift her around. I don't know. It kind of seems though like, so this doesn't surprise me as much as it normally would. Dasha is the brunette, and she just dyed her hair blonde later when she went fashion. I mean, wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Hair gets more blonde. Politics get more fascist. Where have we seen this before? Where have we seen this before? Omega Star, thank you for the 300 bits. 3 cheers for violins. We're getting violins again. People are voting for the violins. They never get enough. I should have said chat chooses violins. I think we're on 21% now. I'm keeping track of things. Oh my god, chat. But yeah, this is like it's what I'm saying. This fucking sends me.
That actually never happened. It was never going to happen, really, but you know,
So he's talking about the scene in Dime Square, right? Dime Square is a neighborhood, and oh my god, do I even know? Is it like Williamsburg? Any East Coasters want to help me out with this? Where's Dime Square? I don't actually know. But anyway, it was very trendy, and there were reports of libertarian millionaires that were spending big money, throwing lavish parties to try to make it a scene, to make it a thing, but to make it a conservative thing. Videngale, wow, thank you for the resub. That's 13 months for you. Let's fucking go, chat. Start a hype train with me. We need just 2 more unique gifters, says Videngale, to cheer over 100 bits and activate a sub of any kind. That's how that works? Yeah, and I think you get extra emotes as a reward. So if you want more emotes, if those emotes aren't enough for you, which I need to add more emotes, so they're probably not enough for you, you can earn extra emotes for a limited time. You got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to knock yourself out, chat, on the Twitch side of things. But yeah, Dime Square was supposed to be some kind of like art scene, art slash social slash cool scene. And you know, like they had the billionaires, they had oh my god, Narwhal by Nature, thank you. They had the billionaire or the billionaires. They had the trust fund kids. They had they had some of the elements to do this, but it just never happened. That's what Hassan is talking about there.
They were like, oh man, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna be so un-PC. Like we hate like
and like the joke was that people would tell Rob MC, thank you for the 300 bits. The joke was that people would pretend to be like right wing, right? There was something like that. Granddad and the Boar. Yeah, we got Granddad and the Boar for you. 20 it makes it 30, and then Granddad and the Boar gets 3.
We hate SJWs. It's like, listen, I shit on a lot of like the hyper commoditized identity politics stuff that we see on a regular basis, co-opted movements that turn into commodities, and how Walmart is throwing up the Black Lives Matter fish, shit like that. Okay, and that's normal. Criticizing that is normal. But making it your life's mission to be like, we're doing reactionary politics, but from like a cool way, but like kind of in a leftist sense. Well, you're a fucking dumbass. You're no different than the neck-bearded weirdos that do this professionally online with like stacked Funko Pops behind them. You know what I mean? You just added like, all you did at that point is just added vocal fry to the dynamic,
Damn.
It's not punk rock, and it will never be punk rock.
Damn.
To turn around and make Catholicism into being punk rock. It's just so fucking stupid.
Agleth with the Prime resub, hitting that level 1 activation on the hype train. Wow, we're watching Twitch and we're doing Twitch right now.
That's what you do? Do what?
Wait, what?
Edgy leftist politics? I mean, if you think what I do has like this kind of edge, like this, being
like, look. I would say, to the left of Hassan on a lot of things, I'm like less apologetic than he is about my stance on things, but I would never classify Hassan with the likes of Red Scare. That's kind of wild that his chatters at this time are doing that. Remember, this is like 2 years ago. This is 1 year ago.
Or being like transphobic for the sake of being transphobic or anything like that, then you're unsalvageable in many respects because you're gonna get hurt the moment that you walk to step outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, stupid poll. So Thomas Jerome Newton, I think you're talking about, is that a Reddit, a subreddit?
No, you're
Aw.
something.
Here's a corgi. Thank you for the corgi, Omega Star. Which is kind of popping off today.
Trying to dunk on incels. You're better than trading.
Shouts out to Vitingale.
Carry yourself with more dignity. Fan, by the way, don't you do the same thing to centrists? No, you're 30-something trying to dunk on incels. We got a new account in here. We got a sock account in here, boys. New World 2467.
A new CIA drone pilot says the Destiny grooming gang got a congressman to write to Twitch about this anti-Semite Hassan Piker. Yeah, the sad thing is it might work. Like, right, they are trying to keep up the pressure. Now their campaign, as far as like the energy and the interest on Twitter, it's died the fuck down. It's died the fuck down. They're gonna need Hassan to come out and, I don't know, do 9/11 himself in order for them to be able to, have a clip or something, in order, like, to actually, get the shit going on Twitter again, right? However, they have gotten, as new CIA drone pilot says, a congressman, that being Richie Torres, who, oh my gosh, Richie Torres, this Richie Torres, the one that Anna's appearing with, that Richie Torres, is that the one we're talking about? Continuing the hype train for Granddad and the Boar. Thank you, Rob MC. And Granddad and the Boar is kind of kicking some butt today. What does that put us at, like 33%? And then Granddad and the Boar's got 5%. But yeah, there, Richie Torres, this connection. Chat, I feel like I'm doing Pepe Sylvia here. I'm like, do you see the connection? Do you see the connection? It's all connected through Come Down. No, it's not just Come Down. It's Times Square. It's Peter Thiel.
7. I wonder how many times they've been banned. The moment that you say trying to dunk on incels is the moment that you've lost the plot. I don't have to try to dunk on incels. Incels have dunked on themselves. They're incels. What the fuck are you talking about?
Got 1 minute and 30 seconds to try to push that hype train level up.
Dunking on incels is weird. Anyway. You to them is like Charlie to iDubbbz. Like, you say cum and cock, but don't actually defend transphobia or saying the N-word. Yeah. I rarely ever dunk on incels other than just like point out how fucking weird they are in many respects.
Rob MC with the 2 community gift subs. Kamikaze 411 and Leo TV. You just got weaseled. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Making edgy jokes with the understanding / context of the culture is actually an ally move. It shows your awareness that you can make nuanced jokes without being transphobic, homophobic. Look at yesterday's stream with Austin. Yeah.
Okay, enough. I think we got everything we can out of this one. So yeah, again, that's who Anna's doing content with, and it's gonna be weird. And somebody in chat suggested maybe she's gonna do 1 hour here, 1 hour there. It looks like she's flown the coop. It looks like she's going somewhere else to do. That's my guess, right? Understand, like, this is, I think, hype train coming in at 89%. 80. Oh, with a hype chest. You got a hype chest. Wait, do we open that? What is in there? Battle up emoji. Okay, I guess I'll share that. Choo choo indeed. We're choo chooing, chat. We're choo chooing our way on Twitch. Thank you, Twitch viewers. You just hit that hype train, and I think you earned new emotes just in time for the World Series. Which, what's going on with the World Series? It's at the I just want to know who's winning. Are those betting odds? God damn it, Twitter sucks now. Wait, what the fuck? Just tell me, like, who's winning. No useful information, is there? Oh well, I guess not. But yeah, we'll go over the Hassan stuff tomorrow. For now, we're gonna talk about Biden calling Trump supporters garbage. Which, I mean, like, look, if he had actually said it, it would be like the first base thing that Biden said in a long time. Maybe not the smartest thing to say, but the Republicans, they think they've got a deplorables version 2.0, and it's just not going to work that way. You can't call, like, Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. You can't call the United States a garbage can. And you can't talk about the enemy within and then be like, oh my gosh, but Biden said that Trump supporters were garbage. We'll look into what he actually said. YouTube full screen. YouTube is home. Oh my god, Chad, am I even doing this right? So yeah, Sailor Socialism, that's a fucking throwback, but that's who Anna's gonna be doing the react to the election with, and we're gonna get into Ana Kasparian and TYT more a little bit later. Right now, we gotta talk about what's going on in the election. All right, so we're like 45% of the way towards the dono goal already at 45%. Remember, if you've donated, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. You don't have to, but you can if you want. Like, if you got a preference. We got Korean Granddad who rides a boar. That's still riding because people are still interested in that. We got gaming, the possibility of doing some gaming after the stream, either Metaphor Ray Fantasio or Fallout New Vegas. We have chat choosing violence, as chat did last night. Interested in that sun tent. Okay, I see you. And we've got Ted Cruz gets weird about trans people. That is a contribution from our very own stream suggestions on my Discord, which you should definitely sign up for. So yeah, whether it is a super sticker, super chat, whether you're getting a membership on YouTube or gifting memberships to other people, whether you're donating to my throne right there or signing up for Patreon or, you know, running the hype train on Twitch, getting out of the top of the hour ad break, anything that is a donation gives you the right, gives you the ability to tell me to put your money where your mouth is and count it towards the topic of your choice. And I'll actually add that as a buff. So let's see where we are right now, and then I'll get us going. Right now, chat is choosing violence. Violence, a very popular option. Some people confuse it with violins, which are also popular, a different kind of appeal, I suppose, right? That's in first place. Ted Cruz getting weird with trans people is in second place. And Korean Granddad and Metaphor Refantasio tied in third place. So that's where we're at right now. Keep voting. And that's one way to push the polls in one way or the other. Make sure to like the stream while you do that. And the other way is when you donate, to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. And I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, just thus buffing it, like we've done with Korean Granddad, which gets an extra 5% from the donos. So we're about ready to go here. I got to press my buttons. It's always important to press buttons. If something is a button, then it probably needs to get pressed. I'm pressing all the buttons, chat. I'm pressing every single button that's even out there. And we're getting ready. We're waiting on YouTube. There we go. I can't believe we started with the Ben Shapiro cancer patient thing. All right. I mean, maybe we should start off with Ben Shapiro again. Wait, I have this stuff, don't I? All right, I think we're ready to go now. I think we're actually ready to rock. So we're at an interesting moment in the campaign right now, right? A moment where I have to press a button multiple times because it won't work the first time. Let's try again. A moment in which mechanical drives don't operate as quick as solid-state drives. But if you press the button enough, you will get the results that you want. Anyway, hi, chat. I am NCC. We're here to talk about Biden's gaffe. Oh my God, that might mean a different thing if you have a different definition of gaffe, but we're not talking about that Biden's gaffe. We're talking about calling Trump supporter garbage. Oh no, what are we going to do? That's just like basket of deplorables. And everybody knows that if you say basket of deplorables, then Trump wins. Trump wins. So let's take a look at what's coming out in the media. Oh no, this is Trump reacting to. Okay, we got a ton of stuff here, don't we? Footage of the garbage incident. Let's press this one first.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulating wealth for those at the top.
What is Biden doing? All right, first of all, this doesn't look like, it's not a press conference. What is he doing? Is he literally sitting in front of a webcam? Is Biden streaming? Chat, is this real?
No, he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know.
I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, yeah.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state.
I don't know the Puerto Rico where I'm from. I don't know the Puerto Rico in Delaware, but I do know the other Puerto Rico, and it's
Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people.
Okay, he's trying to say I know Puerto Ricans. I know Puerto Ricans, and they don't deserve that. That's what he's trying to say that.
Only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Okay, now look at this. Look at this. Now, if you're on the short stream, it might be a little harder to look at. I've left you a pinned comment, though, if you want to click over and see this on Twitch or on YouTube. It's in slightly higher resolution there. So if you're unable to see the closed caption below Biden, click over there and check it out. But so his supporters, '*S. The only garbage that I see
that I know, or Puerto Rico, where I'm.
Let's repeat
my
this.
Home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Is his supporters garbage? I mean, at least the way that they closed captioned it.
His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've been.
All right, so that was taken. That was taken as Biden is calling Trump supporters garbage, and then that's a gaffe. Let's see what the reaction was from the White House press secretary to this.
Can you just address the president's comments yesterday, referring to Trump supporter as garbage? And I know he's tried to clarify that he was trying to talk about what the person said. But one, I guess I want to know, does he think less of Americans who support Trump than he does of those who do not?
Yeah.
And two, why is he using that kind of rhetoric? How is that presidential?
So a couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage, which is why he this is why he wanted to make sure that we put out a statement that clarified what he meant and what he was trying to say. And so just want to make that very clear for folks who are watching. And I just want to read that out to folks. So he was regarding to the comedian, and I quote, "I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally."
Now, it sounded like he said supporters, but then I've also seen people say that it's his supporters' garbage, right? So garbage from his supporters would mean things like calling Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, like the things that were said at the Trump rally. Another way to interpret this is that Biden's talking about the supporters, right? The celebrities like Tony Hench. I still don't have that guy's name right. Hench? The fuck is his name? Tony Hench. Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay, I did have it right. Yeah, like Tony Hinchcliffe and company, right? There's a few different ways to take this.
As garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at the rally don't reflect who we are as a nation. And to your question.
Okay, so it does sound like it was an apostrophe S. It does sound like what he's really saying is the only garbage is that of his supporters, not the only garbage is his supporters. But these Trump people are fucking snowflakes, right? We're a bunch of foaming at the mouth, fascist enabling weirdos, right? They are that's the other, remember how they didn't like to be called weird? Remember how they flipped out when they got called weird? No, I'm sorry, but you're weird garbage if you support Trump. That's real. And I honestly wish that Biden actually meant this. He doesn't. He doesn't mean it. He doesn't mean it. The other thing, though, is that this whole conspiracy theory, and I know I shouldn't be responding to this because it's not like something that Trump supporters actually believe in or mean, but the idea that Biden secretly supports Trump, you can't have both, all right? Either he called Trump supporters garbage, and he's a bad man, and he's just like Hillary Clinton, and this is just like 2016, and your guy's going to win, or he is secretly on the side of Trump, donning the MAGA cap. You take your pick.
Your other question that
but you can't have both.
No, he does not view Trump supporters or anybody who supports Trump as garbage. That is not what he views. The president has said this for more than 3 years now. He has said multiple times that he is a president for all. It doesn't matter if you live in a red state. It doesn't matter if you live in a blue state. He has said this himself. I have said it on his behalf. He believes that he's a president for all. And it doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter if you voted for him or not. He's a president for all. But hateful rhetoric that he hears, and this is something that we've done many times.
The irony of it too is he's punching back at what was said at Trump's rally, right? Which was legitimately. So let's take the difference, right? And let's even say like Biden said that they were garbage. Biden said Trump, right? If you want to go that way, let's take that, right? So Trump said, or Trump's rally, his supporters said, and yes, chat, this was vetted by the Trump campaign. We confirmed that yesterday, right? This was in the speech, as was Tony Hinchcliffe's desire to call Kamala Harris a "see you next Tuesday," right? That the Trump campaign rejected. They said, Tony, don't go out there and call her a "see you next Tuesday." Don't do that. Don't do that, right? But they didn't say, also take out the racist shit about Puerto Ricans and actually cut it all, because all it was, the whole fucking comedy bit was like, hey, Latinos, they sure do have a lot of sex, don't they? You know, every single thing in there was just some weird racist, unfunny joke. And he said it. And that's what Biden was responding to. So when the response is that, like, oh my gosh, did Biden call Trump supporters garbage, when Trump supporters just called the island of Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage? You know, like, I don't have to repeat what was said, right? There was a whole bunch of nonsense. And before you say that wasn't Trump, that was his supporters, that's what Biden was talking about. And also, oh my God, you don't think that Trump has said worse? This is the guy that's been calling like groups of people rapists and murderers and Hannibal Lecter and whatever. Like, this guy, he's got no room. Anytime that the Trump people turn into small bean MAGA, like, I'm sorry, I got no sympathy for small bean MAGA. Oh my gosh, if you call him a fascist, that's going to encourage people to take a shot. I don't think it's going to encourage his supporters, who've been the people that are taking shots at him. Yeah, both times you had Trump supporters. You had Trump supporters trying to unalive Trump. So yeah, I don't think that's what's going to encourage him. I think a lot of them feel like maybe Trump's not fascist enough. Regardless.
From here, we will call that out. We will call that out, and that's what the president said.
Does he have any regret for not being more? His language was not specific. It came out if you were listening to that video.
Oh my God.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
His language was not that specific. Do you know who we're talking about?
Because it was so peaceful up here.
Do you know who we're talking about?
Communist invading radicals.
Joe Biden said we finally defeated Medicare.
So peaceful up here. But now there are freaking communist invading.
You want to take a guess why his language isn't specific enough? The same reason that diarrhea spews out of Trump's mouth on the daily. These two guys are octogenarians, and neither of them should be running for president. They're both too old to run. They both don't know what they're fucking saying half the time, right? Yeah, an octogenarian president who was literally pushed out of the nomination because he could not speak in words that made sense. If you're saying we finally defeated Medicare, you can't run for president. Unless you're a Republican, you have a cult built around you and they all live up your ass. And then you can do whatever you want.
I was in the room. Amr, I was in the room.
I'm sure, but if you were
I'm just telling you that I was in the room.
But if you were any sort of normal person listening to that video or looking at the clip...
No shit! God damn it. Okay.
You could come to the conclusion that he was calling, at minimum, this one man garbage. Or,
which is okay.
If not all Trump supporters garbage. Should he be more... Does he regret not being more precise?
Okay, so if you don't think there's a double standard in the media where Trump is held to a very low standard and any other politician is held to a very high standard, there it is. There it is.
This language. And does he also...
I'm waiting for the question.
You sound legitimately concerned. How could you call an American citizen like Tony Hinchcliffe garbage? That's so mean.
And I apologize.
Yeah,
and the second part of that is, does he have any regret for how this is...
You feel bad about yourself?
Vice President...
You think you were a little bit of a meanie butt?
Harris's campaign.
So a couple of things there, because there's a lot that you laid out.
Here's the deal, okay? Joe Biden should go to New York or Austin or wherever Tony Hinchcliffe is and give him a hug. Be like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to call you. I didn't mean to imply that you were garbage just because you called Puerto Ricans, just because you said that racist shit.
So, look, the president wanted to clarify because he understood that what he may have said he understood that what he was saying was being taken out of context. So he wanted to be very, very clear about what he was trying to say.
He was clip chimp.
And I just read that out.
The clip chimp Biden.
Once over, you all have the tweet or the statement that's on X. If you want to read it right now, feel free to do so. And he was talking about hateful rhetoric, and we've called out hateful rhetoric from here. We have. Obviously, this hateful rhetoric was about a particular community, a community that the Puerto Rican community. There are Americans This is a community that.
Let's talk about Puerto Rico for a second, right? Let's see, when did this article come out? Oh, geez. So, chat, this is an old article. This has been known for a while. All right. 2021, new probe confirms Trump officials blocked Puerto Rico from receiving hurricane aid. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It was a comedian. He didn't have anything to do with the campaign. Trump doesn't think this, right? Trump administration also instructed an investigation looking into why it was depriving the U.S. territory. Again, Puerto Rico, part of the United States. I don't know how many people don't realize that, right? Of congressionally approved funds, the report found. The administration of former President Donald Trump obstructed an investigation looking into why officials. This is what, this guy said came to drain the swamp. He is the swamp. He obstructed an investigation looking into why officials withheld $20 billion in hurricane relief for Puerto Rico following the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, one of the deadliest natural disasters in over 100 years, a new report says. So there we go. That's the same Donald Trump that we're supposed to feel bad for, and we're supposed to not hold responsible
up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
For the comedian that Joe Rogan recommended to him and he accepted. For the
up here.
Teleprompter script that the Trump campaign okayed.
He respects.
We're supposed to feel bad for this guy.
He wanted to make sure he called that out. And hateful rhetoric should be called out. It should be. But at the same time, the president is a president for all. He will continue to do so. He will continue to serve for everyone. I want to step back for a second because I think this is really important. Yesterday, we went to Baltimore. He announced a $3 billion project in Baltimore. That $3 billion project is going to help 27 states. 11 of those states have Republican governors. This is what this president cares about.
All right, so here we go. That is the official response from the. That's the response from the White House press secretary. Now let's see what Trump's response was. I can't believe, my beautiful people. I can't believe that Biden would call you all a bunch of garbage. That's terrible. No one should ever call anyone anything. Oh my God.
Good man, this one. Thank you, Marco. Thank you. You want to say something?
Oh, it's Marco Rubio. It's little Marco. Marco the boy.
All right. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I have breaking news for you, Mr. President. You may not have heard this. Just moments ago, Joe Biden stated that our supporters are garbage.
I mean, where's the lie? Where's the lie, though? Look, I'm sorry. Did you see what's behind him? Do you see that American flag cowboy hat? And who is sitting next to her? Is that a golden blazoned Trump hat?
Are garbage. He's talking.
Oh no! What is this? What are these people wearing?
About the Border Patrol.
Tell your people not to wear garbage if they don't want to be called garbage. How about that?
He's talking about nurses. He's talking about teachers.
Oh no! There's a 1776 Patriot. What is going on behind him? It looks like a fucking fail Halloween thing. Now, there's somebody in a high visibility vest. I'm guessing that's to try to represent the working class, which is a constituency Trump has been losing this year. Not a lot of people are talking about that demographic shift, right? Trump is losing non-college educated voters at a pretty high rate.
He's talking about everyday Americans who love their country and want to dream big again and support you, Mr. President.
They love their country so much that they're willing to endorse concentration camps and mass deportations. Yeah.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And I hope their campaign is about to apologize for what Joe Biden just said. We are not garbage. We are patriots who love America. And thank you.
So the one thing that I'll say good about the Biden response is that he didn't apologize. Right? He says he didn't mean that. I looked at it. I believe him. I kind of wish he did mean it because it's true. And Democrats, the problem, you need to say it with your chest, all right? Don't say it like Hillary Clinton, where like they're a basket of deplorables. Oh my gosh, let me clutch my pearls. Say it like for real. They are fucking garbage. They are trash. This movement is trash. This racism is trash. And it's time to turn the page of history, because we're not going back to this shit.
Running, Mr. President.
Wow. See what he has to say about this.
That's terrible. That's what it says. That's what it says.
He called, like, I wish that Biden had called Trump garbage. Like, just fucking call him garbage.
So you have, remember Hillary, she said deplorable?
This is just like that, folks. This is just like that, and I expect the American people's reaction to be just like that when Hillary Clinton said deplorable. It's the same thing.
Irredeemable, right? But she said deplorable. That didn't work out. Garbage, I think, is worse, right? But he doesn't know yet.
Garbage is, garbage hits home.
Please forgive him. Please forgive him.
Or he knows not what he does. No, that's probably true. Actually, wait, is Trump going to be based this time? Are we going to see a base Trump? Right? In reality, we looked at the clip. That's not what he meant. I kind of wish he had, though.
For he not knoweth what he said.
Oh, he not knoweth the Bible. Terrible, terrible. Just like my connection. Chat, are we doing okay? We doing okay, chat? Let me check in on you. Let me check in on you, chat. I need to hear back from you because I had a weird little thing happen there. And I need to know that you're still on board. Are we still on board, chat? Respond when you hear this. Yeah, we had a little bit of a whoopsie, as Tim Pool would say. But I think we're back. Are we back? We're still here. We're good. Okay. Twitch, I might have dropped you for a second. Sorry about that. Let's check in on...
Terrible to say a thing like that, but he really does.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Really, honestly, he does.
We're still here.
And I'm convinced that he likes me more than he likes Kamala.
He's holding on to that. Okay, I get it. I get it. So I said you had to choose. Look, credit where credit is due, okay? Credit where credit is due. Trump correctly interpreted that Biden didn't mean to say that, and he was having an old man moment. That's true. And credit for Trump for he's going like I said, you can't have both. You can't say that he wants me to win, he's in favor of me, and that he called my supporters garbage at the same time. You got to pick one or another. Credit where credit is due. Trump picked the conspiracy theory, as he, of course, he did, because he's Trump. Come on. All right, well, that was kind of neat. Didn't expect that. See what Kamala Harris has to say about it.
We want to pivot now and bring you some live remarks from Vice President Harris. Let's listen.
That I do is about representing all the people, whether they support me or not. And as president...
Yeah, that's right, Omega Star. He misses Joe. He misses Biden. Like, right? He wants Biden back.
In the United States, I will be a president for all Americans, whether you vote for me or not. That is my responsibility, and that's the kind of work that I've done my entire career, and I take it very seriously.
Have you spoken to him about his comments and his intentions?
He did call me last night, but this didn't come up.
Are you concerned about what impact this may have on voters, on the divisiveness of the election, and whether or not it's going to dissuade some people from supporting you because of your affiliation with the president and this administration?
I've been very clear with the American public. I respect the challenges that people face. I respect the fact that we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and that most people want a president that understands that gets that, and approaches their role of leadership that way. I've been very clear from my earliest years as a prosecutor. I never asked anyone, are they a Democrat or Republican?
So yeah, you can see Kamala's deflecting. She doesn't really want to take this on. And again, it's not her garbage to take on. It's something that Biden said in a old man moment. She doesn't really need to answer for it. Yeah, she's handling her business right. But I will say that it's not that you can't talk shit about Trump. It's not that you can't talk shit about Trump supporters. But when you're going to do it, you got to do it intentionally. And it's got to be calculated. And it can't be like the Hillary Clinton. You can like feel her clutching her pearls when she's like, the basket of deplorables, right? And it reinforces this idea that Hillary, and this is true, like thinks that she is above normal Americans. This is probably true of a lot of politicians. They just don't, most of them are not silly enough to like let it slip. But yeah, Kamala doesn't want to repeat any of Hillary's mistakes, so she's deflecting.
Folks, is are you okay? And that's the kind of president I will be.
And what did you talk about with the president? Madam Vice President, on a separate subject, last night you mentioned removing people in the country who are here illegally. What do you mean? That's an immigration statement, obviously. Were you referring to people who have come here before illegally, or can you expand on what you meant by that comment?
What I intend to do on the issue of immigration, as I said last night and have said continuously, is we need to fix our broken immigration system in a number of ways. We need to strengthen the border and put more resources at the border, which is why I support the bipartisan bill that Donald Trump killed that would have otherwise put 1,500 more border agents at the border, put more resources into prosecuting transnational.
So doubling down on trying to market herself as more Trumpian than Trump is on immigration. Again, this is not a strategy or a policy I agree with. Fixing immigration is going to look more like a pathway to citizenship, and it's going to look like better U.S. foreign policy than we've seen from Trump, because when you place sanctions on Venezuela, you shouldn't be surprised, and you immiserate the people of Venezuela. You shouldn't be surprised when you have immigration from Venezuela, right? That's shit that the United States broke, and the fact that Trump, who enacted that policy, is able to make political hay over the phenomenon of immigration is kind of whack.
Crime, and would very importantly put more resources into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing people around the country. And when I am elected president, I will bring that bill back and I will sign it into law. I also have done the work and have in my policy going forward will strengthen what we need to do to deal with, for example, illegal entries between ports of entry. That is something that we need to tighten up. I will do the work also about ensuring that we pass comprehensive immigration reform in a way that we allow hardworking people who have earned citizenship a path to actually be able to gain citizenship because they have earned it. And that includes everyone from our farm workers to dreamers.
And just to follow up on that, do you sympathise if any voters do feel
Once again?
Do you sympathise with any voters who do feel offended by or insulted by the guy?
I feel so bad for those poor Trump supporters who never did anything wrong. You gotta understand, Trump supporters, they're small beans, they're very sensitive, they're very empathetic, they're empaths, and it's horrible that mean old narcissist Joe Biden called them garbage, and I do feel truly bad for them. They have been microaggressed upon in a way that is truly horrible. And yeah, we must protect them. We must protect the Trumplings, okay? The magical Trumplings. Their fifis were hurt. We're going to see more about that with Ben Shapiro in a second. We're going to see how much facts care about his feelings today.
I am running for president of the United States. I will be traveling to 3 states today to do what I have been doing throughout, which is talking with the American people about the fact that, first of all, I get it in terms of the concerns they have about challenges like the price of groceries. Second, my highest priority is to address that and to lift them up around their ambitions, their aspirations, and their dreams.
Okay, so now I gotta be honest, I really wish she had talked more about issues of affordability, about issues like groceries, about issues like price gouging. She started on the right track in so many different ways, from picking Waltz to, the message of the positive, message that she was delivering, and to the criticism of like these Trump freaks. They're just weird, right? That's the message that you need to be going with, not their garbage, not their deplorable, not their this, not their that, right? I will address the super chats right after this segment. If you have something that you need to get to me with right away, though, you can super chat for $5 or more. It'll come out as TTS, and I'll address it right away on stream. But that's this is a theme that she really should have dug in on. Unfortunately, she got pushback, maybe from people that were holdovers from Biden's team. That were like, ooh, going after the corporations. That's not looking good. That's not looking good. We can't have that. You're going to go after the corporations. You're going to hurt their feelings.
Why I have a very specific and detailed plan about strengthening our economy. Leading economists have reviewed my plan and indicated it will strengthen the economy and that Donald Trump's plan will weaken the economy. So I'm going to be spending full time as...
Okay, now that's a weave. That's a weave. She definitely pivoted on that one. But I mean, this is kind of what politicians do.
Whoever they voted for last time. And as I have said and will repeat over and over again, I am sincere in what I mean. When elected President of the United States, I will represent all Americans, including those who don't vote for me, and address their needs and their desires.
Fucking Sigma as fuck. Sigma as fuck. Damn. A waltz?
Vice President Kamala Harris's closing campaign message is all about unity, but critics say a new comment from President Biden could...
The media loves this shit. They love to be able to take something that Trump does that's fucked up, and then both sides say, oh, but what about the Kamala Harris administration?
Undermine that. Here's what Biden said as he responded to those racist comments and jokes at Sunday's Trump rally in New York, and remarks that he made to the advocacy group Voto Latino.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. And just the other day, a speaker at his rally...
I still don't understand this webcam strategy.
Puerto Rico, a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware.
Can you just let an old man ramble? Can we just let an old man ramble?
They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American.
In a follow-up statement, the president says, quote, I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That is all I meant to say. But of course, all of it unfolded.
Anyway, that's true, but the media would rather like hyperventilate about like our campaign rhetoric getting too heated.
With Election Day less than a week away, and people are talking about it. We're joined now by the Democratic Vice.
There's Tim Walz.
Presidential.
What does he have to say?
Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Governor, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Tony. Thanks for having me.
I want to get your reaction to the president's comments, but I want to put it into a larger context of your recent comment comparing the Sunday Trump rally to a Nazi rally. And I would also throw in there.
Okay, Tim, please don't back down. Please don't back off.
Obama's bitter clinger.
And don't let this asshole gaslight you. Come on.
Guns and religion comment from a while back, the deplorable line from Hillary Clinton's campaign, and the way that Democrats are seen by some voters as disrespecting them. And I have to ask, does that...
Oh my God, you compare a whole fucking... Like, after all that racist shit, you're like, oh, some voters feel that Democrats are disrespectful to them.
Undercut this closing message of unity from your campaign.
No, certainly not. And for Tony, for me, I've represented rural areas. I've represented Democrats, Republicans, Independents. Same thing with the vice president. Look, you saw a presidential speech last night at the Ellipse that is the best.
Oh, man, he's
of America, one that's talking about unifying us.
He's weaving. Everybody's weaving now.
It's talking about bringing folks to the table. One that the American tradition of disagreeing and debating, but still doing it in a respectful manner. And I think there's the frustration we've seen.
He's doing the weave.
The frustration with Donald Trump's rhetoric.
But now there are freaking communists.
I mean, look, I know politicians do this, right? I do wish they'd answer the questions that they were asked, but
of division, it does fire passions, and I think President President Biden was very clear that he's speaking about the rhetoric. We heard it that, so it doesn't undermine it. People are hungry to come back together. They're hungry to find a unifying message. They're hungry for us to find solutions, whether it's prices or whether it's reproductive care. They want to see solutions.
Governor Nate Burleson here. Thank you for joining us. You know, there has been some reporting that President Biden has been sidelined during this campaign. One, is there
Now, this is an interesting angle on the story, right? There has been rumors of discord between the Harris team and the Biden team, right? This started a month or so ago when he spoke at the same time that she was giving a fairly large speech, right? And that's the kind of one thing that he's not supposed to do is take away her spotlight, right? She's running for president. He's being Biden.
any truth to that? And if not, is this an example of maybe?
And the other aspect of this is that supposedly he wants to do more campaigning for her, and has been asking, can he go out on, can he speak at rallies with her? Can he be seen with her? Suggesting that like he's the missing element in some of these states where Kamala's, running neck and neck with Trump, and that he could help. And her team has largely said thank you, but no thank you, or rather left him unread.
Why he should be sidelined?
Well, look, President Biden's the president of the United States. He's running it. Vice President Harris is our candidate and will be the next president. And I think there's two different positions there. The vice president is out speaking about the things that we need to be done for the country. She's talking about all of those issues that matter to folks. And the president's doing what he needs to do, and that's making sure our country is reducing.
Lachelle says the left has to be flawless and kind while the right gets to constantly be garbage. Yeah.
Making sure that we're taking our leadership role in the world where American values are front and center. So no, it doesn't. These are just two different positions. We're bringing this thing home in 6 days, and we're going to make sure that that Vice President Harris becomes our next president.
Biden needs to stay hidden. Yeah, probably.
Thank you for being here. One of the things that Vice President Harris says she wants to do is restore abortion rights. Should there be any limits on abortion, including limiting third trimester abortions?
Okay, well, that was an interesting place to cut that off. It looks like Tim Waltz is live now. Let's see what he's doing.
Well, hello, Asheville, again.
It's in North Carolina.
Yeah, help me give it up one more time for American Aquarium, for these guys. It's great to be back, and it's great to see Asheville back. I want to start by thanking Danny McClinton. His wife, Katie, can't be here tonight, but the whole Salvage State venue in September. Of events, but certain ones stand out, and there was drizzle in the rain. They all stuck around, pulled together. First thing you did, you supported each other and you supported your neighbors.
So yeah, sounds like a little lower energy than we've been seeing from Waltz.
And to ensure that everybody has the freedom to make their own healthcare decisions.
Kamala's live here. Mumford and Sons.
And you guys all know this, but that candidate is Kamala Harris. And as I'm sure many of you know, early voting is already underway here in Wisconsin. And it's super, super easy to join your friends and go out and cast your ballot.
Anyway, that's what's going on right now. Oh my God. The worst audio.
Priorities about what I will get done for you, the American people. And at the top of my list is bringing down your cost of living. That will be my focus every single day as president. I will give a middle-class tax cut to over 100 million Americans.
I really wish that the Democrats could offer the working class more than a fucking tax cut. Right? I really wish this was not where we're at. of like, yeah, let me cut your taxes for you. Wouldn't you like that? Yeah, we could just do less social safety net programs and all the rest.
For an elderly parent, my plan will cover the cost of home care under Medicare.
Anyway, like I said, we got Ben Shapiro here. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Joe Biden, the sitting current president of the United States, the head of a party who's routinely called...
He's going to get bent out of shape, isn't he?
...his political opponents enemies of the Republic. He literally did a speech in front of a Independence Hall suggesting that ultra super MAGA Republicans are effectively traitors to the country. What have I told you? The president, who's the head of a party, who's labeled Donald Trump a Nazi and his rally on Sunday a Nazi rally, called half of Americans garbage, because that's exactly what happened. Joe Biden was doing some sort of Zoom interview from his basement, and he just drops it right out there. He's on Voto Latino, and he decides that he is just going to call half of Americans garbage. That's what he says here, folks. Okay, I'm going to let you listen to it, because I'll explain to you how the White House and media are trying to spin this one out. It is, honestly, the cover-up is as bad as the crime. So what Biden says here is truly an awful thing to say. It's worse than deplorables. It's worse than bitter clingers. It's worse than any of the other times Democrats have labeled their political opponents
bitter clingers,
trash heap of humanity. This is like the apotheosis of that, and it is a direct outgrowth of believing that Donald Trump is a Hitler figure and all of his followers are actually little brown shirts. Okay, if you keep saying that kind of stuff over and over and over, if you keep saying Trump is a Nazi and that he holds Nazi rallies,
the thing is, it's not Democrats who are saying Trump is a Nazi. Right? As far as Trump liking Nazi generals, that was Donald Trump that said that. As far as Trump being basically a fascist, that is members of his own cabinet that said that, right? This isn't something that the Democrats are like making up or pulling out of their ass. It is something that they've been saying for a long time, you know, without anything anywhere near as direct proof. But at this point, considering that Donald Trump has been talking up the Nazis' military to his generals since he was president, I don't think it's too far off.
it is not a leap from that to his followers are garbage, which is what Joe Biden says right here. But the cover-up is amazing. So first we'll play. I want you to hear for yourself. Here is Joe Biden saying the thing. And this is not a Rorschach test, okay? This is not like a blob on a piece of paper. You can hear clearly what he's saying. There's no doubt what he's saying because it's on tape. Here we go.
There's no doubt what he's saying. You can't say that he doesn't know what he's saying, which Trump said, and also say that this is clearly what he said. This is clearly what do you mean? The exact words that he said. This is a guy that said, we finally stopped Medicare.
And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
I'm sorry, hell yeah. If only that's what he meant. If only he was serious about it. I would love to see Dark Brandon emerge. Right? The real Dark Brandon. Like, he's joked around it before, about it before. He's put his sunglasses on and kind of LARPed and you know, acted like I'm Dark Brandon now. Right? But I would love to actually see Dark Brandon not give a fuck and just, you know, call a Nazi a Nazi.
And it's un-American.
Okay, the only garbage I see out there is his supporters. Inflection down. End of sentence. Okay, it's clear what he's saying. He's saying that you, if you support Donald Trump, are garbage. Saying that I am garbage. Everyone who does not support Kamala.
Where's the lie, Ben? Where's the lie?
Is garbage. His supporters,
where's the lie?
Donald Trump's, are garbage. That is the direct quote from Joe Biden. That's what the quote is. There is no other way to read it. But don't worry, the media are going to do their work. The media are going to pretend, I kid you not, that there was an apostrophe in that sentence. Now, I know you're listening thinking, wait, where's the apostrophe? I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, I'm going to read you the transcript. Quote, just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican I know, the Puerto Rico where I'm from, in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
His supporters garbage, yes, Ben.
His demonization.
You know how the possessive form works in the English language, Ben?
Of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've seen. Okay, that is 100% fidelity, transcript, directly read by me of what Joe Biden just said. And you heard it yourself. You heard what he said. Here is how the media are attempting to characterize this. Are you ready for this? This is amazing. It's amazing. They are trying to claim that what he actually said, you didn't hear what you heard. What he actually said was, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. Supporter, singular, apostrophe S.
It's the same. It sounds the same, Ben. You can't say, I heard no apostrophe, and he says there's an apostrophe, therefore he's lying, because an apostrophe doesn't make a fucking sound, Ben. Supporters, plural, his supporters, sounds the same as his supporters, apostrophe, of his supporter, or of his supporters, right? And the way that YouTube, the way that YouTube read the closed captions was supporters, right? So there's two ways that the possessive can work, right? Either it's plural and it's of his supporters, plural, or it's singular and it's of his supporters, right? Singular would have put the apostrophe before the S. Plural, the apostrophe goes after the S. So the garbage of his supporters. That's how YouTube reads it. And again, it doesn't sound any different. Either way,
but now there are freaking
the only garbage I see is his supporters. Garbage sounds the same as the only garbage I see is his supporters. His supporters are the garbage. What is he talking about?
He's trying to say that he's only talking.
You're gaslighting us, Ben.
About Tony Hinchcliffe. The only garbage out there.
It doesn't matter. What are you, the grammar police? The grammar
is Tony Hinchcliffe's garbage. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. Okay, so that's how they're going to attempt to reread.
What are you, a grammar Nazgul?
The transcript.
Now,
they're just inserting an apostrophe. Now, they didn't reach out to the White House to get comment on whether that's what Joe Biden meant. They just said that. That was Jonathan Lemire over at Politico, attempting to just rewrite the thing you just heard.
Attempting to describe what he heard, which is different than what you're trying to characterize, because, Ben, you are using motivated logic, okay? And guess what, Ben? That's your feelings. That's the motivation that you're following. It's your motivated logic. And Ben, need I repeat back to you that facts do not care about your feelings?
Hey, the sentence doesn't even make any sense along those lines. It doesn't make any...
But it does, though. But it does.
Sense. If you read it that way, say they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporter, apostrophe is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is
He's acting like you'd hear that differently, right? His supporters garbage versus his supporters. Like it still sounds like supporters. It's not pronounced differently, you know, with a apostrophe. What are you saying? Are you saying that if there's an apostrophe, you pause? You pause for an apostrophe? Does anybody pause for an apostrophe? Irene Gellers, like there's more than one of me, or Irene Gellers, like this is my blinker, right? I don't hear a difference.
Unconscionable and it's un-American. I mean, that he wasn't even talking about, like, what, that doesn't make any sense. Either he's an incoherent, senile old man. And
Ben, where have you been the last 6 months, my dude? Where have you been?
He can't finish proper sentences, or...
That's okay. That is what we know already. That is not a new, a pause trophy. Oh my God.
He meant precisely what he said, which is Donald Trump's supporters, plural, are garbage. There's only one way that sentence makes any sense, and that is without the apostrophe every single year.
If you read at a 5th grade level, which would be true of your supporters, but I wouldn't expect of you. I think you read at least at an 8th grade level, Ben.
When Apple releases the new iPhone, the big carriers play that same old game. Sign your life.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay.
Reflect who we are as a nation. That is not true. That is not what he said.
All right, so we're done with Ben Shapiro, and we're going to consolidate the streams now. So if you've been enjoying the stream so far, the stream will continue. I've got more to talk about, including Asmongold, who is back after his ban and trouble at TYT. A little drama at the home of the progressives, as they call themselves. Maybe not the home of the progressives for long. I don't know. Something bad is happening at TYT. We're going to be covering it. If you want to join us, you can go ahead and hit that link. I've got oh my God, I don't know how to spell Twitch, apparently. It's not TWTICH, that's Twitch. It's Twitch, but I spell it weird, so you're just gonna have to accept that. If you want to click that link, you can join us on Twitch. If you want to click the other link, you can join us on YouTube. But either way, the short stream is going away, and the full-scale stream will continue. So click that button to join us if you want to. If not, much love, and thank you so much. Thank you for leaving a like, and thank you for subscribing. It pleases me greatly. Anyway, I will see you all later. All right, so ending that stream. There we go. There we go. So let me read some super chats. Whoa, YouTube is glitching. It's cool though. It's like a Matrix glitch. Yo, that's so cool. I wish I could. Wait, can you see this? No, you can't see the likes on it. All right, I'm putting a like on it, but here, let me do this the right way. Oh no, there's like one that we got a super chat on apparently we got a super chat on Shorts, but I can't read it. It literally won't let me read it. So you must have said something that tricked the auto mod. But thank you, Sucker, for the $2. Yeah, it was like an angry super chat, but I can't read it. Anyway, so yeah, the chosen orange one. Here, let me read some better super chats, all right? There we go. The chosen orange one. Of course, referring to Trump. The Trumpan proletariat, says Thomas Jerome Newton. Hulk Hogan is grape cultures? No uppies? Wait, is there more stuff about Hulk Hogan coming out? I know there's a lot of stuff about Vince McMahon. And Hulk Hogan was one of the biggest dick riders of Vince, right? As far as who told the, who told Vince that they were trying to do a union in the WWE, it was Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan ratted them out. Hulk Hogan is a scab. But anyway, I don't know about grape culture. I didn't know anything about that. Thomas Jerome Newton says, wait, can't get this to work. Can we clip Ben Shapiro admitting to being garbage? We should. We definitely should. But there we go. I gotta add, did I add everything? No, I don't think I have. Okay. We're adding $10 to the dono goal. Again, if you've donated, feel free to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. Let me see what's winning right now, and then we'll get to the Asmongold thing. Looks like Ted Cruz. No, Chat Chooses Violence is winning. Chat Chooses Violence, winning by 6. Ted Cruz at 31%. Korean Granddad at 17%. Gaming, Metaphor Refantasio, or Fallout New Vegas at 15%. So that is your poll right now. Most of you are voting for violence, right? Most of you want to see more sun tint because you didn't get enough of it last night. So we'll double dip into the sun tint today, see what Sunday's got for us. I was pleasantly surprised though, right? It was a very short video last night about Hassan, and it just included terrible editing and Sunday being a freak. I still don't understand. Sunday said that Hassan said a slur, and it is like a word I've never heard of before. I've never heard of this word. Danarchist here. I don't know. Danarchist is here a lot. Yeah, Jesse Ventura came out about Hulk Hogan's union busting activities. Yeah, absolutely, right? So anyway, we got to move on from Ben. We got to see what Asmongold's been up to. I guess I should explain this to you. shouldn't I? Shall we? Oh no. Oh my god. So here's what's going on. Streamer Asmongold, about 2 weeks and some change ago, was banned. He was banned for saying that he thought that Palestinians deserved like G-side, right? I don't want to say it on stream because it's one of those demonetizable words, but that's what Asmongold said, which on one hand, it's a take that a lot of the Destiny adjacent people, the commentary adjacent people, there's a lot of like right-wing to centrist lib streamers that will say stuff like that, but they mostly have the sense not to actually come out and say what Asmongold said, even if they agree with that, even if they think that, right? Mostly they have the sense to stay away from that. But Asmongold, he's just fucking ignorant. Like, he's ignorant and he hangs out with people that are pieces of shit, and his community is garbage. There we go. I'll make the Biden take, okay? And I'm not saying his community members garbage, right? I'm not doing the apostrophe thing. I'm just saying that it's a fucking garbage community. And he's a garbage streamer, and I don't think he can deny this. I think everybody knows that Asmongold is a garbage streamer, and even if half of his house is garbage free right now, right, the rest of it has got all the dirt from the other half of the house. You know, he didn't clean, chat. Spicy take. Asmongold didn't clean during the ban. He moved shit from one half of his house to the other. That's what he did, all right? And he's still a garbage streamer. But while he was offline, he was approached by people who now claim to disagree with his take, right? Destiny and Dan, they're like, oh no, what Asmon said was stupid, right? You know, they claim to disagree, but they reached out to him to let him know that they had his back. And how did they have his back? Well, by going after the person who patiently talked it out with him and actually probably saved him from another 14 days of banning, right? It would have been really easy, and considering what people just got banned for 30 days over hummus, right? It's not too hard to conceive of Asmongold getting a stronger ban than that, right? And he didn't, partially because he went on Hassan's stream and talked it out and said, oh yeah, well I guess that was, you know, kind of walked it back a little bit. Like, Hassan served as a fig leaf for Asmongold, not going after him, not attacking him, not exposing him, but rather saying, you don't really believe this, man. He gave Asmongold an off-ramp, and as thanks, Asmongold is now boosting the hate campaign against Hassan that started after he got banned, because they're so fucking butthurt. They're so fucking butthurt. One of our dudes got banned, but Hassan is still on the platform. No, we can't have that. We can't possibly have that. So yeah, Asmon's been busy since his ban has been over. He's been covering a lot of stuff. We saw a little bit of him reacting to the Dan Saltman video, going over the Slack that of former Twitch employees, and you know, finding that they were apparently not a fan of Asmongold, right? They were talking shit about him on the Slack. So, you know, he's like, oh, this is about me. He's just been signal boosting, right? So get this, right? Asmon goes down, gets banned. Then he has some people reach out to him to support him, right? He goes through his ban, he comes back. Their campaign of hate, their campaign of cancellation, their campaign to silence one of the few voices that is speaking out currently for the Palestinian people, is then boosted by Asmongold. And that's basically what he's been doing, right? You had my back. You said, oh, it's okay, racist boy. I know you didn't really mean the racism. You didn't deserve to be banned. Let's go after Hassan. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty low. This is pretty low of Asmongold. Let's take a look at his latest video. It's called I'm Risking Another Ban. This looks like it is literally going to be about Hassan. Oh no, he's playing Twitcher terrorist. Have you seen this?
There have been a number of quotes and statements made by individuals on this website. It's been a nice 2 days. Yep, it's been a good 2 days. And it's time to take another vacation. You guys ready? Let's start. If they're Muslims, let's call them terrorists. If they're white, I call them mentally ill. If they're from Israel, call them our greatest ally.
Wow, is this all he's doing here? I thought this was going to be... Anyway, that's not hard. That's Hassan. And the actual anti-Semitic ones are going to be Osama bin Laden. Like, this isn't not... It's not a very hard game. Oh my god, is he really just going to sit here and play Twitcher terrorist? Oh, he's going to watch a few clips. Alright, this one's not that great. Let's see if we can find better stuff. But yeah, he's saying that he's risking another ban. He's not.
It's been a crazy couple of weeks.
All right, jumping right in here, the video title says it all. Some people might view it as hyperbole, but it's not. And today I want to talk about how Twitch is Titanicking itself on the iceberg of Hassan Piker, in one of the most spectacular displays of brain-dead decision-making that I've probably ever seen in the world of streaming.
What is this, the upper echelon video? Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of dumb things that happen in the industry, but start to finish, we're watching a business destroy itself in real time. If they don't make substantial changes, that is. And so far, the socio-political atmosphere and corporate environment doesn't seem to be letting them make those changes, which is flat out sinking their public reputation and the entire business model. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of showcasing all the individual clips and naming all the streamers involved because it's a cesspool. There's a website.
There's too many of them. That's the reason why. It would be a 1-hour video.
Site that recently popped up called danclancysucks.com, which has a hefty number of clips.
Yes. So you might recognize this website. It's the reskinned version of Hamasabi.
So there's a whole website that's been made just about, and like, I think it's kind of, I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit for Dan here. Twitch was like this before Dan was the CEO. They were doing the same thing. It's not like Dan is like, all right, turn on anti-Semitism. Let's go. Let's get it started. But, you know, people are not happy about it.
Archived on it for those that want to look.
Yeah.
But for the sake of summary, I'm just going to do a broad strokes outline for the type of things that have been said so people can understand what the political atmosphere on Twitch has now become. Just for clarity, since I already said his name, the epicenter of this problem is a streamer named Hassan Piker, and most of the other people involved are in his direct orbit. Moderators, fans, friends, etc. These people are positioned on the extreme left of the political discourse spectrum, but the term horseshoe theory has probably never been more true in the world of streaming, because this radical sect of the extreme left genuinely harbors anti-Semitic beliefs, loosely disguising those beliefs by simply replacing a couple of key terms and phrases in their everyday dialogue. Again, without...
I think that it's very hard to know when it's happening and when it's not happening. And the problem is that there's a lot of comments. So this is really what happened.
So, chat, you've got condemnatory language, right? Which I could use if I were to say something like Asmongold is a purveyor. Asmongold is a... I'm trying to think of a way to say this, right? If I said that Asmongold is a nasty, dirty guy who lives a nasty, dirty life in a nasty, dirty house, I would be speaking an uncontroversial truth, a truth that not even Asmongold himself would deny. But if I were to de-individualize that statement and say instead, white men live a nasty, disgusting life in their nasty, disgusting houses, right? Like that's which I'm not saying because I don't want to get banned. Do you see how like there's a difference? And like, let me go one step further. All right. Let me take it away from the personal again, right? If I were to say that anarcho-capitalists are cruel and do not care about their fellow human beings, that is an acceptable statement. You might not agree with it, but it's okay for me to say that about an ideology. But if I made that statement about a religious group or an ethnic group, right? Now we're getting into some, like that's racist. That's fucked up. That's bigoted, right? What I'm saying. So the question is whether these people's claim that Zionist is being used as a stand-in for Jewish people is correct or not. And for it to be affirmed as correct, there needs to be some proof. There needs to be strong proof, I'd say. Otherwise, what you're saying is that other ideologies, Marxism, capitalism, libertarian socialism, you can say what you want about these, but Zionism, you're really saying Jewish people. And when you're saying that, you're the one being anti-Semitic. If you're conflating an ideology, right, supportive of an ethno-state with being Jewish, you're the one who's being anti-Semitic. You're the one who's being racist, right? So that's what people are missing. And it's fucking brain rot. And it's also racist, right? We heard yesterday them talking about calling Hassan and Denims, and I can't remember who else, but they were, all people of Middle Eastern background of some kind, calling them the squad. Like, what the fuck is that other than racism? Right? Conflating people with terrorists, with terrorism because of their ethnic and or religious backgrounds, right? That's the racism.
Happens is that because I think that being against Zionism or being against Israel or being critical of Israel, I think that's very fair. And a lot of people think that. But the issue is that when you have a person that uses terms like that, who's also making negative comments about that same group of people, but
yeah, so then you'd need you'd need to find Hassan making a negative comment about Jewish people, right? That's what you're missing, Asmongold.
Lines get muddied and blurred a lot.
Or Dan Clancy, or any of the people that are being accused of anti-Semitism.
And I think that's how you have websites like this and movements like this happen.
Fully going down the rabbit hole. Instead of Jew, they say Zionist, except the term is now indistinguishable because of their blanket usage.
Mm-hmm.
When advocating against Israel in general, they
I have seen this, and I think that you guys have seen this too. We have all experienced.
So yeah, what he said actually was not wrong, right? So look, if you look at Hassan Piker, you can find him saying negative things about Zionism. You can find him saying negative things about Zionists, I'm sure, right? What you're not going to find is Hassan Piker saying negative things about a religion or an ethnicity, right? And so that's how you check that, right? Take another example, Jackson Hinkle, right? You can find him saying blah, 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 Zionist, and you can find him saying blah, 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 Jewish, right? And if we can't hold in our mind the difference between Hassan Piker and Jackson Hinkle, then we truly cannot walk and chew gum at the same time.
Racism, leveling up, I don't even think that we haven't had racism leveling up. It's been an entire new expansion with Twitter. Like, I've seen tweets where it's like, somebody says like, oh, this is how you want to clean your shoes. And then like they get quote retweeted. They say, I'm not listening to a Jew. And then the quote retweet gets like 50,000 likes.
So now you're talking about Twitter, the website of Elon Musk. Yeah? Does Hassan control Twitter as well? What are we saying? What are we saying? How are these two things connected, right? You've got Elon Musk, who, not only does anti-Semitic content pop off on Twitter, not only is anti-Semitic stuff allowed on Twitter, Elon Musk himself has signal boosted great replacement theory stuff, right? Stuff that, conspiracy theories about Jewish people trying to replace white people, with all that's implicit in that statement.
Whole new expansion. Indians are getting it a lot too. Indians are getting farmed nowadays. What the hell did they do?
What did they do? Elon Musk. You said all this shit about Twitter. You haven't said Elon Musk. You've shown us Hassan.
Qualify their calls to violence or extremist.
I'm sorry, this is the video.
As being only against the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force.
Yeah.
But IDF service is mandatory in Israel, and all citizens above the age of 18 serve for at least 2 years, with rare exception. On the subject of conspiracy, this group of political extremists denies the legitimacy of pretty much all atrocities committed on October 7th, blaming Israel for much of that tragedy, if you can believe that, under something called the Hannibal Doctrine. And still further, they directly agree with, support, and platform literal terrorists, or make blank statements against U.S. veterans, wishing that more of them would, quote, get PTSD as a result of their service.
Right, so like they were talking about wait, no, that's not actually what Rogan said. Wasn't it like, I don't feel bad for you? Did she say, I hope you get it? Or
you know what Dan Clancy really needs to do? He needs to do a thing where it's like, instead of banning them, you need to just like make them go on like a mandatory vacation to like Hawaii. Go out there. You know what, Dan? Hang out, like remember, like just chill the fuck out. It's just because it's just such an unhinged. Decompress. Like, just how do you do? Like, what's wrong with you? It's fucking weird. Retirement to touch grass? Yes. Streamer PTO.
Okay.
There's more, a lot more, but the gist of it is that radical anti-Semitism has grown and festered inside the Twitch community to an extreme degree, which is a problem now coming home to roost as the platform suffers under the self-inflicted strain of allowing radical, hateful, and disgusting content to be consistently amplified across the entire website. With that said, community political extremism isn't the only problem Twitch is facing. On the contrary, the mere existence of extremism probably wouldn't have hurt them all that much if it wasn't happening alongside platform moderation failures, and even more severe, openly disprovable lies at a corporate level, which paint the entire business as being complicit with this kind of hateful conduct. See, it turns out that Twitch was deliberately blocking all signups from Israel beginning shortly after the October 7th tragedy, and
the thing about this, like, I don't know, the fucking brain rot industrial complex that's spitting out all this shit, is it, like, it's competent at creating a narrative. It's not competent at understanding anything, more complicated than U.S. good, Muslim bad. Israel good. Israel ally to U.S. Israel good. And so it's kind of, you don't really know when you're being gaslit. You don't know when they know better. And you don't know where you're really talking to a brick wall, which a lot of times you are. but the trappings of nuance, the trappings of rational thinking, the trappings of logic and reason are all around this stuff. And yet the actual substance of those things is noticeably absent.
When apologizing for this, the company stated, quote, "We temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continued to see signups from both regions. Users could choose to sign up with phone verification. We've learned that, inadvertently, we did not re-enable email verification signups for either region," end quote. However, multiple first-hand accounts and code snapshots of the website itself dispute that claim, showing that phone verification was also not working, and that Twitch had seemingly decided to blanket ban the sign-up process.
So again, they want to make this simple, slam dunk, right? It was all banned. It was all banned. They did it on purpose. They did it on purpose, right? You have people disputing this. You have people talking about signing up during this period. You have other people who say that they couldn't sign up, and guess what? Unless you got a time machine, there is no way to check.
Completely. Keep in mind,
banning everybody from Israel.
And he just swallows it. He just swallows it because they omitted the fact that it was not just everybody from Israel. It was people from the West Bank and Gaza as well. And he also admitted the fact that there are more than just Jewish people living in Israel. Yeah. But in his mind, Israel equals Jew equals anti-Semitism. It's easy. It's easy.
Well,
I guess they're anti-Semitic then.
That's a bit of an oopsie. For a year. Yep.
None of this is happening in a vacuum. Twitch has been widely criticized for years over unfair, highly biased moderation efforts, where some streamers will be selectively banned while others receive no punishment.
There we go. So we're bringing it back to Destiny. Oh my God, we're butthurt that Destiny got banned, and other streamers would not receive a ban, but some streamers did.
Whatsoever for equal or substantially worse infractions. The terms of service has been unevenly enforced, categorically, and the wider community has no actual indication of how they should act, beyond a general sentiment that left-leaning political extremism is totally okay, and anything right of
It's so weird, their idea of left-leaning political extremism, right? If you say that Palestinians are people, you're a left-wing extremist. That's some wild shit right there. That's some wild shit, right?
Why Twitch is never going to be able to ban extremism. Because people that are part of these like fringe political groups think that what their extremism is not extreme. They don't think that they're being extreme.
How about this? It's only extreme to you because your brain has got worms in it. They're eating through the gray and white matter and making little holes, and it's hard for you to know what the fuck you're talking about at any given time.
This is the reason, and this is the problem that they're going to run into with like trying to use language like, oh, we're going to ban extremist language.
What I'm saying is that your rat alarm clock is no longer working. It is no longer ticking.
Because if they ban extremist language, who decides which language is extreme?
Maybe I think French is extreme. Maybe other people think German is extreme. Have you ever heard Norwegian? That sounds pretty extreme.
That's very dangerous.
I mean, maybe your language is extreme according to the Swedish chef from Sesame Street.
Is at risk, and whether or not that impression is actually true doesn't really matter, because that's what people think, and that's what their actions have been clearly showing. Here's the thing. Being a biased platform doesn't mean your business has to fail, but Twitch is in a uniquely bad position here because they don't have content moderation systems at scale. The best comparison here is probably YouTube. Well, obviously YouTube, which experienced an adpocalypse a number of years ago. Actually, multiple adpocalypses spread across a number.
Do you want to know how to make a...
And like, look, the thing about the adpocalypse is, does anybody know where this came from? Because the difference between, I think the difference, I'm assuming the difference, if there's an adpocalypse on Twitter, you can chalk it up to Destiny being salty about being banned. Now, why was Destiny banned? Well, my friends, I can actually show you. Wait, can I show you?
This is the clip that I was
Wait, no, I can't. This is like literally, I should use my brain here. Right? If this is the clip that Destiny got banned for, then I can't show it on Twitch. God damn. I can describe it. Steven here, for some reason, called trans people inbred. I think that's what it was. Wait, oh my god, I wish I could check. I would love to be able to check. Transcript. Let's take a look at the transcript. Which is like listen, like I said, there's tropes that I'm familiar with. There's a lot of tropes for trans people. Destroyed. Okay. I'll read you what he said. Again, apologies that I can't show you, but he literally got banned for this. I'm gonna have to strike a few words too. But your one-on-one voice trans debates lately have gone well. Don't cancel. It's not worth it. It's that community, so he's talking about the trans community, is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it like it's to risk. It's to the risk of me ending up getting permabanned and my life destroyed because of these. And then he describes trans people with the words that I previously said. So the word that starts with an I, which again, I've never heard this trope. Like, I've always only heard this word applied to like racial tropes, right? Disgusting. Anyway, he then proceeds to call trans people disgusting losers and say it's like, it's not worth it. It's totally not worth it. I'm in danger. I've said way worse stuff than that. Okay, anyway. So yeah, that's why he was banned. And I can't figure out what I can't figure out, right? Because I always thought it was the subhuman thing. He'd said that before, right? He'd talked about Demon Mama before on my stream. So I guess risking my stream as well, right? And the word that he'd used was subhuman. When I asked him why he was like using I mean, like, that's literally a word that Nazis use, right? And I'm like Steven, of all the fucking things you could say, why subhuman? And his explanation was that, well, you're not allowed to call people fat, you're not allowed to call people ugly, you're not allowed to call people dumb. So if I just use a general word for bad that doesn't apply to any group, right? That the idea was that, like, you call people fat, that's fat phobic. You call people gay, that's homophobic, right? But subhuman doesn't apply to any specific group of people. And so there, and it's just like, you get how ignorant this motherfucker is, right? There's no historical precedent that you can think of for calling people subhuman, for calling specific groups of people subhuman, even as a way of just dehumanizing. You can't, your brain doesn't go back to, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. Who else called people subhuman? I can't remember. Oh yeah, Hitler. I'm sorry. Was it Hitler? It was Hitler. So anyway, that's why Destiny says that he's finally been given the clip of why he was banned. I don't know whether to, is he right about this? Was this really why he was banned? The fact that I can think of like at least 3 possibilities, like 3 different clips of that could have gotten him permabanned, shows you how dangerously he was living and how much he was flouting the rules. So
a lot of people on YouTube really mad. Talk about how the Holocaust happened.
Of years.
Oh my God. What a brain.
But in response, YouTube built out an entire system.
Sorry, guys. You actually thought I was going to make, it was going to be like more than a few days before I started making jokes like that? No. It's
Joey Dope says, do you think that he thinks all, no, I don't. I don't think that he thinks that. That's why it's so weird that he said it. That's why it's so weird that he said it. Right? I would love to have a theory, a working model of what the fuck was going through Steven's mind. Again, like I said, when he said that subhuman shit about Demon Mama, he was actually on my stream. And I just don't get why his brain works like that. And at some time, here's what's so confusing. Here's the paradox of destiny. He's a very curious-minded guy. If you happen in on his stream any day, there's a good chance that he's going to be researching something. And yeah, maybe it's on Wikipedia. Maybe it's something that he only has a cursory interest in. Maybe it's only to win a debate, right? But he does tend to be a curious person. And the fact that he never would have come across like the main use, the main historically relevant use of the word subhuman, where does that come from? It boggles my mind. It boggles my mind. And the only thing I can possibly think of is that he's lying to me when he says that because he thinks that, well, that's not attached to any, he's bullshitting me. He's blowing smoke up my ass, and he's doing a take-meister. He's saying something purposefully inflammatory in the hopes that the reaction to this inflammatory language is going to bring attention to his stream, to his content, etc., etc. That's the only explanation I can come up with for why somebody, like I said, that inbred thing is not a thing I've ever heard anyone say. People say a lot of shit about trans people. A lot of wild shit about trans people, right? But inbreeding is not one that I've ever heard before. And I'm just wondering, like, where did he even get it? Where did it come from? Joey Dope says, I think that he would just use that as an insult for all sorts of groups. But see, like, it's not a random insult, Joey. It's a very specific insult, right? A weirdly specific insult, you might say.
Immediately. We're so fucking back. I'm ready. I'm ready to go again, man.
Where they can selectively classify content to different categories, such as ad safe, limited advertising, or demonetized. That system.
See, Joey, what you might not realize is that you're making arguments right now for why not, right? And my question isn't disputing the why not. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like randomly putting words together to make a sentence, then yeah, you got a point. Why not? Okay, sure. But my question is why? What is the positive argument? What is the reason? What is the rationale? What would make someone think like that? Why would that come up as you're putting together a sentence? You're like, I'm mad at this group of people because I feel like I can't do debates with them because I'll get permabanned and canceled. What shall I refer to them as? Oh, I know. Inbred.
Sucks in a lot of different ways, and you're not going to catch me praising it, but its rudimentary purpose is at the very least functional, because it allows content to exist on the website that is shocking or provocative or unsafe for brands, with air quotes there, without destroying the collective advertising potential of the entire platform.
Wow, Twitch moderation seems to have a problem with the word. Here in the UK, we use it to describe some poor people. And while, like, in reality, there probably are... there probably are like a number of trans people, a significant number of trans people who suffer from economic deprivation. That's not a stereotype. That's what's weird about it. I'm not saying weird as in like, oh, sussing him out as a bigot. I'm saying it's weird as in like literally why? Literally, where did you get that? Literally, why would you say that, right? But yeah, I mean, like you say that shit about any group of people and you're risking a ban.
What it does, basically, it's really simple, right? They just put they don't want to put advertisements on things that advertisers don't want to be on, like fucking obviously, right? That's why like YouTube has like so many different distinctions of like, is this made for kids or not? Or like, you know, what type of content is this? Or like, what section is this supposed to be a part of? Yeah, it's just how it is.
Let me explain a little bit better here. YouTube, through Google, allows pretty much anyone to advertise on their platform. $100, $1,000, $1 million, doesn't matter, because you can just sign up and use their advertising portal to run campaigns and just give your own stuff, fill out the information, click, run, done. This has a variety of problems associated, like scammers and fraudsters running tens of thousands of ads across the platform, which I've covered extensively in the past. Shout out to Guardio, by the way, for protecting Chrome users from all of that phishing and malware website trash. And I directly contribute to their threat database myself, so I recommend it to viewers.
Is this an ad?
wholeheartedly. I'll have a link down below to their service. But
Okay,
anyway,
yeah, it is.
Despite being an imperfect system, YouTube and Google's advertising pipeline, combined with their ability to let advertisers choose where their content will be shown, makes it so that the website can realistically have everything from kid-friendly nursery rhymes to certain political extremism without threatening the entire advertiser ecosystem. Yeah, Twitch doesn't have that. It has none of that.
Twitch, actually, this is a huge problem that Twitch has, because the Amazon ad system, and like this is a macro level problem that actually doesn't just have to do with Twitch. The Amazon ad system, like, so if you were to compare like the quality, right? If you have Amazon versus Google, this is Google's ad system.
So we're going to take a long time to talk about, apparently, Google versus Amazon's ad system. The basic TLDR is that Google's ads are specific to two things, right? One, the kind of content that you're watching, and two, the profile that Google has of you as a user. So, you know, it's not 100%. I mean, I've gotten served ads in languages that I don't speak, so obviously, you know, Google has some misses as well, right? But whereas on Twitch, the ads that are on any channel are not specific like to at all, right? They could be specific in a number of different ways, right? They could be specific to the user. They could be specific to even just the category, right? Imagine that, the category, like just chatting versus politics versus World of Warcraft, right? There's going to be like associations with areas of interest and products, and they're not taking advantage of that, and I'm not sure why. So as a result, ads that get, if you make an ad buy on Twitch, your ads are going to be on everyone and anyone's channel. There's no discrimination. There's no the only thing that the closest thing I could think of is you know, if you're, I don't know, do people get demonetized? Maybe you could get ads taken off altogether. But again, part of Twitch's revenue model is to put ads on things.
It's probably a bit too big. That's Amazon's ad system. So Amazon started.
You never got an ad to see a Matt Walsh movie on Twitch. Yeah, good point, Lei Fang.
Started, you know, experimenting with tags on Twitch maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. And the reason
I still don't know. I put random. No, it's not random tags, but like I feel like there's probably a better way to use tags. Although Twitch chat, if you're there, let me know in chat. All right, what do you use to search for content? Do you use your follows list? Just look up and down your follows list, see something cool, click on it. Do you use categories? Do you click on a category? Do you click on a game to find stuff? Do you use tags? I'm kind of curious how many people use tags, because I feel like it's not that many, but I could be wrong.
Reason why this is really bad. So think about it, like if you're an advertiser and you're selling makeup, do you want your ads playing next to videos for Space Marine 2?
Okay, now, Asmongold, I kind of resent the implication that no girls like Space Marine 2. All right? First of all, and this is the problem. This is the problem. And whatever you call these guys, right? Whatever you call guys like Asmongold, you gotta admit that they seem to have a territorial claim towards certain media, right? And the expectation that that media is going to cater to them, to guys like them specifically. And if there's ever a time in which it doesn't, well, I mean, this is just this is Sweet Baby Inc.'s work, right? This is the work of the woke.
No.
Tags helped you find me. Okay, so people do use tags. Okay. Thank you, Undying Machine. Thank you for that. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I guess all I have to gauge Amazon, user behavior by is the behavior that I exhibit, and most of the time I'll look through my follows, the things that I follow, and then there's also recommendations. I sometimes look through those for new stuff. I don't think I've looked. Yeah, it feels like it's hard to search through categories or tags, but maybe some people do. Rob MC says it really depends on what I'm looking for. I don't use tags though. Lee Fang says I used to use recommended for you a lot, but they did away with it on the. Oh, okay. So you don't get that on mobile. It's not on mobile. Utana says I just use my recommendations. Yeah. So recommendations are worthwhile.
No, you don't. You don't want to have, because yes, no, you don't. You don't want to have your ads playing this too. You want to have it being playing next to like other girls putting on makeup or something like that.
That's right. Girls only like girly stuff, like putting on makeup. Boys like boy stuff, like Space Marine, and ne'er the twain shall meet. Of course, Asmongold, you're such a genius.
Right? Like female focused.
Female people like feminine stuff. And if you want to advertise for that, you got to do it like, anyway.
Content, which is what makes sense. So that's why Google AdSense is so strong. And
that's why they got to advertise the makeup on the Barbie game. And they got to advertise the holster for like concealed carry on the Space Marine game, right? Yeah.
Effective is because of the ability of Google to target ads to stronger and more convertible, right? It's like if you're selling an ad to 1,000 people, you'd want to sell it to people that are the highest probability to be activatable on that ad. Google does that so much better than Amazon. Think about it like this. If you go on Twitch, it doesn't matter what channel you go on, you get the exact same ads, don't you?
Yes.
But the content's totally different. Think about how much less valuable that is. Think about it from an advertiser point of view.
Wait, how is the Daily Coast pronounced? It's Coast, right? He pronounces it wrong? Does he call it the Daily Costs?
Yes.
In order for people to advertise on Twitch through Amazon, they need a direct relationship with the company.
I didn't know that the Daily Coast was still around.
And a massive initial ad spend to even qualify.
Yep.
Twitch advertising doesn't come.
Rob MC says Asmongold's understanding of ads has not progressed past what appears on children's cartoons.
From regular businesses and everything.
Whereas on Google, if you want to advertise on Google, all you need is a shed and a fake cryptocurrency, stream, and suddenly you're advertising under all the best YouTube videos.
People. It comes from large clients
YouTube isn't
who run
perfect
huge
either.
amounts of money through the platform, and all of those ads show up on every single valid stream.
Yeah.
This is a problem, because when a small subset of the creator community goes down this kind of extremist rabbit hole, brands are
He calls it costs?
now having their ads shown
Daily cost? That is funny.
alongside literal terrorist amplification, which is a completely unappealing prospect for them. And to make it all worse,
That's one way to say it.
broader community on Twitch is acutely aware of this.
It's a game of associations. It's a ship of Theseus. Y'all know what the ship of Theseus is? It's like a thought experiment, all right? The idea is this, all right? You're Theseus. You set a sail on a ship. And as you sail your ship, parts of your ship break. But it's okay because there's shipwrecks around, and for every piece of your ship that breaks, you're able to find a piece to replace it. And you're handy. You're handy with your tools because you're Theseus. And so you replace every piece of the ship as it breaks. And you're out to sea for a long, long time. It's a long way to the Isle of what is it, the Isle of Minos that you're going to? And over that course of that time, you end up subbing out every single piece of the ship with a piece of a shipwreck, with another ship, okay? So the question, the thought experiment, the question that's asked is, when you land in Minos, after having completely changed every single piece of the ship, every piece of wood, every nail, every mast, everything, right? Every rope, everything's changed, right? The anchor's different, everything's different, right? Are you in the same ship? Is this still the ship of Theseus, or has this transformed into a new ship? And, you know, the answer on a literal sense is like, yeah, that the ship that you got into the water on is gone. You're on a different ship, all right? But maybe to the untrained eye, it appears that it's still the ship of Theseus, right? So these arguments that are like X is like Y and Y is like that, like the way that you go from Hassan interviewed a kid from Yemen who does TikToks, and one of the TikToks he goes out on a ship, funny enough, on a little boat, goes out to a like a large shipping what do you fucking call these ships? A large shipping boat, right? That's been taken over by Ansar Allah, right? And is now serving as kind of a war monument. It's sitting there almost as a tourist attraction for people to go out to. And he goes out and he makes a TikTok of himself going on the ship, etc., right? You have to be like, okay, so he's Yemeni, and Yemen is where the Houthis are, and the Houthis are terrorists. And I saw him with a gun once. And he made some harsh tweets about Zionists on Twitter, which is kind of like violent, and the Houthis are the terrorists are violent. So that, like, you gotta really, it's mental gymnastics to get to this connection. But honestly, I feel like there's actually an underlying connection that's stronger. It's not as logical, but it's stronger, and it's the association of you know, brown people in the Middle East with terrorism, right? That is a movie that I saw sometime in my childhood, and I still have this, you know, association there. That's really what's at work underneath the hood. But the logic that they present to you is a series of conflations, a series of X is like Y, that really just gets you to make a statement that is objectively false, but that feels like it's logically arrived at. Do you get me? Does that make sense?
And now weaponizing it against them. There are multiple.
I think that people don't actually care about the terrorist propaganda. I know this might sound crazy for me to say. I know some people do. But I think that what really gets a lot of people is the fact that people perceive there to be a double standard. People hate double standards. It's like, so
they don't mind the terrorist stuff. They just want Destiny back.
McDonald thing, right? Like, people hate double standards and hypocrisy more than oftentimes the action themselves, because it's an insult to the individual person that is witnessing it, because it's insulting their intelligence, making them think that it's not happening.
Very large-scale communities who have now explicitly begun calling for advertisers to be contacted. And this is where I myself get a little bit mixed on the issue, because that's a pretty scary thing to see happen as a creator. As a side story here, I've had that happen to me before, where a journalist spent like 6 months going around emailing advertisers and trying to get me and a few other creators as well demonetized. So regardless of who I see targeted by this, the idea of going after sponsors and ads, in my opinion, is a little bit dicey. However,
it's very the best way for you to monetize as a content creator is to be funded directly by your audience. I made a video about this in 2017, and it turned.
Oh my God, this is starting to get boring.
And it's not really too big of a difference, but really, you have never typed one message, and this is the first thing you had to say.
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for contributing to my throne, contributing to getting that speed editor.
The fuck out of here. Anyway, what was I saying? I forgot.
Personal feelings are somewhat...
Oh my God. I'm sorry. If you can't keep track of what you're even talking about, why am I watching you, Asmongold? All right, let's see if there's anything else to be gleaned. Any more juice to be squeezed out of his account.
I'm sorry, but not see just means you're not seeing their point of view.
Is that what it means, Asmongold?
It doesn't, like, you realize the Nazis used, like, Jewish people for, like, medical experiments and, like, killed them all systematically, right? Like, not even Holocaust, right? They used them for, like, medical experimentation. Like, to compare some guy that's, like, some redneck who thinks that, like...
Yeah, and there's logic by which they arrived there. Yeah, I think, wow, did you just come in at this exact moment, Timaeus? That's wild. So we watched a little bit of this yesterday. Nazi just means you do not see my point of view. Like, what?
He doesn't want, like...
I mean, he's trying to make the argument that Nazis overused and that...
...illegals coming into the country to a Nazi? What an insult to Nazis. What an insult to the people that fought.
Again, like I said, so there's a logic. There's a logic that you use to arrive at, I don't want immigrants, right? And it's not logic that's like, I want what's best for my country. It's actually, I'm willing to see my country harmed economically for the sense that these people are poisoning the blood, or they are violent, or they are dangerous, or they are diseased. All the fucking arguments that you get around immigration, right, that are justifying Donald Trump's plan for mass deportation. For mass deportation. For ideas that would necessitate concentrating undocumented immigrants into camps. What is that called again when you concentrate people? Chat, I can't remember. What is it called when you concentrate people into a camp-like structure? John Oliver talked about this last episode. I haven't seen that.
Not against them. Oh my God, it's terrible. I really think that the problem too is that there are legitimate people that are Nazis now, and they just get, Nazi. Everybody.
That's true. That's true. There's people. So the ADL. Let's take the ADL for instance. The ADL had a problem with Elon Musk retweeting an actual Nazi, blaming immigration on Jewish people, as if it was some kind of a cabal, some kind of a plan, a secret, agenda, right? So Elon did this. The ADL had a problem with it, and Elon actually used his leverage to get the ADL back on his side. And part of how he did it was talking up Israel. And it turned out that the current leadership of the ADL cared more about a pro-Israel bent from a CEO of a platform than they did about actual Nazi rhetoric, of which the Great Replacement is, right? It's classic anti-Semitism, right? When you hypothesize about Jewish people, plotting in secret to bring in immigrants, or there's another one where they blame Jewish people for the existence of gay people. It's like all the other bigotries are kind of like anti-Semitism is like the spoke of the wheel of bigotry, right? And it always, like, all these fucking theories tend to lead back. But again, like, when you're more concentrated, as the ADL is, on students protesting to stop the death and destruction in Gaza, when that's where you see anti-Semitism, and you don't see anti-Semitism in a former president admiring the German Nazi generals, admiring Hitler, right? You don't see, that's not Nazism, that's not fascism, that's not dangerous. We're not going to talk about that. And the ADL has not said shit about that. Then that is a truly dangerous situation. So in a weird way, Asmongold's right, but he also doesn't know what he's talking about. He's right by accident. He's right about something he doesn't quite understand.
Says that. It's like the boy who cried wolf. It's a huge issue. The phrasing, yes. You have to remember, a lot of people don't believe that's real. Well, no, that's a separate group of idiots. So I just think that it's very problematic that so many people like using these, like, they like using language. Like, I have a problem with, like, the words like slavery, Nazi. I feel like those are the two main ones that I could say, like, come off, like, right off the top of my head. Like, those two words, I think, are overused in a way that is extremely harmful, because I think it delegitimizes and it waters down the genuine effect of what it is. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a really big problem. Woke is overused. I think woke and DEI is overused too. You're right about that. But, like, woke and DEI don't have, like, a really bad historical context. And so, like, that's not really as big of an issue. You feel like the banhammer's getting closer and closer reacting to content? Oh, sure, right? You misspoke, it's going to get clipped. I don't think I misspoke. I was saying, about the insult to Nazis? Well, yeah, they're way worse. Fucking obviously, yes. They're way fucking worse. All I'm saying is that don't water these words down. I think this is a very fair thing to say.
Get a whiff of Gamergate these days, I just tune out. Not even remotely worth my time, or even worth considering it. There's, like, I have a lot more. The Slack only has retention for 90 days, but we've been, this guy had been saving it for a while. So we have more stuff going back, but I still have to filter through more of the stuff. I just wanted to push something out quickly.
So there's more? Thank God. That's going to be another video. Oh, thank God. Yes. All righty. This is the gift that keeps on giving. This is insane.
Chat, should we do the I'm trying to decide if we should do I promised you, I've been telling you that I want to show you some election coverage, the polls, the numbers, the current state of the race. Are we interested in that?
I got the feeling, I got the itch that Twitch was...
That's sounding a lot more interesting than Asmongold at the moment.
Thinking of putting out a new statement. Here's something I do want to put across to people. I am recommending that if you see ads playing anywhere on Twitch, until Dan Clancy steps down, and this is his responsibility, I highly recommend that you let these companies know who they're supporting with this type of shit. It's easy to do. Like, if you see an ad for A&W root beer, go to LinkedIn, type in A&W marketing, and you'll find the guy in charge of marketing. And then you just go to anymailfinder.com, type in A&W.com and the guy's name, and you drop him an email. And you send him a video of the ad playing in front of whatever fucking insane content happens to be going on at the time. Or you just say, hey, I want to let you know that your ad is on this site that currently banned Jews for a year. And the ban would still be in fucking place today, by the way. Don't forget that. Don't forget the fact that Twitch didn't remove this ban out of the graciousness of their heart. They removed the ban.
Yeah, it got called out.
Because enough people finally told them. For the entire year, you had people in Israel constantly emailing them, doing user voice tickets, tweeting at them, making threads in our Reddit. And you know what happened to all of that? Deleted, ignored, sent to trash ban, generic response. That's what happened for all of that. They knew, and if they didn't know, they're incompetent. For a year, it would still be in place. And you know what's even more fucked up? I know for a fact that if I didn't and moan and do all this bullshit. And Ethan didn't speak up, and other people didn't speak up, and the congressmen haven't spoken up, that just one day, and maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, the ban would just silently be removed. No one would know, except for a few Twitch engineers. Well, we know now.
Well, there it is. So they're talking about me.
If you see
it's crazy how... I mean, were they talking about other people too? Sorry. I do this fucking thing where I breathe.
The thing that Asmongold doesn't get is that, like, there's like a lot of people that don't like him. In fact, I would say that there's people that like him less than I like him, and I don't like him very much.
Thing that I'm drinking.
They are such snitches, Utana.
Really bad.
You like inhale it? Yeah, I can. That's relatable. This is the only reason Asmongold gets watched is because he's relatable.
Really bad. Shouldn't do that. Anyway, yes. I wonder, so are they talking about other streamers like this all the time? Is it just me? Am I the fucking Voldemort here? What the
kind of.
hell? They're
basically
talking about this about me constantly. It's insane. I really like I'm in shock. I'm in shock there's this much like open conversation about me. I think that a lot of this is calling into question the way that Twitch does suspensions and how people are treated by Twitch. And I think it's going to happen more. Exasperated when you look down, you swallow, less likely to happen. I think I'm just an idiot. I think that's what it is. They hate so much. It's insane. I guess so. Jesus Christ. Search XQC in the search tab. He's also shadow banned. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, well, what's going on?
I mean, it could be that you're having trouble breathing because your house is still half filled with decaying mold and other like airborne pathogens. I don't know. Just a guess, though. All right, so like I said, I do want to show you, I do want to check in on the polls really quickly. Let's do that now. Let's go ahead and do that now. As far as our poll, though, wait, yeah, that's the first one that I need to check. People are still, oh, well, look at that. Ted Cruz gets weird about trans people, is now winning with 34%. Chat chooses violins at 32%, Korean Granddad rides a boar at 20%, and gaming at 14%. Vote if you haven't already. It's on the YouTube stream. Go ahead and vote and give the stream a like if you can, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. You can also, when you donate, just know that you can let me know in the chat. In fact, if I've missed yours, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as our next bonus content, and we'll be doing that as soon as we hit 100%, which we're at 80% right now, so it could happen soon. Wonder if Asmon has got COPD. I mean, I hope not. All right, so we're gonna once again press the magic buttons. Press the magic buttons. Press them, cause wait. Press the magic buttons. Okay, I gotta press the buttons. There we go. Button, and button. That is not how that button's supposed to do. Not again. Okay, one more time. Okay, now there's no sound. Great. That's how it's supposed to work without the technical difficulties. All right, so let's take a look here with Asmongold. We're actually going to be talking about elections now. We're going to be talking about the current presidential election, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Some things have changed recently. And
welcome back to today's video. Today is Wednesday, October.
Not that one. We're gonna start
welcome back to today's video. Today is Monday, October 28th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about a brand new ABC News Ipsos national poll showing Kamala Harris regaining a larger lead from where she was before after a whole new set of data points have come in across the country showing early voting data in a positive place for Democrats across the race. Looking at states like Georgia that have now reached over 50% of their 2020 election turnout. I kid you not, the highest turnout election of the 21st century, the highest turnout election we have seen in over 100 years was the 2020 presidential, in which we saw massive returns for the Democratic Party across a number of battleground states. The higher the turnout was, the better.
So this is an ABC Ipsos poll that seems to be a national popular vote poll. So what it's going to give you is it's going to give you the current differential in the popular vote. Now, understand this. Our elections are not decided in the United States by the popular vote. Maybe they should be, but they currently are not. They're decided by something called the Electoral College. You can see up on the map to the right, that looks like, oh my gosh, is that, what is that? What year is that one from? Is that like 2012 or something like that? I don't know, Chad. That's not what this one looks like. That's not what this year looks like. But anyway, the states in red are marked so because the Republicans have won those states. The states in blue are marked so because the Democrats have won those states. And each of these states, depending on its population, has a given number of electors that it then sends to the Electoral College, and the person that has 270 or more of these electors wins. Now, there is also the off chance that it can end up 269, in which case the Congress decides the results.
The results were for the party at large, and even though many battleground states were still just as competitive as they historically might be, the results are generally good, when the trend lines show that younger voters are turning out at a higher rate, that the return ballots for Democrats and Republicans are starting to return to their normal of 2016 and 2012, and that election day numbers might actually be quite positive for the Democrats as well. What we're also seeing too is that data points like this one from ABC News and Ipsos, which actually nailed the 2012 election, an election that arguably feels. What election does this feel like? A lot of Democrats would say 2008, a lot of Republicans would say 2016. Arguably, this feels a lot more like 2012, where the numbers here are pretty inconsistent. If you remember back in the 2012 election, I know that we didn't cover it because I was...
Yeah, 2012, that's what I was guessing. That's what I thought the map looked like.
In elementary school in the 2012 election, but...
This would have been Romney versus Obama.
If you take a look at the data points right up until the election, the numbers weren't actually pretty clear. They weren't clear really at all. That that Barack Obama would be winning the election in this cycle. You can take a look at a lot of what the prediction maps were, what people had expected for nationwide and statewide polling, and you can see that there were actually some major missteps in it in the final stretch of the campaign. Now, what we saw was that very similar to this cycle, Barack Obama had a pretty substantive lead over Mitt Romney going into September. And then the debates happened, when Mitt Romney did far better than Barack Obama based on what the polls had told us. And generally speaking, by the time we had reached October, we had seen that Mitt Romney had pretty much collapsed Barack Obama's lead to a point where he took a lead and advantage nationwide for about 2 weeks in the 2012 election. Now, if you remember, you will see that the statewide and national polls have tightened a bit, but never once has Donald Trump taken the national lead in the head-to-head generic or popular vote polls, and that's because Kamala Harris has been maintaining a pretty strong advantage over Donald Trump. Now, when it comes down to 2012, and the reason why I find it to be very interesting is because ABC News and Ipsos did things right in 2012. In their final poll, they found that Barack Obama led by roughly 3 points nationwide, and Barack Obama ended up winning nationwide by roughly 3.9%. Now, 3.9% nationally translated to Democrats winning in the Electoral College with 332 electoral votes. In 2020, however, Barack Obama was not on the ballot, and Joe Biden was, his VP. In 2020, Joe Biden won by 4.5% nationally and won less Electoral College votes. But now in 2020...
Yeah, and then lest we remember that in 2016, Hillary Clinton actually won the popular vote by more than 2 million votes and still managed to lose the Electoral College, right? You can also look back to 2020 for a similar election, although I think Gore's margin was a little lower.
The national numbers are looking like they might be closer to 2000.
But that means that we've had 2 elections in the current century in which the winner of the popular vote was not the winner of the Electoral College. Usually these things correspond.
in order for Democrats to win some of these battleground states rather than 2020 or arguably even 2016, where the difference between the national popular vote and some of these swing states was pretty great and a bit of a difficulty for Hillary Clinton to win many of the battlegrounds in a way that it isn't as much of a difficulty for Kamala Harris to do so in some of these data points. And ABC News and Ipsos also does show, similar to some of the other data that we've seen that has shown ties nationwide or 1 or 2 point leads, is that a lot of the growth for Donald Trump's support has come from regions of the country that are largely inconsequential for the overall electoral college map. Allow me to explain. When you take a look at a state like New York, the most recent New York Times Siena College poll said that in New York City, we see that Kamala Harris is up 33 points. Now, at initial face value, you'd say that's good. But then you compare it to 2020 and 2016, where Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden won it by 40 to 45 points. Massive, massive margins in New York City. Wasn't even competitive, and still it really isn't with 33 points. But it does show that in one of the most populous cities in the nation, the margin of victory there for Kamala Harris is reduced quite a bit in comparison to Biden, to Clinton, to Obama. And because it's a massive chunk of the population, after all, roughly 1 in 12 Americans are from New York State, you're going to find that these voters here do make up a significant chunk of the national electorate. And so that can sort of explain why you'll find polls like the New York Times and Siena College, which actually is a good example. They recently found a nationwide tie between Harris and Trump, and yet in the battleground states, they see that Kamala Harris leads in 4 out of the 7. Well, if this was 2016 or even 2020, Donald Trump would lead in 7 out of the 7, but that's not where we are as a nation. And looking back to
we're talking about the swing states.
That point in 2012, the reason I draw this comparison is because even looking at the statewide polling data points, in terms of the states that were within the margin of error, just take a look at some of the states that were polled. Take a look at a state like New Hampshire. Take a look at a state like Wisconsin, state like Pennsylvania, state like Virginia, state like Ohio, Florida, Iowa, Colorado, all states that were polling within the margin of error, either had Romney up by a point, Obama up by a point, but well within a reasonable expectation that the map could go either way. And yet Barack Obama won every single state that was in the margin of error with the exception of North Carolina. And yet the expectations were that Romney would get some, Obama would get some, and it would be a total toss-up. And for a while, it seemed like that in 2012.
So yeah, that's important to remember, right? We've got 7 states that are swing states. Most of them are pretty close, and I would have said all of them just a few days ago, but the latest polling data shows that Wisconsin and Michigan have turned heavily for Kamala Harris, whereas Pennsylvania is still neck and neck. It's still 50-50. Pennsylvania is kind of the most important state of the swing states, right? Because it's got 20 electoral votes, right? Which is more than North Carolina's 15, or Michigan's 16, or Georgia's 16, or Arizona and Nevada having 11 and 6, respectively, right? This is the keystone state. Is ironically or not so ironically the key to this election, perhaps, right?
But this cycle, this 2024 cycle, feels a lot like this one. Now, I'm not here to say that Kamala Harris is going to win the presidency today. My most recent election prediction gives Donald Trump a second term for the first time since he was running against Biden. So Kamala Harris, is, based on my own electoral map, is at a pretty low point when it comes down to electoral college victory, but is still within a very competitive range. I've decided to take away the swing state status of all of these states to really ground ourselves in what this turning of the tides really does mean in polls like this one nationwide. Because they actually have provided us a really helpful tool here. I love it when polls do these things like the trackers that show you how over time the numbers have changed. And you can see pretty clearly that in August...
So this is our latest poll, which gives her a 4-point advantage over Donald Trump. Remember, though, this is popular vote.
When it was Kamala Harris.
The overall trend, not necessarily indicative of the state of the race in the various swing states.
Tim Walz, it had just been announced. The nationwide data points said that it was Kamala Harris at 49, Donald Trump at 45. Then we saw at the end of the month, Kamala Harris started to expand, 51 to 46. Then again, after that first presidential debate, 51 to 46, okay? About a 5-point difference between the candidates. Then in early October, it narrowed. And this was in line with a lot of the other data that we were seeing. The national numbers were tightening, the statewide numbers were getting better for Trump, and it didn't seem like the direction was moving in favor of Kamala Harris. But then came out the ABC News and Ipsos poll that was released and conducted through the 22nd that showed Kamala Harris up 4 points nationally. Now, 4 points is not larger than where she was at the end of August or where she was in mid-September, but it's a lot better.
And also, I want to point out, this was taken on the 22nd, so it doesn't reflect any reaction positive or negative from the Madison Square Garden debacle from Trump. It's still unclear how that's going to shake out. The news cycle has been that, at first Trump has a really big rally. It sounds good for Trump. Democrats are calling it a Nazi rally. A lot of people don't understand why. They don't know the history of Madison Square Garden in America First type events, and the fact that it's been literally used for a Nazi rally before, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. That redounds in the favor of the Republicans. Then you've got almost the fulfillment of that prophecy. The crazy Dems calling it a Nazi rally. Well, it turns out there's a lot of racism at the rally expressed by Trump's supporters, expressed by the supporters that Trump's brought to speak. So that sort of redounds in the Dems' favor. And then more recently, Biden's clapback at that contained what sounded like a description of Republican voters as garbage, right? So, and now Trump's in a garbage truck doing a photo op. So I don't know how this will actually read down. So positively to Trump, positively to Harris. We're missing a data point here, right? 10/22/24. Today is the 30th. It's like, almost 2 weeks from this point. So, we don't really know. We're not seeing where these polls are at now.
Better than where she was in October. And it's a lot early October. And on par with that, right after the VP announcement, when there was all this hype, all this joy, all this enthusiasm behind the Harris-Walz ticket. And a 4-point lead nationally, might I have to remind us, that lead nationwide does translate to a pretty substantive victory for Kamala Harris should it go correctly. Because unlike 2020, the national popular vote standards for Kamala Harris, because you're seeing states like New York and even regions of California and Florida, huge sections of the population. Here's really something that's really mind-blowing. I guess maybe not if you're from California, but 1 in 8 Americans actually live in California, which is fascinating to say the least. But when you see pockets, areas like Los Angeles and San Francisco and Miami and New York City, major cities, that you are seeing because there is no coordinated effort to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. There is no intentional outreach or advertisement spending or anything like that to run up the margins in these states. What you find is that Kamala Harris in some of these battlegrounds is doing better than what you might expect based on the shifts in some of these safer states.
Does that make sense? So in previous elections, we've seen vast disparities between the voting patterns in states like California and New York and states like Tennessee and Alabama, right? You got your conservative states, you got your liberal states, and in the past, the Democrats were able to run up the numbers. In states like New York and California, the Democrats are still winning. They're still winning by 10-point or more margins, but those margins aren't quite as high. So when you're looking at a poll that shows Kamala Harris up by 4, less of that 4% that she's up by can be accounted for by New York and California, and therefore more of those Kamala Harris voters are located in other states, potentially in swing states.
Another good example, too, is the high-quality polls that have been coming out of Virginia that a lot of people look to and say, this is indicative of how the rest of the nation go. But really, no, it's not. The Harris and Trump campaign aren't investing the same amounts in Virginia. In fact, the Harris campaign does not see Virginia as a prime swing state in this cycle. Did Biden see it as a prime swing state in 2020? Absolutely. Did Clinton see it as a prime swing state in 2016? Absolutely. Did Obama see it as a swing state twice? Absolutely. This is the first campaign in the 21st century, besides George W. Bush, who won Virginia by double digits twice, right? You're seeing this is the first campaign where the Democratic and Republican candidates are saying, let's not focus on that state. It has 13 electoral votes. It has more electoral weight than Wisconsin, than Nevada, than Arizona. But it doesn't matter because we know, and we know truly, that Kamala Harris will win that state. So why does that matter? Well, Kamala Harris, some of the polls here are saying that she's only up 8 or 9 points. And thus everyone's saying that's indicative of a national shift. But then we see a poll out of Nebraska's 2nd district that shows Kamala Harris up 12 points as a district Biden only won by 7. And then on the flip side, you see Democrats.
Okay, so really quickly, Nebraska and Maine are different than all the other states, right? You look at California, it's either all blue or all red. Arizona, Colorado, Texas, Florida, most of those states the same, right? Whoever wins the popular vote in that state wins the state, right? Nebraska and Maine are different in that they section themselves out and they have multiple districts. So it's possible to win one district in Nebraska, but to lose the other two. It's possible to win, for instance, in Maine, the at-large vote in one of the districts, but lose the other district, right? So Maine and Nebraska can apportion their votes, not all of them going to one candidate, if that makes sense. It's divided into districts. And one of the districts in Nebraska, I believe, is surrounding Omaha and tends to vote to the left of the rest of Nebraska. So that's what he's talking about now. Now, that's one electoral vote. That district represents one electoral vote. It doesn't sound like much, but given the fact that this election could come down to something like 269 versus 269, right? It could be the difference between, an actual tie, an actual 269 to 269 throws it to the Congress, gives it to Trump, whereas a 270 to 268 would throw the election to Kamala Harris.
I'd say this is indicative of a national shift. Granted, I actually put more merit in the poll from Nebraska second because both campaigns are actively investing in it. The Harris campaign more so. Harris campaign visiting it, but still, Nebraska second has been on the minds of Donald Trump so much he tried to change the law to deny them of an electoral college vote. But getting through this and really understanding.
Yeah, so they're talking about the Republicans in Nebraska trying to change the law to make it so that Nebraska is a winner-take-all state, right? Because that would, given that the Democrats are expected to win one electoral vote in Nebraska, that would turn it into 0 electoral votes. Anything for an advantage, right? Especially from the Trump campaign. They've shown that they're willing to go beyond the law in order to try to ensure a Trump election.
What this turning of the tides, what this change nationally means, what it means for Kamala Harris to start walking back some of these results. You apply the national numbers, a 4-point lead for Kamala Harris. She wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She wins Georgia. She wins Arizona. And she could even win North Carolina. Because unlike Biden, she does not need to win the national popular vote by the same amount because of those vote separations in some of those safer Democratic states that contributed to that 4.5% advantage. But when you take it away, you could still see Biden winning Wisconsin, even if he loses some support in New York, right? That's really the point I'm trying to make here. And of course, with Kamala Harris on the ballot, things are different. The race is different. The cycle of, what we talk about, how we talk about it, debates, all these things, everything has changed since she has gotten to the top of the ticket, but in a good way, largely for the Democratic Party. And when we talk about which elections these compare to, 2012, again, is that perfect indication. And I think when this ABC News Ipsos poll came out, it really reminded me of it because they did the same thing in 2012, as did many of the other pollsters we work with. Now, looking at the data points, the numbers on 538 don't look phenomenal for Kamala Harris. There's no other way to cut that, too. I mean, I do think she's at a point where they really, really do need a substantive rebound to say they are solid on Election Day. Otherwise, it's going to be a toss-up.
Yeah, at this point, a change in momentum could swing it to Harris, right? Trump has been, was down most of the summer, had a terrible debate against Kamala, and has had, several recent, I guess, would you call them successes, right? He went on Joe Rogan. The question is, were things to swing towards Kamala? Were the momentum to change again at this point? Given that she's got this kind of 4-point lead nationally, that could be all she needs to clinch the election. This isn't necessarily going to be what's happening, though. Like I said, there's a back and forth right now, a very furious back and forth over what the overall outcome of Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden is going to be. And it's switched momentum several times already. You've had, Trump showing up with a lot of people coming out for a big rally.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
And then you had the clips of the Trump supporters, the Trump surrogates, the Trump speakers saying racist things and out-of-pocket things. That's kind of shifted it back to Kamala. And now you have Biden calling Trump supporters garbage, supposedly, and Trump trying to capitalize on that with a photo op of him in a garbage truck. So, it's hard to tell which side the momentum will end up on now.
We are 8 days out, and the current standard, the current expectations in the election is that it is a toss-up, is that it is a close and competitive race. Donald Trump has a 54% chance, according to 538. Again, my own prediction gives him the upper hand in the presidential race. But it's close. It is just as close as it was before, because this is all within the margin of error. Wisconsin, Kamala Harris is a 51 to 49% chance. Are you kidding me? These are odds that are straight out of a movie in terms of how competitive they are. Pennsylvania is 53 to 47. Michigan is 53 to 47. Nevada is 52 to 48.
Right, let's see what
these are odds that are straight out of a movie.
We're going to see Pennsylvania again.
They are. Pennsylvania
favoring Trump, 53 to 47.
53 to 47. Michigan is 53 to 47. Nevada is 52 to 40.
So that's why that's where we're getting this Trump getting a 54% chance, right? It's from a lead, a slight lead, or a slight. This isn't even a lead. These are projections, right? He's projected slightly higher in Pennsylvania than he is than Harris, and as well as Nevada and Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina more so. Now, there are more recent polls over specifically Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania that show Kamala up by a substantial margin in these two, and it being kind of 50-50 in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, it could not be closer.
It's like they're giving us nothing. It's frustrating, but it's reality. And so you have to start reading the tea leaves. Early voting data is never going to be consistent. That's why I don't think we should be spending too many videos talking about it. Obviously, there are always good signs for both parties. Some cases, I talked about this in my prediction video, they look good for Republicans. In Arizona, they look good for Republicans. In Colorado, they look good for Republicans. In Nevada, where do they look good for Democrats? In Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and it's a bit up in the air as to who it looks best for in Georgia, because we're starting to see it converge in terms of rural areas versus urban areas. But again, looking at the states, it is a true and total toss-up, which sucks. So that's why we look into these things like early voting data and slight changes in national forecasts, especially those who, granted, 8 years ago, right? Not even 8 years ago. Wow. 12 years ago, we're getting things right. And they're not the same pollsters. They're not the same methodologies. They're not the same people behind it, but still the same organizations trying to poll the same people, trying to poll the same group of electorate. But the numbers here are good so far for Kamala Harris, showing an improvement from 2 to 4. It also helps, too, that the numbers in the battleground states are remaining roughly stagnant. I think the Trump campaign was hoping that given their trend line, they might be up by 2 points in every battleground state by election day. That just isn't going to happen. Will they lead in Arizona and Georgia? Sure. But I'm reminded that Kari Lake led by 4 in Arizona on election day and still lost that governor's race. So the polls really could be throwing us for a loop. We really just don't know. The numbers in this cycle will either be spot on or have major misses for Democrats or Republicans. And that sounds like it's every scenario possible, but it really is just going to show what we trust the polls for and what we don't. If Donald Trump is on the ballot, do we trust them? If, Kamala Harris is on the ballot, do we trust them? If it's post-Roe, do we trust them, right? All of these different questions need to be answered because we have so many different conflicting pieces of information that tell us the polls are right, the polls are right, the polls are right, the polls are right, the polls are wrong, the polls are wrong, the polls are wrong, the polls are wrong. And so it really throws us for a loop. Regardless, we can still read some information from it, and I think we have thus far. And so in terms of an electoral college forecast, Kamala Harris has a pathway to victory. It lies right in front of us. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Without it, she can't win the presidency, unless she does a clean sweep of the Sun Belt, which is less likely than her winning a single battleground state in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania by far, and honestly, less likely than her winning all 3 of the Rust Belt battleground states. But they matter. They matter to the fullest extent, and Donald Trump needs to win a significant chunk of these swing states in order to win the election at large. So I don't know. I think I'm at a point right now where I think Kamala Harris is in a better position than she was 3 days ago. And I know that sounds crazy to say because my prediction was 3 days ago, but this election is 8 days away. So it will be on a day-by-day basis. Do I think last night's rally with Donald Trump in Madison Square Garden mattered? Yes, I do. Pennsylvania has 475,000 Puerto Rican citizens. Now, not all of them are registered to vote, and some of them are under 18. Not all of them will vote in the election. But I'm reminded of how close the...
And the other thing about any story like the, Trump supporter at the rally calling Puerto Rico a island made of garbage, right? A lot of these things can be out of sight, out of mind. And how does that work? It's called it's called the news cycle, right? Something like this, Tony Hinchcliffe quote gets a lot of attention. And then something else happens and pushes it out of sight, out of mind. So, it's anybody's question how much any of these incidents will be on people's minds when the actual election happens.
Have been in the past and how close they continue to be in our current day and age. Georgia was decided by 11,779 votes. Arizona was decided by a margin of 0.25 percentage point. Wisconsin was decided by less than a point. Pennsylvania.
Rafter Rat says votes do not matter unless Democrats win the House. Otherwise, Johnson will pull 12th and the 20th Amendment subversion. That is a possibility, and that has been discussed, right? The question, in fact, that might actually explain Donald Trump's behavior in terms of doing rallies, doing large rallies in New York and California. These are states that Donald Trump will never win, but that do have competitive congressional battles. So it may be a strategy. If that's why Trump's doing it, it actually betrays weakness in the Trump campaign. It shows you that Trump's internal polling is showing him not winning the Electoral College, and that instead he's going for the Congress to try to subvert the polls, right? There's a possibility of that, and that might be his best bet, showing up in New York and California. An alternate explanation, though, for his rallies in states that he can't win is that there's the perception of him going into the lion's den. It's more interesting. It's a dog bites man story that rather than a man bites dog story. It's something that you don't expect. And also, in these larger states, in these larger media markets, he can get bigger crowds and more overall coverage, right? So it's anybody's guess why Donald Trump is having rallies the places where he's having them. But yeah, one possibility might be a backdoor congressional strategy, as Rafter Rat just mentioned.
Itself was decided by a point. And so when it comes down, broken down by the margins, I think Kamala Harris is starting to get to a point where she's making minimal movements on these margins. But when they do come down to just a few thousand votes, that makes a huge difference. These races across the board will be won largely by just a handful of voters that are up in the air right now. The data we're seeing from ABC News and many other networks too is that of those who are undecided, they're currently leading towards Kamala Harris, but still want these 8 days to make a decision before Election Day. And I commend them for that, because being an informed voter is obviously important. But it is interesting. So we will see how much swaying can be done or will be done by both campaigns. But as of right now, Kamala Harris, based on the new data we've been coming to know and coming to use in our predictions, I think do start to paint a better picture for her than it was 3 days ago, but it's not rosy enough to say that she's in a really strong position for this cycle. If she wins it by a very narrow margin. It's not impossible, may not be the likeliest outcome that she sweeps all the battleground states. That's also something that's possible, but this cycle really is going to be one for the history books for a number of different ways. It'll be very interesting to see if ABC News and Ipsos are right again like they were in 2012, because if they are, Kamala Harris is something to look forward to.
I love this, this news outlet got the polls right in 2012, and therefore, it's almost like a prophecy or something. Anyway, I got one or two more videos to watch with you. Let's see what this one is.
Following breaking news on dueling Kamala Harris and Donald Trump events in Wisconsin tonight, with the election now less than a week away. CNN's new battleground state polls show the vice president has the same advantage over Trump in Wisconsin.
That's what I was telling you, right? So those Wisconsin and Michigan looking really good. Pennsylvania, it's anyone's guess.
That she had back in August. Her lead in Michigan also holding steady. And in Pennsylvania, our new poll shows Harris and Trump are tied, just as they were this summer. Let's get back to our political experts for some serious analysis. David Axelrod, the margins in these states are essentially the same as they were back in August. But now, look at this, just 6% of Wisconsin voters say they're movable. 7% of Michigan voters, 8% of Pennsylvania voters say they're movable. How does the Harris campaign expand its margins with this relatively small sliver of voters?
Well, look, I think part of what she was trying to do last night was make an argument that might attract those voters. And the idea is to link some of these character issues of Trump, this fixation on his enemies and on settling scores and on vengeance, and assign a cost to it in terms of the ability to work with others to get things done and to actually address the problems that are touching people's lives. That was part of what she was trying to communicate last night, what I think she'll continue to communicate. But Wolf, at this point, this is also a ground war. These races are very close. The margins in these polls in Michigan and Wisconsin are a little bit larger than some of the other polls that are out there and some of the other polls I've seen. I think these are all very, very close races, and they're going to be determined by organizational efforts and who comes out to vote in these states. And I think I expect you'll see President Obama in some of these states again, and all of these folks who are geared toward turnout as well. This is a turnout election now, and it's going to be a battle in the trenches.
Anna, take a look at the remarkable gender gap in these blue wall states as well. Harris leading with women, Trump with men in Wisconsin. The gap is very dramatic. What does that tell you?
It tells me that women are very worried about their reproductive health and their rights. It tells me that women are excited about voting for a woman, a qualified woman for president. Listen, look, I think that Nikki Haley had some very wise words today for Donald Trump, except he doesn't want to hear, saying the way you are campaigning, you've got the bros already. You've got the crypto bros already. Expand the tent, but that's not something he wants to do.
So yeah, Nikki Haley was the primary opponent this year who stayed in the longest. She did eventually drop out, and she did eventually endorse Trump, although she hasn't been doing a lot of campaigning for him. I haven't seen the comments that the panelist is mentioning here from Nikki Haley, the advice to Donald Trump. You've already got the bro vote, you know, try to expand, try to reach out to different people. Yeah, I don't know how much it would be listened to, because again, although she did eventually endorse, there's probably a lot of tension between the Trump people and the Nikki Haley people.
On the opposite side.
And there's definitely a strong propensity of Nikki Haley voters to cross over and vote for Kamala, to be if there's anybody that's going to be swayed by Kamala Harris doing campaign rallies with you know, the Cheney family, it's going to be these Nikki Haley voters.
You see Kamala Harris, who's got all hands on deck trying to precisely do that.
Poll after poll after poll show just how exceedingly tight this presidential race is, according to polls, especially in critical battleground states. Polls, of course, are not 100%. Far from it. CNN senior data reporter Harry Ensign's at the magic wall. Harry, some polls in past races have been way off the mark. Why?
Why? Because as I say here on this slide, polls are a signal. They ain't Nostradamus, my dear friend. They ain't Nostradamus. They take a sample of the population. You don't necessarily know who's going to turn out and vote on Election Day. And so I want to put in some simple stats for you, get your audience to understand that polls are far from perfect. All right. So how much was the average state polling average missed by since 1972 in the key battleground states? Well, the average error is 3.4 points. My goodness gracious. All the polls right now are well within them.
Actually, the latest poll we looked at from ABC Ipsos was not. But remember that that poll was actually from, I don't know, the 22nd. So he may be speaking of some more recent polls than that.
The poll averages in the key battleground states. How about your quote-unquote margin of error, that you're 95% confidence interval? It's even wider than that. Get this, 5% of polls in the key battleground states, those polling averages, get this, missed by more than 9.4 percentage points. So even if you have, say, a 6-point lead in a key state, that...
But again, 5% of errors, right? We're talking about 5% of states. There's 50 states. We're talking about you know, 2 states.
Ain't necessarily safe, but
and if those 2 states are swing states, that's a big deal. If they're not, then it's not.
3.4 points, I think, is very key, because I want to apply this 3.4 points to the electoral map right now. So let's say we have an average polling miss, and the polls are understating Kamala Harris, and she benefits from an average polling miss. Well, what happens? Well, she carries all these Great Lake battleground states. She carries the key states down in the southeast. She carries Nevada and Arizona out here in the southwest. And she gets to get this. It's a blowout. It's a relative blowout, Jake. It's 319 electoral votes for Kamala Harris compared to 219 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Of course, we remember the last 2 times, right? We remember 2016. We remember 2020 when the polls understated Donald Trump. What happens if the polls do that again and we have an average state polling miss that benefits Donald Trump? Well, get this. Donald Trump gets up to 312 electoral votes. He's the one that gets over 300 electoral votes. Why? Because he carries all the Great Lake battlegrounds.
So yeah, this is what I've been telling you. All of these swing states are within in a lot of the polls, the margin of error, the latest ones, if you look at Wisconsin and Michigan, actually are not. They're Kamala leading by 5 and 6 points respectively, right? So that's outside of the margin of error. But again,
he carries the Southeast battleground states, and he carries Nevada and Arizona out here in the Southwest. The bottom line is poll after poll after poll have shown this race to be way too close to call. But polls are imperfect. If we have an average polling miss, don't be surprised.
Yeah, there's a lot that polls don't measure. They don't measure the ground game for either campaign, the get out the vote effort, which would be seen to favor Kamala in 2016. There was a phenomenon that some people call the reluctant or the shy Trump voter. That's when people would be supporting Trump in the election, but would not want to say so to people calling them for polls. They were embarrassed about it or something like that, right? So you had an undercount in 2016. It's hard to know.
Surprised if either Kamala Harris wins easily, or in the case of this battleground map, Donald Trump wins rather easily, Jake.
That's why I stopped using polls last week. Harry Ensign, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Just 6 campaigning days left. The candidates are...
All right. Deeper dive into CNN's new battleground poll. Wait, what is this? Okay, we'll watch this.
Campaigning days left. The candidates are now matching each other state for state across the electoral map. The former president is talking right now in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Those are live pictures. The vice president, meantime, also in Wisconsin for an appearance shortly in Madison. Both she and her opponent were in North Carolina earlier today. We'll go live in a moment to Madison, where CNN Jeff Zeleny has been talking to his campaign sources about, among other things, new CNN polling from Wisconsin. Take a look. It shows the vice president with a 6-point lead there, a 5-point lead in Michigan. Both are outside the margin of error. In Pennsylvania, though, it is all even at 48. CNN's John King starts us off.
Wait, I'm sorry, was that a CNN poll? That looks a lot like the ABC Ipsos poll that we just looked at.
6-point lead there, a 5-point lead.
Conducted by SSRS, CNN poll, yeah. Wow, that's remarkably similar. Yeah, exactly what the other one showed. Oh, wow, no, actually that's 6 and 6, right? No, sorry, 5 and 6. Yeah, that's exactly what the other... Oh my God.
In Pennsylvania, though, it is all even at 48. CNN's John King starts us off with more. So, John, I mean, looking at these numbers, what stands out to you?
What stands out to me is that if you got numbers for those states, I want to see numbers for Georgia, for North Carolina, for Arizona, and for Nevada, right? Because even though those polls have tended to, in those states, have tended in the Sun Belt, right, have tended to favor Trump, it's I just want to see what the update is. Like, what do those polls look like?
Largely positive for the vice president. They show competitive races in all 3 of these blue wall states. Anderson, I just show you. I'll bring up my friend. The mini magic wall is with me here. Remember, these are the blue wall states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Our new polling shows the vice president, you noted, leads in Michigan and in Wisconsin. A tie in Pennsylvania. Why do these states matter? Well, Joe Biden flipped him back to blue in 2020. He's president. In 2016, if you go back an election, Hillary Clinton lost all 3 of those states. That was Donald Trump's big surprise, and he was president. So the blue wall states have mattered, have been decisive in the last 2 presidential elections. One other way to look at it is this way. If you look at the vice president's path to 270 electoral votes, if she can hold those leads, this is where we are right now, 226 to 219. If she can hold those leads in Wisconsin and in Michigan, well, look how close she is, right? Her path, bam. If she can just get Pennsylvania, that gets her there right there.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Right now, it's kind of looking like Pennsylvania is going to be the real battleground.
No path is easy, but that is her easiest path to 270. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. These polls show us she is less than a week to go in play to possibly do that.
Do we know when? I mean, when were these polls taken? Was this before the Trump rally with the slurs against various groups?
Right, that's an important thing to note. The polls they're taken several days ago, and then you take a few days to process them. So events can change things. That's one of the things you're watching. It's also why we will say 100 times, don't ever invest in just one poll. If you average, as our great polling team does, the recent battleground state polls, it would show Michigan and Wisconsin a little bit closer than our polling. So you have the question, did we catch...
So yeah, that's what you get from like a Real Clear Politics or an aggregator like that.
Break her way, or is it just our polls got a little bigger lead and another one has...
And that's why sometimes you'll see a real change, what looks like a change in momentum. It'll take a while to be reflected in the aggregators.
different and you average them out. But if you look in the weeds of these polls, there are some concerns for the vice president among black voters in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. Some good numbers for the vice president when you look at the suburbs. So again, don't invest in over one poll. With a few days left, this does show her easy.
Yeah, these kind of statements give you the wrong idea. So just for the record, the overall demographic of black voters is going to be heavily in favor of Vice President Harris. What they're talking about is the possibility or likelihood of it being less in favor than it has been in past years, right? And same thing with the suburbs, right? They're not necessarily saying that Harris is ahead in the suburbs. They're saying that Harris is making up ground. She's doing better compared to Biden, right? So yeah, that's what we're seeing here. They get so in their head about this stuff that they give off the
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking.
They often give off the appearance that they're saying that, like, if you just kind of listen to this without paying attention, you might come up with the idea that Trump is leading amongst black voters. The truth of the matter is he's nowhere close. He's just doing better than he has done in the past. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, let's just drill down on those numbers, because among likely black voters in Michigan, Harris gets 83%, in Pennsylvania 76%. That's running behind Biden in 2020.
It is running.
Yeah, particularly in Pennsylvania.
It's running significantly behind Biden.
And look, in an election like this, where they're neck and neck, right? Numbers, any slippage matters, right?
In 2020. Now, the Harris campaign says it doesn't believe that's what's going to happen on Election Day. And in our travels, we see a lot of emphasis on early voting in the black community, including here in Milwaukee today. But I'm showing you Philadelphia right now, not just for the percentage. If you want to win Pennsylvania as a Democrat, you need to do that, but not just the 80%.
Yeah, you need to rack up numbers in Philadelphia.
Look at the math.
Because you're going to lose in the more rural counties as a Democrat.
High turnout, right? I blocked it out a little bit by scribbling too hard. But you see, look at the big number there and there. Joe Biden wins the state by 80,000 votes. Look at that giant margin in Philadelphia. It is that margin in Philadelphia, which is largely the black community, that helps you offset all of that Trump red in the rural areas. So that is a bit of a warning sign in Pennsylvania. And then if you come over again to Michigan, where we will be tomorrow, the Detroit area, Wayne County, is obviously where the black turnout is huge. And again, look, not just at the percentage Biden got, but the math. The size of the margin helps you win the state. Again, the Harris campaign thinks it won't be as bad as these numbers would say, but she's running stronger in the suburbs. She's running well among white non-college workers. That's something they need to keep.
Compared to the previous election. That's something that they need to drive home when they're saying, because they're really giving people the wrong perception of what's going on, demographically, and really risking, like, should Kamala Harris lose, there's a lot of voters that might come away with the perception that, to blame it on a demographic that is actually voting overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, but is not voting as overwhelmingly as it did 4 years ago. And that's really what we're talking about. So
keep an eye on without a doubt. And it's a place where the Trump campaign vows and promises it will survive. It will surprise us come Election Day.
Yeah, to that point, Harris is running ahead of both Biden and Clinton, with white non-college educated voters in Wisconsin pulling 43%. How crucial is that in Wisconsin?
Well, you just mentioned where the former vice president is today. The former president, excuse me. So Brown County is where Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay, so, but just notice about this, this demographic too. I will point out, Trump is winning this demographic. Non-college educated white voters, Trump is still ahead. Kamala is just doing noticeably better than Biden, and Biden did noticeably better than Clinton. So the totals in this demographic, white, non-college educated voters, has gone up for the Democrats since 2016.
Is right. You see that on the map right here. You see his win over Joe Biden in 2020, right? You see 65,000 votes, 75,000 votes.
His win in that county, yeah.
10,000 vote margin there, right? Donald Trump won the county. Why am I focusing on that margin? Joe Biden loses again. This state was decided by 20,000 votes, both times, 2016 and 2020. Joe Biden lost that county by 10,000 votes, right? Go back in time again. Let me move this up a little bit. Oh, sorry, I have to move to get to 2016. Now I'll come back. Let me come back over for you here. Now you come back to Wisconsin and you go to Brown County again in 2016. What's the difference? Look at the bigger margin. Hillary Clinton loses it by almost 14,000 votes. So the math matters. Even in places you are losing, the margins matter. So if Vice President Harris is running close to Biden's numbers with white, non-college educated voters, that makes a difference in Brown County, Wisconsin. It makes a difference in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. The margins within the margins, if you will, the small battlegrounds within the battleground states. If she can hold that number plus her suburban number, she has to work on the black voter number. But again, if you look in the weeds of these polls, if our poll is correct heading into the final days of the campaign, it does show, again, it's not easy, but the vice president's easiest path to victory, Anderson, is within striking distance.
Let me just ask you, I mean, do you buy polls? I mean, do you buy these numbers? I mean, there's a lot of great people working on this and, work very hard on it. And I think there's just a lot of distrust of polls. Do you buy them?
Yeah, there's even distrust of polls amongst pollsters. And for this reason, some pollsters have, let's just say, adjusted the numbers a little bit, right? After having gotten 2016 so horribly wrong, after having gotten 2020 wrong, some pollsters are figuring in an extra percentage for Trump to try to come up with the right numbers. Now that's making an assumption.
Communist invading
the underlying conditions that caused Trump's vote to be undercounted in 2016 and 2020 are still in play in 2024, and that there is no underlying conditions that are actually cutting in the other direction. That's an assumption which may or may not turn out to be true. So it's really a head game. It's really a head game, right? And especially when these pollsters get the polls wrong, they do a lot to try to adjust their models and have different criteria for inclusion, sample, voters in a different way to get a representative sample of the totality of the voters to have a better picture of where we're actually at in these states. So again, it could be the case that these polls are undercounting Kamala at this point in an effort to correct for previous mistakes that undercounted Trump. You can easily go, too far in the other direction.
I don't invest in them. I use them for trajectory, right? So these polls show which way is the arrow bending, and I study much more. Where's the black vote? Where's the suburban vote? Where's the college-educated vote? What do the subgroups tell me? And then you come out and you travel in the states and you talk to people and you show up at the early voting sites and you see what happens. I will say this is one of the giant questions. In both 2016 and 2020, I just said these polls are relatively good news for the Vice President of the United States. Well, I want to add this caveat. In both 2016 and 2020, we know that in the battleground states, Donald Trump overperformed his polling numbers in almost every poll. And so the polls in the end showed Donald Trump at a point. And in the battleground states, he ran better than that. Now, the pollsters will tell you they've worked really hard to adjust to try to get the Trump vote right. Do they have it right this time, or will he overperform?
Or have they overcompensated? Yeah.
In the 2018 midterms, the Democrats overperformed what the polls said. 2022 midterms, excuse me. And we know what happened then. The Democrats had a much better year than people anticipated. So I don't buy them in the sense that I think they're exactly right. You look at them for trajectory, which ways are going. You study beneath them, right? You study beneath them. So they're a tool. They're not everything, Anderson.
All right, John, we're going to talk to you later on for drill down in what you've seen in Wisconsin today. From Milwaukee now to Madison, in the Harris events, Jeff Zeleny is there for us. Jeff, what can we expect to hear from Vice President Harris tonight?
Anderson, we expect Vice President Harris to really take that closing argument on the road. We saw her deliver it last night in Washington. She's been doing it in North Carolina.
We gotta avoid the music. Sorry.
Sharp contrast with Donald Trump. What she is trying to do is avoid talking about any of the controversy you've seen on cable news or the former president talking about those garbage comments. This is something that is not necessarily on the minds of voters. So I'm told that Vice President Harris is going to continue to press the case how she would be a president for.
God damn it.
People, not simply those performing now, there'll be other performers. This is a
oh, wait, it's live. I think we're okay since it's live. Right?
A rally for the people who have voted.
It's more of an issue if it's like recorded music.
The campaign, though, is more focused on those who have not.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks very much. I want to get perspective now from CNN political commentators Ashley Allison, Scott Jennings, also Gretchen Carlson, journalist and co-founder of Lift Our Voices. Ashley, I don't know what you think about these polls. Interesting that, she seems to be this slightly uptick in these latest polls, whether that's real or not? How do you see the race right now?
I'm not a big believer in polls, even though when they say things that I like, meaning that the person that I think should win, Kamala Harris, is up. I haven't been to Michigan or Wisconsin in this cycle, but I was in Pennsylvania and I was in North Carolina. And I think the narrative a little bit, if you're on the internet and Twitter, is that it's all Trump country out there. Like in the Black community, it's very Donald Trump heavy. And we're just not seeing that. The door knockers on that are going on canvases.
You were canvassing in Philadelphia.
Yes. And what we're seeing is there are actually more undecided voters than I like to believe that they really are. And the decision is, am I actually going to go vote? But there are some voters, predominantly more white voters, who are saying, do I want to vote for Kamala Harris? They are not thinking about voting for Donald Trump, but they're thinking about maybe sitting it out. And I think that is what you might be picking up in these polls, even though I don't think it is telling. I think she has a fantastic ground game right now that is trying to convert. And I just got a report out of Arizona that they saw no operation for Donald Trump on the doors and converting voters.
So particularly in states like Pennsylvania and Arizona, the Trump campaign made a gamble. They outsourced their get out the vote. What is get out the vote? It's the people that go around knocking doors. They do canvassing. They try to encourage people, in the districts that they think will help them to get out and vote, and maybe even try to hook them up with community resources to be able to, get to the polls and such, right? So, this is commonly referred to as get out the vote operations, aka the ground game, and the Democrats in general, because of their association with, community organizers and such, they tend to do better. Now, particularly this year, though, we've had an attempt by Donald Trump to outsource his ground game, his get out the vote effort, not do it with the Republican Party, but use Elon Musk's America PAC, use organizations like Turning Point USA in Arizona, which has a terrible track record. Remember, this is the organization that handled that effort for people like Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Blake who? That's right, you don't know his name because he didn't get elected, right? So they've got track records of pretty consistent failures. This might blow up in Donald Trump's face. It very well could.
This really is a turnout game. And the final thing I'll just say is, because of the condensed timeline of her candidacy, I think these last 5-6 days actually do matter. I think the rally in Madison Square Garden does have an impact on people who were going to vote in person. I think, her performance on the eclipse, it does get people excited.
Again, at this point, I don't know what the overall effect of Madison Square Garden would be. Like I said, it's gone back and forth.
There are so many.
My best bet is it won't have an effect, actually.
New ads just dropping. Like at this point,
it'll be a wash.
Ads are just packaged and repackaged, but new content is dropping. And I think that is actually touching some of those undecided voters. Tonight, are the polls wrong? Harris and Trump are in a dead heat, according to several national polls released over the last week. The battleground states are as close as they get, although many recent polls have shown Harris rising.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Now, we don't see Georgia here, and we don't see North Carolina, but we do see something that we maybe have not seen, especially even watching these in fact, a little bit of a reversal. Previously, Harris had been leading in Nevada in most polls, and Trump had been leading in Arizona. This one shows the opposite, shows Trump leading in Nevada, possibly the effect of his no tax on tips policy in a state with a lot of workers who receive tips, right? And Harris maybe making some inroads in Arizona. Again, possibly, I don't even want to speculate what's going on in Arizona. And again, remember, when we're talking about like 1%, 2%, even 3%, you're in the territory of statistical noise. It's within, the margin of error here is 4.4 to 4.8 points. So it's possible. Now, these Michigan and this Wisconsin lead, it does look pretty durable. She may have those two states locked down. Pennsylvania, again, tied. No one's got that locked down. And the Arizona and Nevada numbers don't look particularly decisive either.
Both candidates, though, are signaling they see the race differently than the polls.
We're leading in all the polls.
We're leading in all the polls, except for the ones which we're not leading in, which I don't pay attention to. I only pay attention to the polls they bring me to make me happy. Oh my God. Anyway, chat, like, there's one more thing I want to take a look at really quickly. And that is relating to Pennsylvania and reports that the Trump campaign is worried about Pennsylvania. Now, I mean, both campaigns should be worried, right? It's neck and neck. But this is about some anxiety from the Trump campaign. Let's see what this is about.
30th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about the battleground state of Pennsylvania. As Donald Trump stokes voter fraud fears in this swing state amid a number of fallouts related to his Madison Square Garden rally, in which numerous Trump surrogates got on stage and made a number of derogatory and racist comments, specifically targeting different minority groups, that you are now starting to see many Republicans, in fact, sitting former elected officials that had come out and said that these comments do not reflect that of President Trump and the Republican Party at large, despite many different reasons to believe that it actually does, given that the Trump team had vetted the teleprompter and the jokes that were put on stage. Donald Trump Jr. retweeting defense of the comedian, quote unquote comedian, who had went on stage and made a number.
Really? Did he actually do that? That's
these comments, a number of different.
So they were trying to distance themselves.
Not landing well for the voter base in the state of Pennsylvania, and specific to that.
So I don't know if they're going to talk about this. This article is about a situation in which some fraudulent applications were found, and they don't know on what side, they don't know who is behind them or really what's going on. It's anyone's guess at this point, right? But obviously, you know, an attempt at fraud sort of feeds into Trump's narratives of you know, don't trust the results. But the fact that that these, you know, polls were found and reported and are being investigated, the fact that the election apparatus was able to identify these applications as being fraudulent actually does sort of point to a more accurate and fair polling system than the Trump campaign would want its voters to believe.
Fallout, according to a number of different sources here, we find that over 450,000, you know, people reside in the state of Pennsylvania that are of Puerto Rican descent. A major portion of the Pennsylvania electorate is a state that was decided by just thousands of votes across 7 million cast in the 2020 election. Really anything can make a difference in this cycle. And so Donald Trump taking to a number of different avenues to really just say that the state of Pennsylvania is being stolen, that Pennsylvania is a state where you are seeing many discrepancies. A lot of these comments are being made as a result, likely, of internal numbers that don't show Donald Trump doing quite well in the state of Pennsylvania.
And that sort of reinforces the narrative that Donald Trump may be doing rallies in New York and California as a way of trying to prioritize victory in the U.S. House of Representatives as a backdoor strategy to try to steal the election should he be defeated in the Electoral College.
Pennsylvania. Now, one thing I talked about earlier on in the video this morning was that when candidates make comments like these, and I know it's been pretty particular to the Republican Party, but when candidates make comments like these, especially people like the former president, they usually do so after the election, after they've lost a state. If you remember back in 2020, you will remember that Donald Trump's focus in terms of where he believed there was extensive voter fraud never existed in the states that he won. Right? When you looked at states like Ohio or North Carolina or Florida, never once did the former president say there was anything wrong with those elections. It was simply because he lost battleground states, fairly lost. There was absolutely no, no reason to believe that the 2020 election was stolen. Donald Trump fabricated this entire thing, likely as an ego thing, whatever it is. I'm not here to, make that recommendation on behalf of the former president as to what it might be that leads to making a decision like that. But you saw that he was targeting the states that he lost. And I don't think it's a good sign for the Republican Party at all that you already have your sitting presidential candidate saying that one of these states is already stolen, especially not the state that you definitely need to win in order to win the election. Donald Trump made a lot of these comments too back in 2016 when there was all these conversations surrounding the popular vote. He said that California was a state that was stolen from him, that Hillary Clinton had illegal immigrants voting in California to prevent him from winning the popular vote, that if all legal votes had been counted, in his words.
So, yeah, there were some wild, out-of-pocket stuff said by Donald Trump during this election, in the course of this election. I feel like I should make a compilation, because some of these things surprised even me, as somebody who's paid attention to Donald Trump and the things that he said. Some of these things are like, it's hard to surprise me. And he did. He succeeded, right? Things like calling Mark Robinson, the Nazi gubernatorial candidate in North Carolina, calling this guy Martin Luther King on steroids. That surprised me. Him trying to flex on Dr. Martin Luther King's crowd size by suggesting that his January 6th crowd size was greater than that of Dr. Martin Luther King. That surprised me. And what he said about California, that the that Let's Talk election is alluding to here, surprised me as well. His quote was something to the effect that were the votes to have been counted by Jesus Christ, he would have won California. Wow.
Would be a red state. Obviously, that's not the case. California is a very blue state, extremely blue. 30 points for Clinton in 2016, 29 points for Biden in 2020. It's a very solid Democratic state. No chance Republicans would ever come close to winning California at large, and it's 55 electoral votes, or 54 electoral votes this cycle. But again, the pattern here from the Trump team has been to say that a state in which you don't agree with the result in is stolen. And here's the interesting thing. California, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan from 2020, 2016, those are all examples, again, of post-election. That is what I've been focusing on, because that is how Donald Trump has navigated those situations. This time, he's preemptively saying it. He's saying that in Pennsylvania, there's voter fraud. Pennsylvania is, a state that Donald Trump is supposed to win and that he's going to win, except for the fact that it's being taken by the Democratic Party. It's very interesting that he's deciding to do this ahead of the election because, one, what we saw in 2020 is that when he did it, in particular to the state of Georgia, you might be wondering, why does Georgia matter? The election already happened. Why does it matter that he said it was stolen? Well, fast forward to the runoff elections, the voters in those states really were a bit disillusioned with the election. Here was Donald Trump saying that Georgia was stolen, that Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State, and Brian Kemp, the Republican governor, were all in on this big mission.
This is the greatest thing about Trump conspiracy theories. They just as often as not involve Republican officials, Trump loyalists, as they do Democrats, right? These conspiracy theories require you to think that the Republican governor of Georgia is actually a secret Democrat who's been put into like a sleeper cell or something. I don't know. It's wild, the kind of things, and the amount of nonsense that they're spewing right now that is straight out of QAnon, that only does not read like that because they're not using the QAnon label anymore. They've realized that QAnon, that's a bad look. Don't say QAnon. But the kind of deep state conspiracy crafting that they're doing is straight out of that. It's got the same brainworms with the same brainworm DNA as QAnon.
To take it away from Donald Trump, the 16 electoral votes in the state, and he said it's rigged. No point. It was taken from me. 2 weeks later, get out and vote. We need to win this election. It doesn't work that way. When you tell your voters this state is being stolen, it doesn't make them more excited to vote. That has been the real fundamental problem.
Okay, some questions from Twitch chat here. What's going on with Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania seems to be tied. In a lot of the polls that I've been seeing recently, it's 48-48. It could not be closer. Now, the question is one of the candidates being systematically undercounted? Could Kamala Harris's ground game in Pennsylvania make a difference of where the polls, the actual results are much more in her favor? Or is maybe Donald Trump still being undercounted, right? So we don't know with Pennsylvania. Texas, we are pretty sure that the Republicans will win. Donald Trump will win the state. although maybe not by as much as the Republicans are used to winning it by. Texas is one of those states that's demographically slipping away from the Republicans year after year. Every year, their lead in Texas gets smaller and smaller, but it's still a lead, and they still tend to have the state officials, and including Senate. Now, this year might be different when it comes to Senate, because you've got a senator named Ted Cruz, or as Trump likes to call him, Lion Ted, right? Ted Cruz is a particularly uncharismatic political figure that it sort of surprises me has retained his Senate seat for as long as he has, right? He's a long-term senator from the state of Texas, and he's just not likable. He looks like he's lying to you at all times, right? He's got a strong candidate running against him this time who actually might beat him. Now, that's not a sure thing. A lot of times, it's hypothesized that Democrats going to win governor in Texas or going to win Senate in Texas, but you can ask Beto O'Rourke on both of those, how that ended up working out for him. So usually things do swing back to the Republican side of things by election time, but the Democrats legitimately have a chance in the Senate this time. I do not think they have a chance when it comes to winning the state for Kamala Harris. Although one of these years, a Democratic candidate probably, if things keep going the way they're going, one of these years a Democratic candidate might actually win Texas. So it's kind of like this. It's slipping away in the opposite way of Florida. Florida has been getting more and more red. Texas has been getting more and more purple, but good question.
Problem with Donald Trump and that thinking that making his base believe that it's being taken from him. They were already voting for you, my guy, right? This is how these things work. You cannot inspire more people by saying, I don't trust the outcome of this election preemptively. It's never a good sign that you do things like this. And again, I think a lot of it does come down to the fallout that we're seeing here. This is an article from Politico. You are seeing that there are a number of Puerto Ricans, people of Puerto Rican descent that are registered voters in Pennsylvania who are saying that this is a decisive reason as to why they're voting for the vice president. You have people.
So yeah, in a state like Pennsylvania, any decisive movement on either side could easily swing this election.
Who are calling in to radio shows, calling in to television shows that were formerly supporting Donald Trump that are now supporting Kamala Harris because of these comments.
And like I said, Donald Trump has a negative history with Puerto Rico and with Puerto Ricans, right? Lest we forget the disastrous blocking of hurricane aid to Puerto Rico. This is wild because this is something that came up recently in the two hurricanes that hit Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, some of the southeastern states, right? There were claims made on the Trump side that Kamala Harris was not helping those areas out, that FEMA was not helping those people out, despite every bit of evidence to the contrary, right? It's projection. It's projection because this did happen in Puerto Rico from Trump in 2017, Hurricane Maria.
Donald Trump's campaign response wasn't an apology. It wasn't recognition that they messed up. It was just, this does not represent Donald Trump. Fast forward an hour later, Donald Trump Jr. is retweeting defense of it rather than shutting it down. And so you see these things spread really quickly. They spread across messaging groups, across affinity spaces, on social media. These things get very, very far. And specific to Pennsylvania, again, why does it matter? In the 2020 election, Pennsylvania had 7 million voters, nearly 7 million voters in the state. There are over 450,000 Pennsylvania citizens that are of Puerto Rican descent. That makes a major difference. Now, you are talking about a major portion of the electorate in a state that, of the 7 million voters, was decided by less than 100,000. And so Donald Trump's team knows this was a mess up, right? You can even see that some Republicans like Senator Rick Scott, Senator Marco Rubio, Republicans who have been at the side of Donald Trump since the 2016 election, who have defended him time and time and time and time again, are coming out and saying this is wrong. Are they using it as an opportunity to go against Vice President Harris? Absolutely. They're never going to reject their party nominee. If they didn't do it after Access Hollywood, they're not going to do it now. But it does matter because it happened so close to an election when Donald Trump's whole thing is that he was gaining amongst Latino voters compared to Biden, which for a while was true. But in the battleground states, we'd seen minimal movement. And this just doesn't help. And I think it's a sign, too, the fact that he's really trying to dispel any possibility that he could lose the state and saying that it's rigged really shows that the Trump team knows there was damage. They know that Pennsylvania is a state that makes the difference in this cycle and that right now they aren't winning the headline war. And Donald Trump's team also, too, looking at, different Pennsylvania counties, trying to say, let's do this in rural areas. Let's not do this in urban areas. Let's try to change the election rules. Let's elevate it to the Supreme Court. They even gone so far as to saying that we have seen RFK Jr. on behalf of the former president go to the United States Supreme Court to try to get his name removed from the ballot in Michigan.
Yeah, he was unsuccessful. So RFK Jr. is potentially, now here's the deal, right? If you've been following the campaign, you know that RFK Jr. was running as an independent. He has had negative ads put out against him by both Republicans and the Democrats, but more so by Donald Trump. The reason for that is that RFK Jr., being an anti-vax nutter, is appealing to Donald Trump's constituency a lot more than they thought. They thought that his name as a Kennedy would confuse low information voters, would get Democrats who don't want to vote for Biden to vote for Kennedy instead, since Biden's not running. And since that that's less of a factor, and Kennedy actually ended up hurting Trump more than he hurt Kamala Harris. So he has dropped out and he has endorsed Trump. However, he didn't do it in time to get his name off the ballot in a lot of states, and so his name stays on the ballot, meaning that people who just are not aware of the fact that he's dropped out think that he's still an option, because look at that, there he is on the ballot. Oh boy, I got to vote for RFK, the anti-vax crowd, right, which would normally vote for Trump, and given the fact that he's been endorsed by RFK Jr., probably should vote for Trump. There are going to be a certain amount of them that do not vote for Trump, and so yeah, it's wild, since from all appearances the RFK Jr. campaign seems to have been sort of an op to try to harm Biden in the polls, and how differently this is all shaken out, given that this might be the reason that Trump loses. RFK Jr.'s, ridiculous candidacy.
Pennsylvania, to which the Supreme Court rejected that after over 2 million voters had voted in Michigan alone, and they tried to reprint the ballots and redo all that. Absolutely was just never going to happen. But Donald Trump's campaign team has been trying tirelessly to delegitimize the Pennsylvania election for whatever reason. And the only reasonable conclusion I can draw from this thus far is that they believe they're going to lose the state. Now, they actually have no real reason.
So there's something that each campaign has. It's called internals, right? Internal polling means that the polls the campaigns themselves run, because they're very interested in how they're doing in every state. They want to know where they should prioritize their time, as far as rallies, as far as advertising, et cetera, et cetera. So their internals, right? Their in-house polls that they're running on states like Pennsylvania may not be showing them the numbers that they need to win. That might be the reason for this kind of reaction.
Reason to believe they are losing Pennsylvania as of right now. Pennsylvania is a state that I think that, looking at the 538 forecast, but granted my forecast doesn't have it.
So again, that's not a poll, right? That's not 52% to 48%. That is a set of simulations that they're running, simulated outcomes, right? They run it 100 times. Out of 100 times, Trump wins 52 of those times. Harris wins 48 of those times. So it's a slight, ever so slight edge towards Trump in terms of their model, right? This isn't the vote, though.
It in the Trump column, but looking at the 538 forecast, it's neck and neck. He actually has the upper hand for a first time in a very long time. And so it's very interesting to me that, one, he runs the risk of decreasing his base's turnout. Another side of the risk, too, is that this becomes a bigger deal. That those on-the-fence voters that said, okay, maybe he thought the 2020 election was stolen, but he's no guarantee going to do that again, does it before the election, it doesn't help voters. And it reveals something to us on the analysis side, that there's something on the internal Team Trump that isn't being broadcasted publicly. That there's a reason why they're trying to push this narrative before the results even come in. It's a sign that they think, at least right now, that Pennsylvania might not go their way. And like I said,
and again, if Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan go to Harris, you're almost guaranteed a Harris win.
with no major reason to do so, I am struggling to find a genuine reason besides something that hasn't been released publicly. And so that's what I think we're starting to see. Now, I talked about the CNN polls this morning that showed strong results for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin and Michigan. So I'm surprised that Donald Trump's campaign team isn't trying to delegitimize Michigan and Wisconsin yet, because they did it back in 2020. They swore up and down that Donald Trump won those states and that Joe Biden and the Democratic governors stole it from him. Obviously, not the case, but it was a narrative. It was a narrative that all of the states that he...
And it's an easier narrative to get people to buy than the Rattensberger narrative, the Republican governor in Georgia, right? He also tried to, imply that person was in the tank for Biden, right? That's a lot harder of an argument to make than the Democratic governors of Michigan and Pennsylvania.
He lost. He had actually won and were taken from him. Now, when you look at the electoral map here, I'm surprised, like I said, that Wisconsin and Michigan are not being included. But Pennsylvania really is that focus state, because it is a state that will make a major, major difference. But voters don't like election denialism.
And look at that. There it is again. Trump winning Nevada, Kamala Harris winning Arizona.
Remember back in 2022, we saw that John Fetterman, despite having major health complications, having a stroke right before the election, Democrats did not have time to replace him as a candidate. He did not have a strong debate. And in the final closing time, right before the election, Dr. Oz was leading in 4 out of the 5 recent polls conducted in Pennsylvania, leading to an over...
But look at the spread on these polls, right? You got a Marist poll in the 31st of October, so like a week before the election, that's got Fetterman up by 6. Even right before that, you have Oz by 1, Oz by 3, Oz by 2, Oz by 2, Oz by 0.4, right? But that's a huge spread. 6 plus Fetterman versus 3 plus Oz. That's a 9-point. That shows. That kind of shows you that, there's something off in these polls. And it turns out which poll was off? Not Marist. Marist was the closest to the final results.
Overall average lead for Dr. Oz of 0.4%.
And we see here Trafalgar Group, right? Now, this is one of the polls, and watch out for these, right? Because there are a number of polls that are, I don't know what else to say, biased towards Republicans, right? Trafalgar's one of them. Rasmussen is another one. And there's actually more. They're kind of flooding the zones. The reason, some of the reason for the declining numbers for Harris may be that there's more and more of these Republican biased polling groups running polls in swing states and kind of flooding the zone with bad data. But again, we won't know for sure until the election.
0.4%. Guess what the result was? The Democrat won by 4.9, a 5.3% swing based on these numbers. A big reason was that John Fetterman was the more tempered candidate. Although he was more progressive in nature than Kamala Harris based on his votes, based on his lieutenant governorship, based on the way that he had branded himself, and sure, he rejects the idea that he was a progressive now. But back then, that's the way everybody perceived him. He's someone who was going to vote to the left of almost every Senate Democrat on a number of different issues. He was going to get rid of the filibuster. He had so many different things that he wanted to say and do, and campaigned on them. And the Republicans thought he was too extreme.
And then he had a stroke.
Well, not only did the battleground states say, we don't care about these things to the extent that Republicans say we do. It also comes down to the fact that they just simply didn't like the rhetoric espoused by Dr. Oz. Sure, the polls said they did, but in reality, they didn't. Dr. Oz couldn't give a conclusive answer on the issue of abortion. He was pro-life, but couldn't, define when he believed that women had the right to choose, because that's something voters don't want to see. Somebody who says they're pro-life and then doubles down on it and just doesn't have an answer for swing state voters. On the 2020 election, Dr. Oz could never concede that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Voters rejected that.
Are you serious? Wow, that's wild. For somebody that's been such a pop culture figure to be an election denialist.
Had rejected this.
But I mean, I guess that, for a lot of these mainstream figures, they do end up making a choice like that, right? There may be, more, they may alienate fans by being becoming hardcore Trumpist, and feeding into things like conspiracy theories and election denial. But for somebody like Oz, remember, how should I describe this? He's hitched his wagon to some really marginal views on health, right? On the efficacy of untested supplements and suspicion towards the medical establishment. You can kind of see why even as somebody who lost in politics and is going to go back into the into business, right? You can see why it might be advantageous for him to brand himself towards that Trump conspiracy theory minded things. These are the people that buy supplements, right? And Dr. Oz has definitely put his name behind some pretty questionable stuff in the past. So
this level of Trumpism before he even went down the pathway of election denialism, and voters in Pennsylvania very clearly rejected.
Yeah. So Uncle Jim, you saw that he has Arizona going blue and Nevada going red. That's a switcheroo, right? In previous polls that we've seen showed Kamala with an advantage in Nevada, Trump with an advantage in Arizona. I don't know what's changed. It could also be statistical noise. Remember, the margin of error in a lot of these polls is anywhere between 3 and 5 points. So
candidates up across the ballot.
Your mileage may vary.
In the governor's race, in the Senate race, in statewide races, in congressional races that all tried to associate themselves with Donald Trump and tried to build out this narrative that the election was taken. That was not a winning strategy in 2020. And it wasn't even particular to the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, you can see that looking across the Senate map in 22, it happened a lot, right? You're looking at states like Georgia, it happened there. In Arizona, it happened there. In Nevada, it happened there. In New Hampshire, it happened there. When you take a look at the governor's races, a much better example. Looking at those races, Pennsylvania happened there. Michigan, it happened there. Wisconsin, it happened there. Minnesota, it happened there. New Mexico, it happened there. Arizona, it happened there, right? All across the country. All across the country. Maine, it happened there. All across the country, what did we see? That Democrats were in a position where they were winning battleground states. Why? Because the Republicans were too extreme. Because the Republicans couldn't say if Trump lost the last election. Because Republicans couldn't say if X, Y, and Z was going to be the case on issues like abortion in the same way Donald Trump can't. And while Donald Trump in his own right is his own type of candidate and wins electorates in ways that we haven't seen Republicans do before, he has a grip on his base that is unlike any Republican we have ever seen before.
A cult-like grip.
It still doesn't extend to be a victory if you can't win over those swayable voters who look at the 2020 election, they look at January 6th and say, that was one of the darkest days in American history. They might be willing to look past it and saying, I still believe that the economy is my top issue, and right now my concern is the cost of groceries, and that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. But when he walks it back and says, I think Pennsylvania's rigged again, bro, the results aren't even in. Where are we getting to this point? What is not clicking here? The only reason I think he could be doing this is because he thinks he might be losing the state and wants to, preemptively say it. But that doesn't land well, especially when he needs to be courting voters, especially in Pennsylvania, in ways that he did not before.
Maybe a self-fulfilling prophecy here from Donald Trump.
There was no Puerto Rico fallout in Pennsylvania prior to this week. There was no major concerns around whether or not Donald Trump would be denying this election at top of mind for voters, even though he had never committed to accepting the election results. He is the one who is reminding these voters. Every single
and it's his grievance, right? That's what can't be stopped. That's the that's the key characteristic towards Donald Trump. Personal grievance, personal aggrievement, right? A persecutory complex, if you will, that is shared by, his diehard cult members, but by very few other people. When he comes out and says, I'm the most unfairly treated president, I was cheated, I won the election, that turns people off for the most part.
Thing here that we have seen become a negative for Donald Trump for the most part recently is self-inflicted. It's not Kamala Harris getting one up on Donald Trump on the debate stage. That mattered in September, but it doesn't matter now. But everything from this point gaffes from Donald Trump, comments he's making, surrogates on his behalf, different things that are now being much more televised and utilized correctly by the Kamala Harris campaign that is really making it difficult for Donald Trump to win in the state. Because Harry Enton really did a good job today at breaking down on the fundamentals Donald Trump should be the favorite to win all of these battleground states. But he's not, because he is his biggest own enemy in Pennsylvania.
I don't know about that. That's a claim that Donald Trump's doing well on the issues, and that what keeps losing it for him is he keeps on going back into personality and personal grievances. That's what's costing him. I would say that there are a surprising number of issues where the American people are with Kamala Harris on those issues, with the exception of immigration. And I'm trying to think, there's like one other that Donald Trump is in slightly positive territory, but
is no secret, because Pennsylvania is a state that, should Donald Trump lose it, will be entirely on his own accord, because this state is close, but he has maintained the upper hand over the past week, and should he maintain it through Election Day and end up losing it, again, it will be entirely on the former president for doing a number of things wrong, not course correcting and continuing going down that pathway. It's a story that was told in 2020, might repeat itself in 2024. It'd be very interesting to see what happens on Election Day, especially given some of these recent comments, but chances are we're not seeing something that is publicly available that says Donald Trump's in a bit of trouble in Pennsylvania. All
right, so there we are, chat. Summary of the information that we looked at. It is extremely close, particularly in Pennsylvania. However, the momentum seems to be, for the moment, on Kamala Harris's side. Will it stay there or will it not? That's the question. What will be the effects of the ground game, and how are the polls maybe undercounting or overcounting the respective candidates' numbers? The only way we can find out these answers is the election itself, which is going to be happening next Tuesday, November the 5th. And, a lot of people have already voted, but for those of, people that are voting on the day, that's when we'll get our results. Maybe not the night of, but sometime, hopefully it's not something that hangs over our heads for weeks and weeks and weeks, as it can when it's really close. But that's where we're at. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. This has been your election preview for this week, I guess, and we'll check back on it once again before the actual election itself, so see where we stand there. At this moment, the short stream is going to be ending. However, I will be continuing to stream both on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to stick with us and join us, we're going to be talking about Ana Kasparian and the Young Turks, and whether that news organization is actually falling apart. There's some new video that we have today of Cenk and Ana having a big fight, and Ana really just kind of going off on everybody on Twitter. So we're going to take a look at that, see what's going on, see whether or not Ana might be leaving not just the left, but TYT. If you want to stick with us for that, feel free to hit the pinned comment that I've got. If you look up, there's a pinned comment, right? I've got my Twitch URL there if you want to watch me on Twitch. I've got the YouTube URL if you want to watch me there. I'm going to be ending stream now, though, for short. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for liking and subscribing. And I will be back for more very soon. All right. Until then, shorts. See you later. All right. So we're going to get finally to the main content. Finally. Okay. The content that was foretold in the prophecy that NCC shall do a stream. And on that stream, she shall talk about Ana Kasparian. And we already talked a little bit about Ana Kasparian, where she's going to be spending time during election night. That's a little bit suspicious, right? This is a overall right-wing crowd that Ana Kasparian is choosing to do the, including Brianna Wu, including Barry Weiss, including Red Scare, right? This is where Ana Kasparian is going to be doing election night, potentially not on TYT. So that kind of tells us something. Now, something else that tells us something is a recent meltdown.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
A recent fight.
The young Turks invading radicals.
between herself and her co-host, her longtime co-host and founder of the network.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
None other than Cenk
Arab American community
Uygur. All right, so yeah, we're gonna start off here. Oh my gosh, we're still adding subs to that channel. Yeah, chat. You know what? I realized we haven't done the 10K celebration yet, and we're almost to 11K. We're almost to 11K. We need to do something. We need to figure something out. For the 10K. I'm curious what you think as far as what would be fun to do to celebrate that. All right, so the other thing I'm going to check back on is where we're at as far as the poll goes. Yeah, we're tied. 33% of you are choosing violence or violence, however you prefer, right? And 33% of you want to know about Ted Cruz getting weird with trans people. Uh-oh, what's that going to be about? We'll find out if we end up picking it, right? We've also got the dono goal, which is 80% full. So if we hit 100% by the end of the stream, we'll get bonus content, extra bonus content. And that dono goal goes up every time you super chat, super sticker, every time you get yourself a membership or gift memberships to other people, every time somebody signs up for Patreon or donates to my throne or gets a sub to get themselves or others out of the top of the hour ad break. So, and you can also make sure to let me know in the chat if I've missed your, if I've missed which of these topics you've chosen. Because when you donate, you get to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and you get to kind of buff it. Right now, Korean Granddad has got a 5% buff. And it looks like oh no, Chat Chooses Violence has got a 3% buff. All right, wow. So it's neck and neck, just like the poll of, just like Pennsylvania, it's neck and neck. So we're gonna get into it here. I'm gonna give you the Ana Kasparian TYT tent. She's been kind of blowing up all over Twitter as well. Right now, what's this about? Try to track this down. All right, so here's what happened. This clip is what we're going to see in this video, right? This is the clip that everybody's talking about, right? So let's watch it.
Of a fascist. Because look, if we're just going to use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say wannabe dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors, and I'd like to.
I don't know where the cognitive dissonance is coming with Anna, that she's able to make statements like this in a news environment where we've recently seen revelations from multiple Trump officials where they're quoting him as saying that he is as positively disposed towards fascism, in particular Hitler and his generals, right? This is not random. This is not an exaggeration. This is not everybody who disagrees with me is fascist, right? This is Trump himself saying these words, and it goes along with his rhetoric if you've looked at it, right? We'll take a look at what Mike Figueredo has to say about this in terms of the characteristics of fascism to try to help us get a little bit of better understanding of where this is coming from. But here's Ana Kasparian acting as if all of these revelations, like the article in the Atlantic, have not happened.
Terminate the Constitution and bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
Was he able to do those things? In some cases, no, because of the generals that he had, the Joint Chiefs of Staff that he had, when he said something like, I want the military to shoot the protesters, these generals would say something back to him like, that is an unconstitutional order, sir. I cannot follow the unconstitutional order you gave me because my oath is to the Constitution. It is not to the president. And Trump, this burned Trump up apparently, right? So in a second term, There will be no General Kelly. There will be no General Milley. There will be no guardrails. There will be exclusively Trump loyalists serving, because he was frustrated by the fact that he was unable to do some of the things that he wanted to do during his tenure as president, right? Those guardrails will be removed. More than just that will be removed. They've got a whole plan. Look at Project 2025. That's what it's all about. Replacing civil servants who might object to Trump's policies, who might object to, unconstitutional orders, pushing them out of the way and replacing them with Trump sycophants. That's the difference. And I don't see how Ana can pretend to be, she's not this oblivious.
Trump's
his rhetoric is awful.
Okay, if you don't want to be called fascist, stop saying fascist things. It's not that hard.
Okay.
Not that hard. Oh, here.
It's pretty fucking simple, actually.
Dinner with Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, Kanye, who's a Nazi. And let me say there's good people on the Nazi side. Oh, it could be pro-Confederate guys. Might be guys who are pro-slavery who are good guys. Let me do all of these things.
Wait a minute. Wait.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Is Cenk Uygur an NCC viewer? That's my line. That's my line. This is what I've been saying, right? So there was a controversy about the good people on both sides, right? That when that was stated, the assumption was made that he meant that the Tiki Torres protesters that said Jews will not replace us, that those were good people too. Now he's denied that, and some sources have backed him up as saying, well, he didn't say, which good people. He's not necessarily talking about the Tiki Torch people, right? Okay, fine. It wasn't the Tiki Torch people that he was talking about. You know what that protest was? It's called the Unite the Right rally. It was a rally in favor of the maintenance of statues of Confederate war heroes, right? So maybe it wasn't the Nazis. Maybe it was the neo-Confederates. Maybe those are the good people on both sides. Either way, the former president was calling, either neo-Confederates or neo-Nazis good people. Take your pick. They're both bad.
That immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, a Nazi term that is only used in the past by Nazis, and then say, I'm going to ban Muslims, I'm going to do this and this and this to all the other ethnic groups, and then go, oh, I can't believe you called me a fascist. No, he is a fascist. I'm very happy to call him a fascist.
All right.
Jesus. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is there more? Oh no.
All right, I'm not going to get back into it.
No. Oh, I didn't even see that part. Wow. This does look like a meltdown, right? There's some speculation as to when there are fights on TYT. Is it planned? Is it gamified? Is it an attempt for them to get attention, right? Or is it legitimate? Is it real? Is there really like trouble in paradise between Cenk and Ana? That makes it look like maybe so. Dark Sage 9177 says, truth be told, my favorite president of all time was Dwight Eisenhower. I believe someone like him is what America needs more than ever. Whatever one wants to say about the guy, he did do what was best for everyone and seems to be universally liked. Yeah, Dwight Eisenhower had a very good top marginal tax rate. I would love to see the taxes, the top marginal rate, return to that. That's a great idea. Republican nominally, but some of his policies are seem very left-wing compared to some of the economic policies of today. But and he also warned us famously about the military-industrial complex. So regardless, I don't think we have a World War II general that we can vote for, unfortunately. So anyway, that's what's going on with Cenk and Ana. That's the clip that's been circulating. The clip that's been circulating today, right? This is a friend of the VOD, Cosmopolitics, saying this is what consuming right-wing media does to a person on the so-called left, right? Ana Kasparian replying to Cosmopolitics with, I don't support Trump. I also don't think it's helpful to call him a fascist or a Nazi. Those words actually mean something beyond not liking a candidate. I also don't think listening to or reading perspectives of conservative voters is a flaw or something that I should. Well, I do it all the time. and it hasn't turned me into a intellectual dork web brain-wormed, enlightened centrist. So, oh God, look at that, look at that, look at that. Ah, she's got the MAGA hat. Oh, look at that. Speaking of friends of the VOD, Pisco here. Everyone can see when you're failing to address Jink's argument. Jink pointed out. Okay, so some of these people are like, yay, Jink W, rare Jink W, right? Jink has been having as many bad takes as Anna has lately, but in this case, he's pushing back against her and getting some flowers from people like Pisco. All right, so the responding to this is Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report and Leftist Mafia. Mike Figueredo says, "You're right. Those words do mean something, which is why historians, political scientists, and reasonable people are rightfully calling him a fascist. I'll make it easy for you." Okay, now I think this is more of a comment to this, right? He doesn't like quote retweet this, but I think this has to do with this. So Ana Kasparian, after getting kind of roasted, right, says, okay, fine, I'll bite. Fascism requires, must have militarized citizenry, conquest and imperialism, the elimination of governing bodies like Congress, and the notion that anyone who isn't part of the master race should be massacred. Weird thing to label. This is true maybe of Nazism, right? She's describing aspects of Hitler's fascism. And if you know anything about fascism, you know that it is malleable and manifests in different countries in different ways. The Italian fascism of Benito Mussolini, wow. I'm like, Benito Mazzulli, I'll say it like Aiden Ross did. Benito Mussolini is different than the fascism of Hitler, et cetera, et cetera. A weird thing to label a guy who brags about not starting any new wars, oh my God, she's buying into the Trump as the president of peace. Jesus Christ, Anna, you are so far gone. He also passed criminal justice reform and personally pardoned black inmates who were serving life sentences for drug crimes who Obama was unwilling to pardon. But I'm the fucking stupid one. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to... Okay, so Mike's response to that is, Anna, people defending fascism are defining fascism as not liking the candidate. Also, Anna, here's my narrow definition to fit my centrist narratives. I initially scoffed at the idea that you were going full room, and yeah, Mike did kind of defend her at first, right? To some people's chagrin. But you're like a day away from saying you're a classical liberal at this point. Yeah, pretty much. All right, so here's his, here's what he's, so here's a better list of characteristics of fascism, acknowledging that fascism manifests in different ways in different countries at different times, right? All right, so here we go. More universal description of what fascism is. Powerful, often exclusionary, populist nationalism centered on a cult of redemptive, infallible leader who never admits a mistake. Damn, does that sound familiar? Does that fucking sound familiar, Chad? One in chat if that sounds familiar to you. 2, political power derived from questioning reality, endorsing myth and rage, promoting lies. 3, fixation with perceived national decline, humiliation, victimhood. Does any of this sound familiar? 4, white replacement theory, used to show that democratic ideals of freedom and equality are a threat. Oppose any initiatives or institutions that are racially, ethnically, or religiously harmonious. 5, disdain for human rights while seeking purity and cleansing for those who they define as part of the nation. 6, identification of enemies or Does this sound familiar? Does any of this sound familiar? Scapegoats as a unifying cause. Imprison and or murder the opposition and minority group leaders. 7, supremacy of the military and embrace of paramilitary in an uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites. Fascists arm people and justify and glorify violence as redemptive. 8, rampant sexism. 9, control of mass media and undermining truth. 10, obsession with national security, crime and punishment, and fostering a sense of the nation under attack. Geez, sound familiar? 11, religion and government are intertwined. That's what they want to do. 12, corporate power is protected by and labor power is suppressed. 13, disdain for intellectuals and the arts, not aligned with the fascistic narrative. 14, rampant cronyism and corruption. Loyalty to a leader is paramount and is often more important than competence. Oh my God, does this sound familiar? 15, fraudulent elections and creation of a one-party state, or, questioning non-fraudulent elections in this case. 16, often seeking to expand territory through armed conflict. So yeah, because Anna can kind of like question this one based on Trump's failure to start a war with Iran, which he very much wanted during his tenure. She's like, I guess it's not really fascism. Right? Appeal. Why does this become permissible? Trauma allows for the embrace of the irrational. Escapism fosters a minimum of self-respect and the ability to vent judgment against a world in which people can exist with dignity. Traditional lifestyles are uprooted and threatened by technological changes. Wealth inequality, unequal access to goods and services, contempt for truth and reason reflect the despair of the follower who is socially and spiritually adrift and cynical. Providing a coherent explanatory narrative for political rallies reinforces a sense of belonging and is fueled by confirmation bias. That things just happen is unacceptable to the follower who, in turn, must believe the infallibility of the leader to reclaim their own pride and sense of worth. There we go. What else does he have? Spotted at the Holocaust Museum, early warning signs of fascism. So yeah, you should be looking more for, rather than Anna's like total description of like, what fascism was like under Adolf Hitler, right? We should be looking more for the early warning signs. If you're gonna stop fascism, you have to do so early. You can't let it get to the point where they've destroyed multiple institutions. And you could argue that the judicial branch under Trump has been heavily fucking compromised. Okay, so fascism, powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause. We got that. Supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals. Okay, so this is kind of a summary of what we saw there. 14 points of Echo and Brit. Let's take a look at these. Wait, this is the, yeah, this is just a same thing that we've read. Umberto Eco mentions the cult of tradition, the rejection of modernism. How often do you see this in right-wing propaganda? The modernism, the modern age, the cult of action for action's sake, disagreement is treason, fear of difference, appeal to a frustrated middle class, obsession with a plot, enemies at the same time too strong and too weak. You hear a lot of that. Life is permanent warfare, contempt for the weak, a cult of death, machismo, selective populism, newspeak, coded limited language like the alternative truth. What else we got here? All right, so regardless, the point is that we are treading on dangerous ground here. What we've got under Trump is way too close to fascism for my comfort, and it should be for Anna's comfort as well. And the fact that she's after it's been acknowledged that this guy admires Nazi generals and wants generals just like that are obedient to death, essentially, which wasn't true of the Nazi generals. Hitler was definitely abandoned in the when it was clear the war was going against him, as well as the plots by Rommel and others to take him down from the inside. He still he thinks of the Nazi generals as being utterly loyal to Hitler. So yeah, ahistoric and a fascist to boot. So anyway, like I said, we got this TYT video here. We are 80% towards the dono goal. If we hit that by the end of this content, which is like the last segment I'm doing today, otherwise, then we'll get some bonus content. And it looks like right now, I think chat chooses violence is slightly ahead, but it's very close. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. And if you donate or if you have donated, feel free to let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you, and I will do my best to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus buffing it and helping it win in the poll. Anyway, let's see what we got here from Tapper. And who is this? This is, oh my God, Debbie Dingle. Jesus Christ. We got Debbie Dingle here. We got Debbie Dingle.
The Arab American community needs to be reminded and cannot forget. He wants to ban Muslims, he wants to deport Muslims, and he wants to start internment camps. And that's what we are busy talking to every voter. He's telling you what he's going to do. Believe him.
Internment camps?
Yes. He has talked internment camps. You know what, Jake? You may have to visit me in one. I get worried enough when he talks about what he's going to do to his political enemies.
Okay, so look, Trump's definitely a loose cannon. He's definitely talked about going after his political enemies. He's talked about using the military against them, and he has included members of Congress. However, when you're expressing concern for those who might be hurt the first and the most by Trump's power grab, I would be looking more towards, like, illegal immigrants, towards leftist political movements, right? Towards protesters and the like, rather than, fairly powerful, well-connected members of Congress. So, yeah, this definitely, I mean, she's got pearls and she is clutching them a little bit. But again, she's not entirely off, right? It's not entirely unrealistic. Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see. And we're putting that towards Ted Cruz, right? Let me get that in there. That is, yeah, so it looks like Ted Cruz is slightly ahead now. All right, James Knight, you've just been weaseled. Christian Reyes, you've just been weaseled. Jezebel, you've just been weaseled. Juice Malone, you've just been weaseled. And Travis from TO, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Plus, America's fascist treatment of the global South isn't the best either.
Okay, on yesterday.
Yeah. So what Debbie's speaking to is, like, Anna tried to use the fact that Trump hadn't specifically started any wars during his tenure in office as a, clearly, like Hitler, remember, he invades Poland, he invades France, he invades, Russia in or Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. He invades a great percentage of the continent, right? So since that's not present, they're Anna's willing to kind of give Trump a pass on this. However, the United States, through its current policy, even without Trump, is subjecting the global South to extraction. And without occupying territory necessarily, the United States is able to exert its influence to the benefit of its corporations and its economy and its continued hegemonic dominance there. So in a way, some parts of fascism are always being built, even under supposedly liberal administrations.
Today's episode of The Lead, Democratic representative, of course, Debbie Dingle, told Jake Tapper that Trump was going to send her to an internment camp. But unfortunately, she's far from the only pundit and law.
What are we talking? We go also see the right embrace the the raw milk. Yeah, they're all about the raw milk.
Lawmaker who's panicked about the possibility of being thrown in prison or an internment camp should Donald Trump get elected for a second.
Like I said, she should be less worried for herself and more worried for the groups that Donald Trump has already said that he intends to go after.
In term. In fact, let's watch a clip from yesterday's episode of The View in which...
But then again, am I expecting a fucking centrist Democratic politician to be worried about protesters? To be worried about undocumented immigrants? To be worried about people that they consistently throw under the bus? I guess that's a little naive there.
Mika Brzezinski also broke down on air. Let's watch.
Well, no, you're going to show us a breakdown in just a second, Anna. But
yeah.
This is Mika Brzezinski. She's the co-host of Morning Joe. Joe Scarborough and her are married. Morning Joe's a terrible fucking show. It started out as a conservative show, but in the Trump era, because they're never Trumpers, it's kind of manifests as, I guess, like being on the left a lot of the time. She is the daughter of a famous, I think, Clinton and Carter, maybe even Obama administration official named Zbigniew Brzezinski, super influential neoliberal. She's a very connected person. In other words, she's very much a part of the establishment.
The descent into fascism, if we so choose. Normalizing January 6th, it's a day of love. It's a day of love. I'll say it again and again and again. Normalize.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is weird as fuck. Like, I wish we had a better messenger to deliver this important point. But yes, he does call January 6th a day of love. He brags about January 6th as being bigger than Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. Yeah, he fucking loves January 6th. He's talked about pardoning the people that were arrested. There are people serving like 20-year, 30-year prison sentences for I think actually seditious conspiracy in the case of for the Oath Keepers that planned January 6th that Trump would let out. These are people whose families are afraid of what would happen if they were let out of prison. Their families are afraid that they might be attacked by these people.
Enemy from within. I'll say it again and again. I'll say it again and again until you get tired of it, until it's not so funny anymore, or you think he doesn't mean it, until you realize he does mean it and it's too late. Saying these strict abortion bans are a beautiful thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you kidding me? We got to wake up. And here's the good news, because I come with such dire warnings, and I mean them from the bottom of my heart as a daughter of refugees who came here escaping war, came here for America to be a part of a democracy, to be a part of building something beautiful where they could be free. I'm telling you, the good news is that I believe women will be the beacon in this election.
And look, she might be right about that. The Republican Party really did fuck around and find out when it came to Roe versus Wade. Trump's stealing of a Supreme Court justice, as assisted by Mitch McConnell and the Republican Senate, has allowed them to make a huge power grab over the judicial branch, which has resulted in the overturning of precedent, right? They are the dog that catches the car and then doesn't know what to do with it, right? In this case, they have really pissed off, female voters to a great degree, and a lot of people. They're losing a lot of votes over abortion. So she might be right about that, but again, somebody as institutionally connected and privileged as Mika Brzezinski, probably the wrong person to be delivering that message.
Losing my mind.
Yeah, laying it on very thick.
In feeling that this hyperbolic rhetoric is not helpful.
Yeah, well, 50-50 in my opinion. So when Debbie Dingell says he's going to start internment camps, he never said that. That is not helpful. On that, you're 100%.
Is it horrible? Is it horrible that when I hear a name like Debbie Dingell, my mind immediately adds Barry to the end, right? I immediately think dingleberries. It's so immature.
Right, because once she says something that he didn't say, then not only the right wing but independents will discount every.
Okay, so now technically, Jake, she's not saying something that he didn't say, right? She's saying something that he did say. Right? He talked about the enemy within. He talked about using the military against them. And then he talked about people like Nancy Pelosi and was it Adam Kinzinger?
Other thing you've said, not just
Debbie Dingle is a Seth MacFarlane ass name for sure. Yeah, okay.
You've said, but every other thing that anyone on the left has said. He never said internment camps. Don't say that. Now, on the other hand, Republicans,
she's filling in the gaps of what he's saying, right? You know, what would him going after his enemy within with the military. Now, like, I mean, there is, okay, so here's a possibility. You really do have to be doing some like mental gymnastics though, to be able to be like, oh no, Trump's not going to go after his political enemies, right? The other option is that he's talking about protesters, right? And I wish that fucking politicians like Debbie Dingle and you know, institutional elites like Mika Brzezinski, I wish they cared about protesters. I don't think they do. I think they only care when it's like their own fucking, you know, skin in the game. And Donald Trump actually has given them somewhat of a reason to believe that might be true. Now that obviously like is going to be a heavier lift than it would be for Donald Trump to go after protesters. He already has extrajudicially executed somebody that was at a protest, you know, without a trial. So, you know, that's a lot more likely. And he's apparently given unconstitutional illegal orders that that his military officials luckily did not accept at the time. The question is, when the guardrails are gone, when he's got all of his own minions put in place in all the, you know, positions, right? Will he be able to enact these things that he wanted to do to protesters in 2020? He literally wanted to use the military to shoot protesters, all right?
You keep denying something he 100% did say. He said, I want a total and complete shutdown on Muslims entering the country. That was back when he was running in 2016. Everybody keeps, you know why they pretend that he didn't say that? Because that sounds...
So Jink, he's somewhat right? The more important, the first groups that are going to be hit under like a Trump fascist power grab are going to be marginalized groups. Yes, Muslims. Yes, not just undocumented immigrants, like immigrants writ large, right? You know, trans people, right? You know, it's clear which groups in the United States have power and which groups don't have power, and obviously, you know, hate movement like Trump's is going to go after the people without power first.
Uncomfortable because it's obviously bigoted.
Okay, he did say that. Donald Trump says a lot of dumb crap. Okay, a lot of.
What is this brain rot from Anna? Okay, so maybe he did say that. Oh, first argument, he didn't say that. Jink is like, actually, he did say some shit. Okay, but Donald Trump says a lot of things, and he doesn't do all of them, in part because of the people that were in place in his cabinet acted as guardrails before. He won't have them. He will instead have people from Project 2025, which is dedicated to making sure that there are no guardrails on Trump.
Hateful crap, a lot of dumb crap, a lot of undemocratic crap. But like, let's just finish the rest of the story, right? Because he said that about the Muslim ban. He tried to implement the Muslim ban. And then what happened, Cenk? What happened after that?
We fought back,
right?
And people went to the airports, good Americans.
No, that didn't matter at all, okay? That action, I know it makes us feel real good about ourselves. I'm not trying to discount it, but we have a system in place, okay?
Yeah, the stove looks hot, but it's fine if you put your hand on it. I mean, we don't know for sure the stove will burn your hand.
We have a judicial.
We don't know. It might just give you, you know, wait, what is the burns that are worse? Are they first degree burns? I always forget how it goes. It might only give you minor burns, not burns all over your body.
System. It went through the courts. It was challenged in the courts, and it was struck down.
Yeah, I got you, Anna, but I'm not going to take a chance on a guy.
Oh my God, Anna is counting on the judicial system to save us. What an ignorant take. I can't believe that she's that ignorant. She is on TYT. She covers the news every single day. She covers the decisions handed down by the Supreme Court and other parts of the judicial branch. She should know better than to count on the judicial branch to protect her, to protect us, right? She should understand that the current Supreme Court is an illegitimate organization that has massive and obvious conflict of interest.
Guy who says, I'd like to ban you and your family.
Third degree is worst.
Because you guys are so dirty and inferior to us. And I think you're violent savages, so I'm gonna ban you. I'm not gonna take a chance on that guy, number one. Number two, he actually tried it. He had to be stopped before he did his fascist idea.
So it's not that Anna's arguing for Trump here and you know, officially, you know, she's on the record as not supporting Trump and, you know, supporting the Harris campaign with some reluctance, right? But what she's arguing for is a kind of comedy, and I don't mean comedy with a D, although there is probably something funny about it. I mean comedy with a T, a type of respect, treating the other side with respect. How did that work out for Obama? How's that been working out for the Democrats? That is madness, Anna. That is madness, madness for you to. But yeah, you know, I mean, they want to vote for Trump. Trump's really bad. We don't want Trump, but it's understandable, and it's not going to be anything bad if Trump does win. You know, it's probably going to be okay. Everything's gonna the country's going to continue, right? Have they covered Project 2025? I feel like they have.
Okay.
I feel like she's getting worse.
Number three, people saw all that and were like, yay, I love Trump. Let's ban Muslims. Yay. Be honest. Be honest. Okay. So we want to take another shot. And number three or four, whatever I'm on, he has his own dumbass judges now littering the country. So one of them threw out a perfectly good criminal case against him. A very, very important criminal case against them. So maybe we run into a judge who goes, yeah, I think that Muslims are dirty, violent savages. I'm just as bigoted and racist as Donald Trump. I do let it stand. I mean, Trump is saying,
yeah, every day that's more and more likely. If Trump gets reelected, remember, he's gonna get a chance to corrupt the court even more. Now, he may not get a Supreme Court justice, or at least he may not get any Supreme Court justice that he's gonna like flip, right? The kind of people that would be likely to retire under Trump would more likely be the conservative Supreme Court justices that'll just let him, like, you know, keep the courts conservative, keep the court corrupt, keep the court Trumpified for longer. But it's very likely that, in fact, it's a certainty that more of the lower courts, the appeals courts, you know, are going to be corrupted as well. Should he win again?
Deport anyone who criticizes and protests Israel on a college campus. Not just arrest. He says arrest them and deport them.
No, I know he says that. Okay,
so is he
how
going
would
to try
that
to do that? Of course he's going to try to do that.
How would that process work, considering the majority of these individuals are American citizens? So where exactly were he?
Okay, so first of all the non-Americans are screwed. You came here, you paid a lot of money to go to, you know, wherever you're going.
Easy B says, that's literally what Project 2025 is there to do. Get rid of what stopped him before. Yeah. How can she miss this? I can't believe that she's this ignorant. And the fact that she would downplay the danger of a second Trump administration like this, it says something. And it says that she is trying to build bridges with right-wingers. Anna was dismissing Project 2025, saying she doesn't know why the. Okay, so she wasn't. They at least Anna was not good on this issue. What are Christian, Lebanese, and Palestinians? Consider this when it comes to the Muslim ban. Well, yeah, their impulse is going to be to ban people like that as well.
Going Syracuse, Penn State, wherever you're going, right? And he's like, oh yeah, that's it. You're screwed. You criticized Israel and my biggest donor is a giant right-wing Israeli. Okay, so that's it. You're arrested. I rob you of all your money. I rob you of your diploma and I deport you. I'm not gonna elect a monster like that. Debbie Dingell, you don't have to go to internment camps. He already said all this crazy stuff. So stop making us lose credibility. On the other hand, right-wingers, if you're making excuses for how anti-Muslim he is, he uses the word Palestinian as an insult. He doesn't care about Muslim lives one bit.
Donald Trump is deeply racist and he says deeply racist things, okay? I want to make a distinction between Donald Trump, the person who says and does racist things, and the notion of a fascist. Because look, if we're just gonna use fascist toward—
Yeah, he says and does things like that he likes German generals, the Nazis in specific. What do you, no, like how dare you put that on Donald Trump? Like how is she?
All right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say want to be dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors and I'd like to terminate the Constitution.
Or how much is Anna hedging her bet for a possible Trump election?
And bring out the tent.
Right, if you don't want to be considered part of the enemy within, especially if you are known as a progressive pundit, that, yeah, I mean, this is the kind of shit that you'd say.
To use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
First of all, his entire cabinet had to threaten, not cabinet, administration, his White House team had to say, we're all going to mass resign if you roll out tanks against American citizens.
Okay, so if you think he's a fascist, wouldn't that justify taking physical action against him?
So here's the horrible argument, all right? Horrible fucking argument. If you're unwilling, to threaten the life of the former president, then you can't possibly think that he's fascist. Mind fucking blown. Mind fucking blown. Because the realization of who Donald Trump is and what Donald Trump is necessitates some pretty serious reckoning, then we must reject the possibility, although all facts point to that being true. Wonderful logic, Anna. Wonderful logic.
No, because that doesn't help. That devolves us further into fascism.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a difference between somebody shooting someone, that's fascism, and saying, I disagree with them, don't elect a fascist prick who says only white people are awesome and everybody else is garbage and should be banned. No, look, I'm not gonna take a chance with a monster like that.
I know, you're focusing on whether or not you're gonna vote for him. I don't give a damn about that, and that's not what I'm asking you about, Cenk. I don't think that this rhetoric, especially—
He's not just saying that he's not gonna vote for Trump. He's saying that there is a particular danger. And that all signs point to the fact that if you let the dog that is MAGA get a hold of the tennis ball that is the United States government, that ball is not going to be the same when you get it back, if you get it back. Especially
from elected members of Congress is helpful.
And that much should be obvious.
No, I don't agree.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, Anna, why do I not agree? Because, so Trump's helpful is rhetoric?
No, his rhetoric is awful.
Okay, if you don't want to be called fascist, stop saying fascist things. It's not that hard.
Okay.
Not that hard. Oh, here, let me have dinner with Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, Kanye, who's a Nazi, and let me say there's good people on the Nazi side. Oh, it could be pro-Confederate guys. Might be guys who are pro-slavery who are good guys. Let me do all of these things. Let me say that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, a Nazi term that is only used in the past by Nazis, and then say I'm gonna ban Muslims, I'm gonna do this and this and this to all the other ethnic groups, and then go, oh, I can't believe you called me a fascist. No, he is a fascist. I'm very happy to call him a fascist.
Okay, so I guess a W for Cenk for saying that. But altogether, there's been a lot of disappointment that I've had from Cenk as well as Anna. Like, no, the question is, what does this mean? Is this Anna signaling a departure, right? She can claim that this was like a hostile work environment or a hostile that things got nasty, that's a good excuse for her to leave the show. So we come back to this again. Right? What does this mean? What does it mean that Ana has signed up to at least, like, I mean, best case scenario, she's doing part of the election reaction on the Free Press rather than with Cenk Uygur. I really do think that there's something going on here. And it really speaks to Ana leaving the Young Turks sooner but not later. It is still possible that, a lot of this drama is for the effect of spurring interest in TYT, which has lost massive amounts of views. In fact, we should take a look at that. We should take a look at like how many how far down their views are, how far down their subs are, what TYT is where TYT is at right now. I don't see her leaving the show easily. She has power there. Maybe it's just a phase? Oh my gosh. Well, no, it's definitely not a phase. Now, the question is, like, all right, two options, all right? One of the options is that they're going to try to do something like breaking points eventually. Like breaking points, like The Hill, the way The Hill used to be, where they have a host on the right and a host on the left, and Ana's going to become the host on the left, or the right, right? That's a possibility. Like maybe behind the scenes, they're still good friends, and they're moving TYT in that direction. The other possibility is that Ana is looking to go into business for herself, and I don't think we can discount that possibility, not by a long shot. Sasha G says someone had a good theory that she's hoping to get fired so she can play that the left canceled me. Oh my god, Cenk Uygur, radical leftist Cenk Uygur canceled me. A Rod Stewart song. Wait, what is the Rod Stewart song? Oh, there's a Rod Stewart song called The Young Turks, or Young Turks, or something like that. Yeah. Cenk only in recent years acknowledged the genocide, the Armenian genocide we're talking about. It's a lot more right wing a while back. And yeah, if you go back to, far enough, he's straight up a Republican, but that was a long time ago. Ana does a coup and kicks out Cenk. She is what, the executive producer? Right? Oh god, Chad, I almost want to show you. We'll have to do this some other time. It's the song, says Super Ninfrendo. Yeah, the song by Rod Stewart. We're gonna have to take a look at. So I talked to Winners and Losers, who is a editor, really interesting guy that used to work for TYT, doing editing for TYT. Had an exceptionally bad deal under TYT, where he was retained as a contractor rather than having a job that would give him access to benefits, and just really not treated very well, not paid very well. He was part of a movement to try to unionize TYT. TYT eventually did become unionized, but not without a lot of union busting from TYT. So I talked about this before. I'd seen him as a guest on the Vanguard and was curious, and I'd even thought about covering his video on stream. The reason that I didn't, though, is that, what he's doing is he's working on a project. He wants to make a documentary of TYT's, really struggle against unions, right? TYT's anti-union behavior, and he's got like what I think the first 40 minutes and then the second 30 minutes of the documentary like somewhat finished, and he's got them up as YouTube videos. And he's trying to like crowdsource enough money to be able to make this, you know, worth his while. And I support him in that. I really hope that happens. The one thing that he said though, or I didn't want to cover the reason I haven't covered his video yet is that, you know, it's not got that many views, and I don't want like me showing it to be a reason for you out there. Here, let me link his channel again since we're not covering it today. I don't want my reaction to his video to cause less views to be accrued, because the more views this gets, potentially the more people this reaches, and I think it's a really important project. Winners and losers, god damn it, is it like one word? It's so hard to, when people have names that are like common phrases. Winners and losers, no, try it as a channel. Yeah, here we go. Hank Thompson is who we're talking about. And let me give you that link right now so you can go and follow. And if you want to watch those watch his videos about TYT and support this project. Here we go. Boom. But yeah, I've asked Hank if he could send me some timestamps of you know, where he would want me to. I'm trying to get him to sort of direct it, because again, let's see what these videos are out at now. Okay, so there's a decent amount of content on this channel now. Oh, look at this. He's a fellow Valheim fan. I'll have to see if I can play multiplayer. That would be awesome, chat. Would it be cool to get Hank on here to play some multiplayer Valheim? Bust some trolls together. Now I'm having trouble finding the videos in question. How long ago did he make these? Yeah, he's actually got a decent amount of stuff on his channel. Playlists, maybe? Would playlists have the... Tell the truth, Jink. There we go. Okay.
On February 12th, 2020, a group of...
So yeah, there it is. The first 46 minutes, that one's at 18K views, so that one's doing pretty well. The second video...
So I had to start a union just to try to get some to be able to go to a doctor at the Young Turks. On February 12th, 2020,
take a look at the
you've already
one.
watched. On February...
God, fuck, it's so hard.
You've already watched the first 40...
Okay, so 1.6 views. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like this video should get a lot more views. And I definitely don't want to be the reason for people who would have otherwise been interested in watching it to not watch it. So we're going to hold off on it until I can get some more guidance from him. Because again, I don't want to show too much of what he's got. But I do think that he brings up some really...
On February 12th, 2020, a group of work...
Yeah, some really crucial and important stuff. So yeah, we're going to try to... And maybe we can even get him on. Maybe we can even bring him on. This is one Hassan on his experience. Oh, at the Young Turks?
So I interned there, and my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor."
Wow.
So I interned there, and my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations as his family." I worked at the Young Turks, and I made like, I think my first year salary was like $21,000. You're gonna do Facebook?
Well, that's because your uncle was letting everybody steal your sales deals. That's true. His uncle would like let him massage a sales deal to the last thing, then someone would swoop it and close it and take the commission.
Whoa, skirting labor regulations. More information, please. Yeah, the Haas clip.
So yeah, there's more stuff on this channel. It's definitely worth a follow.
At the very end here is really jumped out at me when
I wanted to move to Los Angeles anyway. And my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like."
Oh my God! You know what I'm skirting right now, chat? Is my pledge to shout out Patreons every. My pledge to shout out Patreons every single time that I stream. So I have a Patreon, and I am supported by viewers like you in a number of different ways. And yeah, we've got it's nocommentchick at Patreon. You can find it in the description. You'll be able to find the link to that. We have various different tiers. The first tier is Based Weasel, at which you get access to, when I put a video up on stream, you get the video first in uncensored and unedited format. The second level is Fancy Weasel, and you get a fancy shout out. Speaking of which, let me shout out my fancy weasels here. Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Moe No Ape, Just Julie, Jules K, JR, Good for Gabby, and fancy shout outs to Zerazerex, to Rachel, and to Omega Star. Patreons, you help me keep the lights on, and I appreciate you greatly. And if you want to sign up for my Patreon, it is, like I said, there in the description. But yeah, that's something I should have done earlier.
Labor regulations.
What are TYT view counts?
Family.
You know, it's going to be hard to say because TYT, I don't want to give them an unfair shake. And they put out more videos than most YouTube channels because they are a news source, right? Essentially, they do, I don't know, 10 to 12, I don't know how many news stories a day. And for each one of those stories, potentially there's a video to go with it. So because of that, they're, you know, it's a little hard to gauge their views other than in a, I'd have to kind of aggregate it in some way to, you know, I'll have to do a little research for you, in other words. What is this? No gay son of mine is gonna not be gay. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Laws. Laws, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Also, Good for Gabby, thank you for the super sticker. I don't know if that was... Did that happen a little while ago? Okay, I missed it by a minute or so, but yeah, thank you for the... Oh yeah, the pair... achieving its goal. Yeah, speaking of which, has anybody got any ideas? I don't know how to celebrate the fact that we hit 10K. Seems like a big deal. I don't know. But yeah, check out Hank Thompson's channel if you want to. And right now, I am gonna actually, speaking of Haas, I love how I say Haas like I'm his like friend or family member or something. Yeah, Hassan actually reacted to this. Oh wait, that puts us past our goal, doesn't it? I didn't even think of this. So if anybody has not had their dono counted and added to the topic of their choice, let me know what that is. I'll put your money where your mouth is and give your favorite topic a buff if you want to. We are, yeah, like at 120% right now, so we're in line for some bonus content. Right now, it sort of looks like it might be Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is cruising for, wow, actually, Ted Cruz doing pretty well. 39% for Ted Cruz, 30% for Chad Chooses Violins. Maybe people are a little tired of Sunday by now. And Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people seems to be what people are choosing. Interesting that Hassan doesn't treat his family that way. It's a huge yikes, Cenk. Get him to be my video editor? Talk about a dream come true. Robin C says my 2 gift subs are going to Korean Granddad. Let me see if I got those counted for you. Okay, yeah, no, I haven't. So here we go. Korean Granddad getting a buff of 17%. Still got Ted Cruz with a sizable lead. Here, let me show you. Ted Cruz has got plus 39%. Doing really well in the polls today. That makes it, is it 54? I think it's 54. 54 for Ted Cruz. Korean Granddad has got 19. Not 10, but 19. Not 10, but 19. That gives it a 36. Chat Chooses Violence has 33. Wait, 30. Add 30 here to get 33. And gaming's not doing quite as well today. 25% for violins. That's 58, I think. Yeah. So look at that. Violins slightly ahead, unless I've missed somebody. Davy Cliff says this is Granddad and the Boar on Monday Morning Zoo. Nice. Granddad and the Boar on Monday Morning Zoo. Can I donate my vote to Sasha G? I voted for the Ted Cruz one. Says Morbius. Okay, so Ted Cruz getting up to 18%, which makes this 57. Oh my god. It could not be closer. What else am I missing, chat? Morbius for Ted Cruz. Okay, I think I got that one added. Oh wait, yeah, that's right, Narwhal. Got that one added. Anybody else's that I have not got added? Because this is so close that even like a vote could change it. Throw my 10% into Suntent. Oh my gosh. That is gonna be that's gonna change this one to what, 38, and then this one's gonna turn into 68. So that one's ahead. Gabby says the 22 violins. Yeah, okay, there we go. So wait, assuming that I didn't already add that, did I add that? I mean, either way, violins seems like it's winning. Unless there's somebody else that's got something to say. No, I don't think I did add yours, Gabby. Yeah, so that's extra. Celebrate 10K. I don't know how do we celebrate, chat? We're growing so fast. It's so hard. Yeah, I think that is an extra 20% then from. So that, I mean, that kind of like, that kind of puts it out of the park, doesn't it? 88%. So it looks like chat is choosing violins once again. Unless somebody has something to say about it. It does seem to be, yeah, it's leading by like 31 points. So that's a lot. That's a goodly amount. And it looks like that's where we're gonna go today. So what do we have in terms of Suntent? So we did watch a couple of Sunday videos that had him looking pretty good, right? This debate with Dan Saltman, also this unhinged conspiracy theory.
Oh, President.
We also have his take on Frogan. We also have his take on Cavernacle. We have another Tyler video. I don't even know what that one's about. What sounds good, chat? Are we gonna do the Frogan since it's the most recent? Or are you tired of the Ethan Hassan Frogan content? Bro's thumbnail game is deranged. Yes, that's one thing about Sunday, is he does extreme thumbnails. They're not necessarily good thumbnails, but they are out there. Including, chat, I want to point out, let's take a look at his, no, that's not right. I can't show it to you. Where is this? I just have to like, anyway, including a thumbnail that he stole from Vamps, which she's not super happy about. Sunday, you should have probably asked how much she would charge you for a thumbnail before you took her thumbnail. Because otherwise she could just set whatever price she wants. Anyway, chat, what's the consensus? What are we doing? What are we watching? Do I personally want an answer? Wait, about what? Or do you want kayfabe? Wait, do I want... I'm trying to understand. Happy Halloween, fellow East Coasters. I gotta pee really bad, chat. We gotta choose something. We gotta choose something. Do you have any suggestions from chat? Picking the video about Vosh. Asmongold thumbnail, money terribly spent. Are there two people? Can we go with Vosh? We can, but you might run into you know, the more you do like a Vosh or a the more you do something like Vosh, the more likely you're to find something that's completely unobjectionable by Sunday. But here we go. Let's put on the Vosh for now. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Wow, super need to pee.
Why are men like this by Vosh?
He's talking to Old Man Laundra? Oh no, that's Reservoir.
Okay, what is this? Is there a description? Why are men like this?
People calling Vosh an egg is the same vibes as people calling Taylor Swift gay. It just feels forced. I think for a lot of them, it's aspirational. Also, I've got a lot of trans people in my community, so it's just like a proximity thing, you know? But whatever, I mean, they're not hurting me. Yeah, it's headcanon. Like, they're not hurting me, you know? I'm not being wounded. What does egg mean? A person who's trans but ain't figured it out yet. Of course, I don't really think that can be a thing, like, not properly, because I don't think anyone is innately trans or cis. You know, I think it's sort of like an associative thing or a byproduct of influence. So I don't think you can. I mean, you could say it.
Okay, careful, Vosh. Careful, Vosh. Careful, we're going into social contagion territory. You gotta. That is a tightrope you're walking on.
Person feels that way but won't let them, I guess. Have you seen the lesbian love versus het man love discourse? I'm really sorry, and if you're offended by this is just the man v bear thing again.
Is it tightrope or tight? It's tightrope. It's tightrope walking, right? It's because it's not a tightrope walking.
I don't know if I can say most. A lot of het men kind of hate and resent women and think less of them.
Like, okay, so here's the thing. Okay. Gender is constructed, ergo needing to transition between gender designations is obviously constructed, so on and so forth. How he's talking about it, though, is very... You're very easily drifting into territory where it's like... It's based on your upbringing, which is like... partially, inevitably, but you wouldn't say it that way.
And I don't think true love can be born of that. Sorry. There are lesbians who are abusive pieces of shit too, but let's not pretend that's like let's not pretend that's like an even playing field. None of this is innate. None of this is because males are
Wait, hang on, what? Slow down.
The man v bear thing again. I don't know if I can say most. A lot of het men kind of hate and resent women and think less of them. And I don't think true love can be born of that. Sorry. There are lesbians who are abusive pieces of too, but let's not pretend that's like let's not pretend that's...
What is he responding to?
It's like an even playing field. None of this is innate. None of this is because males or testosterone or whatever else naturally makes you a worse person. No, none of that bullshit. It's just plain and simple because of patriarchy, da-di-da. You know how it goes. You know how it is. You know how the game is played. A lot of guys just think of women as like trophies or possessions or affirmers of their insecurity and can't really think of them as people in the same way that a lot of
getting one guy in chat. I mean, he's not wrong, so I don't have an issue with this.
Lesbians do, because lesbians are, for reasons that should be like obvious.
Tell us about lesbians.
I do have a bad feeling about this for Vosh. Right? Now, so far, it does seem like him, like Sunday's, like, careful, Vosh, you're gonna get into social contagion territory. I didn't really hear that. Oh, Omega Star said Frogan. So we did have one vote for Frogan. Some people are a little tired of the controversy with Hassan and all that.
In psychology, Vosh.
Less likely to buy into that dynamic. On
why?
Account of being, lesbians. Normalized.
What? I'm sorry. What is he saying? I don't understand.
Wrong, so I don't have an issue with this.
Lesbians do, because lesbians are, for...
Yeah, Vosh talking about lesbians is like, it's just like, it bodes badly.
Reasons that should be like kind of obvious.
As this a queer lady, I love when straight guys explain lesbians. Yeah, explain lesbians, Vosh. That's exactly what we need.
About lesbian psychology, Vosh.
Less likely to buy into that dynamic.
Wait, less likely to buy into what dynamic? Abuse?
What is he responding to?
It's like an even...
Like, what dynamic does he... Lesbians are less likely to buy into what dynamic?
Playing field. None of this is innate. None of this is because males or testosterone or whatever else naturally makes you a worse person. No, none of that bullshit. It's just plain and simple because of patriarchy, da-di-da. You know how it goes. You know how it is. You know how the game is played. A lot of guys just think of women as like trophies or possessions or affirmers of their insecurity and can't really think of them as people in the same way that a lot of...
getting one guy in chat. I mean, he's not wrong, so I don't have an issue with this.
Lesbians do, because lesbians are, for reasons that should be like kind of obvious.
Tell us about lesbian psychology, Vosh.
Less likely to buy into that dynamic. On
why?
Account of being, lesbians. Normalized sociopathy.
That doesn't follow at all. The entire stereotype of butch lesbianism, like frequently, butch lesbianism, sorry, of the butch lesbian as a stereotype is directly buying into that, wherein if you're in a relationship with a woman, therefore you embody like specific aesthetic traits and so on and so forth. Like there's I don't see any reason why you would assume that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What the fuck? I'm having trouble.
The butch lesbian as the
reasons that should be like kind of obvious.
Tell us about lesbian psychology, Vosh.
Less likely to buy into that dynamic on
why?
Account of being, lesbians. Normalized soci.
Less likely to buy into the dynamic of hating women? Is that what he's saying? Less likely to buy into misogyny?
That doesn't follow at all. The entire stereotype of butch lesbianism, like frequently butch lesbianism, of the butch lesbian as a stereotype is directly buying into that, wherein if you're in a relationship with a woman, therefore you embody like specific aesthetic traits and so on and so forth. Like I don't see any reason why you would assume that. That's weird.
There are so many straight men who just don't like what I am not saying that a straight man cannot love a woman to the most like obscenely, disgustingly affectionate amount possible. The upper level of how much you can love a person is completely untethered by gender and sexuality, right? Completely like just a human thing, But a lot of guys just resent women. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, it's just true. It's not. And they don't let themselves feel. What if
He's talking about porn lesbians. This is Vosh, maybe.
Hate everyone equally? Well, that makes you like cringe and Reddit. It's not about whether they're likely to be abusive, King Giraffosaur. It's about love and how you feel it. Also, my understanding, apparently those domestic abuse statistics for the lesbian women were inaccurate. I need to look more into that. But either way, it's not about abuse. It's about love.
How would you determine that? I'm curious. Hang on. I am curious about this. Lesbian abuse statistics. This is a study from 2014. I think this is the one that's being referred to. A study in the U.S. suggests that same-sex relationships suffer higher levels of domestic violence than heterosexual ones. Why is this, and how are Americans dealing with the problem? Like, here's the thing, though. Those higher level, like, I don't know if I don't take a massive interest in this generally, but let's take it for granted that that's true. Okay, that the rates are higher among same-sex couples. Well, abuse rates are higher also among couples that experience, for example, poverty. Among couples who are in like various oppressed groups. So if you have a group of people who are treated with significantly less respect, both growing up and as adults, than the general population, you'll expect to see more dysfunction as a result. Like, it's kind of obvious. That's not because of them being lesbians. That's because of them being lesbians with an additional reason. It's not essential to the trait of being gay or being a lesbian or being in a same-sex relationship. It's a function of how same-sex relationships are treated by society generally. But I don't know why. I wasn't aware that was discounted. I thought it was just based on reports. Hang on. If somebody can show me if that's been like countered recently, that'd be useful. It might also be a more self-awareness of abuse and not accepting as normal. That's also true. There's going to be another factor here wherein that's on the flip side of this, wherein there might be underreporting of abuse in heterosexual couples. If I remember correctly, the study didn't differentiate between women who
good point.
Bisexuality.
Yeah, so something that hasn't been brought up yet, possibility of a higher rate of reporting rather than a higher rate manifesting in a higher rate.
Sexual women, sorry. That would make sense too. Although did the report specify whether the violence was instigated by a same-sex partner? Because that would be important. I'm not seeing it.
No, Melody Rain, I have not seen that.
Yes, it did. The higher numbers are for male partners. Well, there you go.
Also, I feel like you're all kind of doing this bit wrong right now. Joe Cat hasn't demonstrated any ability to love women. He's demonstrated that he likes women. Totally different thing. Not.
Was there a scandal about Joe Cat? Hang on.
There wasn't there? Okay, Joe Cat is the only thing I've ever seen of Joe Cat is like songs that are animated, like kind of silly songs. But yeah, there was some kind of controversy. Anybody want to catch us up on the Joe Cat controversy? I really did not follow it.
Wait. You know who Joe Cat is, right? Joe Cat's the guy who did that that incredibly cringy cartoon, which I find creepy as hell personally. He did this thing.
Oh, it's time for a music, Chad. Are you ready?
I cannot express how much I hate this. Like truly.
Okay.
They chased him off the internet for a while for that cartoon. I don't hate him for this. I just
now Vosh, I think defended this guy. I don't really know.
Just hate this. Dude is into women. Why is it creepy? I'll explain why in a second.
Sad that there's no muscly girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah, but, you know, sure, I like to joke around and talk about how, oh, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the leggy girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter what size.
I said leggy, but I keep hearing licky, and it disturbs me so much.
I like the belly folds, I like the six packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild girls.
Uh-oh, Chad. The short stacks. It's a callback. What do you think, chat? What are your opinions? I don't know anything about Joe Cat. I literally have no frame of reference whatsoever. Try to beat into us from a young age. Gotta be hard and tough. Can't show emotion. Never cry. Don't be close to your friends. Never be ruled by a woman. Never heard of this person before. If you like D&D or Monster Hunter, you should check his stuff out. Yeah, it sounded like Licky, didn't it? He does Final Fantasy 14. Okay. Yeah, we got the short. Like, oh no.
Girls, make them round girls. Yeah, I just really like girls.
I find attempting to portray yourself as this, as a content creator, well then...
Wait, I'm sorry, what? You have a problem with his avatar? Like Ransona? Wait, what?
Doing a laundry list of your anime porn favorites.
It's not necessarily... Wait, what? Look, I don't want to end up defending Vosh here, right? I don't know. I don't know what. How does this have to do with Vosh? Like he mentions Joe Cat, but he's mainly talking about like what, like a study that shows a higher propensity of a higher rate of domestic violence in same-sex couples.
Is weird. It's really weird, and it's weird.
It didn't seem to really tease out the results of the study in a way that would really tell you, you know, what we're looking at here.
Because it's almost like
Is being cringe a crime, right?
Heterosexual chasing in a weird way. I know that sounds weird, but it's like it's a weird, it's fetishy. But but because it's heterosexual, it's like it's hard to place that way because and this is a really subtle but a perverse form of heteronormativity. If this was about types of non-binary or trans people, you would immediately find this weird. You're making it weird, Sunday. None of these were porn characters, really.
Okay, so let me see if I got his claim right. He's saying that if we were to see a character talking about the types of trans women that he was into, that we would find it creepy and chaserish.
One personality trait that is listed here. Why don't you tell me like one thing about these characters that is being highlighted, except for their short stack goblin profile, please.
So wait, is I like big butts guy a chaser? Is the Sir Mix-a-Lot a chaser then of straight women? Is that what's going on?
He said smart. Okay, what did he show for smart?
The witty girls, yes, Velma. How did you? I thought I was the one that usually misses key details like that.
That's smart.
Right there,
Gladys
Velma.
is pretty good. Gladys actually.
Oh, I guess Gladys too.
Is a bit of an out.
Just listening to the lyrics.
I noticed that Velma has a very.
He says like, I like the pretty girls, like the witty girls. Oh my gosh, Velma's. Are you gonna police Velma's boobs?
All of a sudden,
But
but
Velma always had like, I mean, she's not. What?
smart is non-human robot. Okay.
Do not make me defend Vosh, okay? I don't know if I'm going to end up in that territory here, but
And very busty chick with glasses. Like it's just it's weird. It says nice guy vibes, and there's no such
I
thing.
don't know, chat. What do you think? He's talking about like these are all video game characters, right? You got Bayonetta. No, we got Korra. Korra's not a video game. So video game and cartoon and what, anime characters? Is that what we're dealing with here? Some Sonic? Of course, some Sonic.
Thing is nice guys. Hate to break it to you, okay? Not how that works. This is attempting to make yourself look harmless as a strat. It's creepy. People who say,
Chat, am I missing something here? Like, is Sunday onto anything? I'm not sure. Sunday's taking a way fun song way too seriously. I think Sunday might be projecting a bit while he's talking about a nice guy with glasses. Oh my gosh. GLaDOS is only a woman I would go straight for. Well, GLaDOS was what, the secretary of the astronaut guy, right? In Portal. Sunday has some weird takes. Oh no, is this that PIG DOJ over again? Maybe so. God, this is like 2 in a row, isn't it?
this isn't creepy, are
I'm not missing anything?
lying, in my humble opinion. You're using it as a way to beat down people who are sex negative, but the issue here is not sex negativity. The issue here is this is sex positivity misused.
I don't feel like there's that much sex in here. I feel like there is appreciation and attraction. I haven't gotten like overly horny vibes from this. Am I missing something? The term short stack was not invented by Vosh.
Sunday, it's a animation meme about finding fictional women hot. It's not that creepy, dude. I think you, frankly, like, have rolled low on...
Wait, what's the risk here? What's the risk? Is Sunday saying that this guy is like, he's trying to get you to trust him and like, you shouldn't trust him? Like, he's trying to make himself seem like... I mean, this isn't the nice guy thing, for the record, right? The nice guy thing is where a guy's like, I am a nice guy. These other guys are horrible. And of course, you're going to choose the piece of shit, guy just because he's got a big dick or just because he's, he's looks like Giga Chad, right? That's the nice guy thing, right? I mean, the underlying point is he doesn't have a preferred type. He is just kind of goofy. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. That's the overarching, like, narrative here is that, like, he has, there's very many different types of, and looks of women that he finds attractive. So is the nice guy thing that Sunday doesn't trust the fact that he says that he is, he's got this, like, sort of universal, aesthetic appreciation for girls that is a strategy on his part, is what Sunday's saying?
Perception, bluntly. I think you have I think there's there's a deep weirdness about it that is 100% the reason why this video took off. Like 100%. It's enraging. There's something off. I mean, it was weird when Lizzo made her song, but probably, you're being silly in my opinion, Sunday's just gay for women. What does that mean, gay for women? Like, break that down for a second. Think about that. Let's think about this for a second. Gay for women. What does that mean? What is the stereotype of being gay generally? Well, generally it's about a superficial fixation on gay aesthetics, right? It's
Wait.
Oh, you're
Wait, is that right? I am proudly gay for women, says Snarglecraft. His mind is poisoned by Twitter drama hounds? Possibly.
talking like this. It's like that kind of thing. It's actually pretty offensive. But that's basically what it is. It's a jokey, it's not that deep. I didn't say it.
Wait, I'm trying to think of like what is gay for X. Isn't it like you're so into whatever it is that you are that your inhibitions your inhibitions are surpassed. Isn't that what that means? Like honestly, the only thing I can think of is gay for Bridget, right? There was like the meme where people that weren't into that were, heterosexual and had not been, did not think of themselves as being attracted to trans like trans women would say they were gay for Bridget, that Bridget was the exception.
It's that deep. I just said it's creepy.
Is the person saying he hates women so much that it made him gay? No, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. So Joe Cat is saying that he likes girls and that he is gay for girls, right? I mean, I feel like that's just the joke, right? Isn't that it's like that's the joke. It's not like a serious statement, and Sunday's taking this all way too seriously.
I have to disagree. It's supposed to be a joke to begin with. It's weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, good example, Elderon. How about it was about the type of black people he likes? Like, think about that. If Lizzo did a song like this, that's also weird, by the way. That's also weird. Do you know why it's not weird? Do you know why people didn't react weirdly to the Lizzo song, but they reacted weirdly
Well, see, like, I don't know.
to this one? Why do you suppose? Why is it creepy for a het guy to say he likes women? Because he's not just saying he likes women.
What's he saying, Sunday?
He's not just saying he likes women.
What's he saying?
To be clear, lest we forget. Oh my god. No, he is not just saying he likes women. Stop just saying yes he is. No, he's not.
Wait, is that Bowsette back there?
Exactly. It means if you're any woman, I don't care who you are, I'll f you. That's what it means. That's what it means. Now, I know Vosh is also an aficionado of the short stacks, so I get that. But here's the thing. Making yourself all cutesy while saying, I will stick my dick into anything with...
I'm sorry, making yourself all cutesy. I just don't get it. Is he not allowed to have, like, that avatar for some reason?
in the vagina is...
Wait, we didn't say vagina. Nobody said vagina, Sunday.
Get that. But here's the thing. Making yourself all cutesy while saying, I will stick my dick into anything with tits in the vagina is creepy. That's what this is. This is sexualizing women while attempting to portray yourself as not sexualizing by making yourself look infantile. It's creepy. This is the nice guy vibe. That's what it's about.
Couldn't it also just be like he's into femdom? Is that a possibility? Could it just be he's saying he likes women in the reference to the song where 100% of the lyrics is just that he likes all sorts of girls? Yeah. He actually said no boobs were fine too, actually. I didn't catch that, but
that's what that is. If this was about any other category of person, like for example men, like apparently this is based off a Lizzo song. I haven't heard the Lizzo song, okay?
Oh, okay, so that's what I'm missing, maybe. So there was a Lizzo song that this is just like a the vibe you were getting was he's like, I'll fuck anything that moves. But he hasn't talked about fucking, has he? He says he doesn't have a type. Tall women rule. Looking for substance, but this is another example so far of being pedantic. Random spooky girl 3PO says he likes the idea of women. That was the whole song. Yeah, it's kind of like a surprisingly ends very quickly before you realize. I think he's reaching. Sunday's reaching. Yeah, maybe so. The joke it was that he only likes strong muscle mamas, and he was like, "No, I don't." Yeah, okay, so that like the idea is that like he's like because he likes strong muscle mamas. People assume that that's all that he likes, and then he's like, no, actually, like all these other kinds of. But I feel like because these are characters, right? Because these are all, like I feel like it's a more aesthetic thing. Like, is he talking? I don't know.
Well, let's talk about that one then. We'll refer to it. Why was this one weird, and why was the Lizzo song not weird? The Lizzo song was not weird because of your patriarchal assumption that men can't be victims of this. That it's not creepy if it happens to men. It is creepy if it happens to men. It's creepy. It's reflexive of that. Like, yeah, oh my god, look how cute I am. I'll fuck you even if you're fat, tall, or short, or skinny. It's gross. It's gross. Can't it just be a cute song? No, fuck off. Get some basic media literacy. Get some basic perspective. Think about just as a...
You have no media literacy, Chad. If you were not offended by this video, Sunday's saying you have no media literacy.
General thing about how this looks, like truly. This guy wasn't run off the internet because it is an obvious intuition that this is just innocent, right? Like, it's weird. It's weird. Loose standards equals creepy? No. No, loose standards...
I don't know if these are loose standards necessarily.
Standards does not equal creepy, although...
You can still have, like, standards, but be attracted to, like, different... standards could work all kinds of ways.
FYI, loose standards doesn't...
I feel like there's just a lot being assumed here that I don't see... Like, I just can't tell anything. Could this guy be creepy? Yeah. Are there guys that, like, you know, present themselves as non-threatening and nice guys that actually turn out to be really toxic and, you know, you better off not being around? Sure, 100%. But I just don't see the, like, I don't see the red flags necessarily. Joe Cat's cutesy. He definitely is a bit gender non-conforming. He publicly does quite a bit of cross-dressing and has had a girl-made schoolgirl outfit on his throne, if I recall correctly.
Also equal creepy. What are loose standards? What are loose standards? Loose standards are you are paying less and less attention to particular features of the person you're with, and more attention to the fact that they slot into like the categories that you want. It's the transition from person to object. Exactly, Brooke.
So because each of these types could be considered a niche interest, is that he sees a dehumanization of the video game women behind it, representing each type?
A person
like he's got GLaDOS up there, for fuck's sake, right? The fact that like that, because GLaDOS does not have like even a human or even humanoid form, an attraction to GLaDOS must be like a purely almost cerebral attraction. So I mean, I don't know where Sunday's reading all this sex into something that has not introduced sex.
Not a body. And it's performative sex positivity in a way that attempts to valorize sexualizing physical forms to the total disregard for these things as people. These are types. These are types of women. It's gross. It's gross. This is how You want to know how gross this is? Just the you'll be with me on this one, okay? This is Destiny when he's flirting. That's how Destiny is when he flirts.
Wait. I haven't seen Destiny flirt, and I don't want to think about Destiny flirt. Wait, okay.
Oh, it's not cute anymore, is it? See, because you...
Wait, I'm sorry, what? How are we bringing Destiny in?
The cute little anime guy in mind.
I mean, Destiny does have like a chibi avatar that he uses sometimes, but not so much for videos.
But then you realize, oh,
more for like Discord. Seeing the only factor is the concept of the object of desire being a woman.
On a sec. This is a human being. Human beings are dark. They're a little bit messed up. It's a little bit more than just...
Human beings are all kinds of ways. I wouldn't want to...
Oh, I just have a
generalize like that.
Innocent love of women because of their cinnamon smells. It's like, no, that's not how that works. I'll give you an example. Now I'm going to punish you, okay?
Oh no! No! He's eating grapes! Okay, so wait. Is Sunday saying that that's Destiny's, like that's how Destiny would... ingratiate himself to a potential partner?
Yeah. Try watching this again. Sunday just hates...
But okay, so yes, Destiny, I don't want to imagine a relationship with Destiny. Keep thinking he's talking about Vosh. Yeah, well, we started off with Vosh, didn't we?
It's animation. I love animation. I'm eating? Not anymore. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? You got an issue with, You're all vomiting now. What's wrong with you? I thought we were all sex positive. I thought we were all open-minded about this. Come on. Look, he's just being cute with his wife at the time. Come on. What's wrong with you guys? No? Really? All of a sudden?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Like, can we take Destiny out of it? Because, like, obviously I'm not, like... the idea of Destiny kind of confounds my libido in a way that I can't explain. Let's say that this is just any guy, right? Doing this, like being a cutesy little dolphin and asking for a grape, right? Is that offensive somehow? Is this not a way that we can allow, like, guys to be? Is this being taken as a red flag? Like, I mean, Destiny's Destiny, and like I have, I have trouble rectifying my amorous, feelings with the idea of Destiny, but that doesn't mean that Destiny often displays feats submission to attract a mate. Really? I don't think it's deep reading to interpret what a straight guy means when he says he's attracted to any kind of woman. Have y'all not been around enough gross bros before? Apparently not. It's an odd little post. You mean the Joe Cat video? But if you don't like it, just don't watch. Neither thing has to do with the other. I don't get it. And this Destiny jump scare, yeah, thanks a lot for that, Sunday. It's known that Destiny is a certified freak 7 days a week.
All of a sudden, that's too much for you. All of a sudden, that's too much.
Can we get past it though? Can we not?
I'm sorry.
All right, we're done.
The guy's fine. I'm not saying casting any aspersions on him. There is a bulk sale on red flags, apparently. This is what I see, just so you know. This is what I see during that Joe Cat video.
Would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1? And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a D. That's the truth. Or Hulk Hogan with a P. That's the girl.
Like, okay. You see what I'm saying? Sorry, I didn't know there was a slur in there. Just, it's like that. Now imagine if he portrayed himself as a cute little wee anime boy, okay, with like nice rosy cheeks and hearts floating above his head. It's not.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. Am I missing something, chat? I just don't understand. It's not that deep. He's just a cringe weeb. Find something to be offended about is just a new way of life. So Joe Cat is on the Destiny Andrew Tate spectrum. I don't get it. I mean, I could just be like McGoggles said, I haven't been around enough gross bros before. Joe Cat is on an indefinite hiatus after he was harassed off the internet. Saying you like all types of women is different than weird transphobic, misogynistic shit. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? Yeah, Andrew, yikes, right?
Not any cuter. Because you're aware of the person. What's creepy...
Okay, so what you're saying is that Joe Cat, if we were aware of him as a person outside of the anime avatar, he's trying to say that with a physical guy there, that would be a red flag. And we would see that, we would recognize that. It's only because of the, Catboy avatar with a cute bow and stuff like that. That's the only reason that we don't.
About Joe Cat is that this is a guy like me who's trying to portray himself and his overwhelming desire to stick his dick into anything with 2X chromosomes. Or not. Maybe he's whatever. But like anything with anything with a hole and tits. And
again, they're
portray this as cute, and it's gross. It's gross. Anything woman shaped, exactly.
I read it as he doesn't have a type, not so much that he's attracted to every woman. Yeah, I mean,
somebody's decrying the position of accepting all women for who they are, but I'm not though. That's not what that video was. It's not what that video was. Like, I'm sorry that this guy rotted your brains. That's not how that works.
Did Vosh rot their brains or did Joe Cat? All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not very smart. Definitely one of the Sunday takes of all time. Yeah. Andrew Tate is a meme, not an actual living human being. Yes. You can't convince me otherwise. Yeah, first there was no mention of sex. As an ace person, could have made this song. Plus, what's wrong with liking sex? I'm convinced this song has a frequency that makes a percentage of the population just pissed. I literally just learned about it, and it gets dumber the longer I think about it. Like the song does, or being pissed about it. I mean, I don't know. That's just kind of wild. I just came out of the lurk, and to say he's President Neckbeard, Tate and Joe Cat are the same? That's nuts. He is a walking fedora. I bet he says "milady" and female to women. I don't know. I don't know much about Sunday or his personal life. I try to stay out of even imagining the personal lives of other streamers. It's just not healthy. It's like a occupational hazard. Yeah. But there you go. There you go. I agree. I do not like Andrew Tate, which is a shame because I do believe there is some intelligence that he has. Walking fedora is such a good. I'm imagining an actual walking fedora with legs now. Wait, does it take itself off though? Does it tip its own hat? How does that work? If it's a walking fedora, does it have a hat on top of its hat? Is that what we're dealing with? I don't know, chat. I do not know. It kind of reminded me of the Peter Griffin. Okay, not as far as like the subject matter of the song, but as far as the structure and the like length of the song, it kind of reminded me of the Peter Griffin song about how, excuse me, the song where he likes farts, and then he describes the different kinds of farts that he likes. Yeah, it's kind of like the Peter Griffin for like, if it's not about farts. You know the song? You must wear a mini fedora to feel complete. It's always the fedora, walking fedora is always tipped. That's a good way to think of it. Yeah, it tips itself, says good for Gabi. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about that Sunday take. I don't want to make the assumption that I just didn't understand where Sunday was coming from there. And I also didn't understand how was that related to the. How is that at all related to Vosh? And lastly, he does not understand. Wait. Sunday doesn't understand what being a gay for a woman is, or Joe Cat doesn't understand. Sunday has no clue what he's talking about on Joe Cat. Well, I mean, like, I guess some people had this reaction about that video. I really don't understand. Like, I don't see the red flags. I'm not trying to deny that they might be there, or there might be red flags that other people perceive that I don't perceive. So I don't want to, I guess I just didn't understand. It just left me confused, the whole thing. And like Vosh sounded like he's going to post some cringe. And I was like, oh, great. I was so assuming I'm going to agree with President Sunday and be like, yeah, Vosh is being a weirdo. And he started to be like kind of a weirdo about lesbians for a second there. But then we got into some statistics and we like left that. And somehow Joe Cat came up. I know Vosh has done a video supporting Joe Cat. Sunday's becoming the what if alt hist. He's just rambling and jumping from idea to idea, trying to connect to a point. Maybe so. Yeah, I mean, like last night's Suntent was just wild. I can't believe we've gotten two chat chooses violins in a row. I find the song a bit cringe. Yeah, it's like a Family Guy song, like I was saying. It reminds me too much of like a Seth MacFarlane type of song. He's becoming Rudyard. I mean, he's always been ruddy, but yeah, now I guess he's Rudyard. Wearing a fedora, wearing a stovepipe hat, and yelling out the window on Christmas morning, "You there, little boy! What day is it? What day is it? Is it Christmas Day? Here, then go down and buy the fattest goose at the market and bring it back." Oh my god, I'm sorry. I love Christmas Carol for some reason. I am too silly. You've got polling results and early voting numbers. We'll probably be talking about that some more. I guess people really liked that when I covered the when I covered the state of the race, right? That's something that people are very much interested in right now, and yeah, I mean, it's a little bit horse racy. It's not my normal content. I am interested in polls and methodology and all that kind of stuff, but it's easy to sort of lose yourself in that stuff. But yeah, as we're getting closer to the election, people are more interested in, really what I'm kind of interested in is where's the momentum at? Because I feel like with an election this close, it's going to be all about any sort of last moment swing of momentum. So we'll probably cover that again. Chat, did my channel like grow by, am I tripping, or did my channel grow by like 300 during that short stream? Yeah, looks like it. Kind of amazing. All right, well, I better get to bed. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you. Hey, especially mods. Especially mods. I got to give a special shout out to the mods that were in Shorts chat tonight, because it was going by faster than I could see it. It was going by so fast. So you were dealing with a lot of chat. You were dealing with apparently a lot of chuds. Hopefully that eventually gets better. It does feel like we're attracting more people that are, but that they're a little bit more closer to. But yeah, thank you so much, mods. Thank you to my Patreons. Thank you to the people donating to my throne. I guess I should do a throne check for y'all really quick. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so the speed editor is 42% funded. Did they raise the price on that? I thought it was lower. That seems like a lot of it's like they're charging for an activation card and for a the speed editor. I should look and make sure that I can't find that for cheaper. Because a great deal of that is funded, and yet there's like still 58% to go. The teleprompter is now 3% funded. But yeah, thank you to Throne Gang. Thank you to my weasels on Patreon. And I'm gonna see you again tomorrow. Here, let me just put. I should do this, like, right. No, not invite people. Wait, no, it is that one. Okay, welcome. Okay, here we go. There's a Discord link for anybody that wants to join. It's a great place to suggest content to me. Here you go. Sign up for the Discord if you haven't already. It's also a great place to get notifications, right? If you're finding it's difficult to always get the notifications when I go live and you're like, oh, I didn't know you were streaming, right? Sign up there and you'll usually get a notification, if nothing else than from Twitch. But much love, everybody. Thank you for all the support. Thank you, mods, for making this all work. And I will see you again tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye. Wait, I got to do the TYT thing. Bye-bye. Is that really how it goes? They're imitating John McLaughlin. I don't remember McLaughlin going like that, though. But I don't know. Much love. I got to get something to eat and get to sleep. And I'll be right back at you again tomorrow.